James, first of all, the dunk was phenomenal. I'm not being facetious in any way with that. That was a big-time dunk. We love seeing it. But did we love seeing the Lakers get their ass kicked? I don't think we like that. Did we like seeing them get their ass kicked when you're losing to a Dallas Mavericks team without Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic? You know, this is the thing that amazes me. This is the day, now, Dougie, I love being on with you Wednesdays, but this is one of those days that I wish Shannon Sharp was sitting right next to you, you know, wearing his goat mask and all of this other stuff.
Did you ever pose that question to the guy that went to Washington?
Oh, no. No, I did not. Let me tell you why I didn't. We all know that Michael Jordan, all of us that cover the NBA knows that Michael Jordan went to Washington because he thought he was going to get an ownership stake from Abe Pollin, at the time the owner of the Wizards.
Nigga, please.
Peace and blessings, y'all. Welcome to another GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. Well, y'all know we go live every Sunday noon right here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform. So y'all be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Also check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership, as 2025 is going to be another epic year here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. We are again surrounded by great guys here in the panelists. We got my boy T Perfect. What up, T?
What up, guys?
All right, we got King John in the building. What up, King John? All right, and we also got Craig in the house. What up, Craig? Thank you for joining us. Happy New Year's, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, Happy New Year, all that good stuff.
Yes, back for another year and another great show again. And of course, you know who I am. I'm A. Johnny the Exposer. I got my partner, B. Lee. What up, B?
What's good, everybody?
All right, so today's show, we're going to be talking about how the media is trying to erase LeBron James's greatness. They can't even accept LeBron James just being great. They got to be hateful all the time about LeBron James. There's a whole crew of them guys. We all know the normal, usual suspects. Stephen A. Smith, all upset, not holding Michael Jordan to the same standards they holding LeBron to. I don't know why they think LeBron James is supposed to be a title contender every year he played in the NBA. But Michael Jordan supposedly was playing for the Wizards. The only person in history to ever purchase a team by playing is Michael Jordan, ladies and gentlemen. No, he doesn't have to buy the team with money. No, Jordan could just go out there with his hard ethic, his willpower, killer instinct, and become an owner of a sports franchise.
That ain't how that works. It's a business.
It's the wrong team.
Yeah.
Well, that's
That would have been more if he was buying Chicago.
That's why they gave him back his money, because his money nor his play was worth buying the Wizards. That's for a fact. I'll tell you that much. But LeBron out here, trying to save his household, right? And the Lakers franchise out here trying to save their homes, and people upset because they lost one basketball game when their minds were obviously not clear. They haven't even played since then. Their coach lost his house. Lost everything on top of that. But nah, we supposed to just tough it out, right? We just supposed to tough it out? Is that that's what we doing, Brandon? Brandon came back.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this comment. It was pretty good. It was by Keep It 100. He said that the reason that they cannot respect the game basically is because of LeBron James. Like, a lot of people cannot respect basketball today because of LeBron James. And I was, when I was reading, I was like, Like, what is he talking about? And then he went on to say, if you cannot appreciate LeBron greatness, how are you going to appreciate the game today? I like that makes sense. They really appreciated Michael Jordan. Whatever era he played in, they appreciated every second of the game. They literally can't appreciate LeBron James at all. They cannot appreciate anything LeBron James is doing on the court. They're pissed off that he's still playing. They pissed off that one of Michael Jordan's few records was broken because LeBron James played longer than him.
Even
Like
though
Michael Jordan had all these amazing records that no one could break, and LeBron finally broke it after 7 extra seasons, 450 extra games.
That's
Like
what
Michael
AD
Jordan,
said. That's not what no dog fed. That's what his teammates said. Don't put that on. No, that's what
Anthony
his
Davis was
teammates
joking
said.
around.
Get
Like
that at
it's
Anthony Davis.
like
He
Jordan
pointed it
fans,
out.
they
He
don't even
pointed
have
it
a
out.
sense of
Point
humor.
at
Anthony
Anthony
Davis was
Davis.
literally joking
Point
around,
at
and
Anthony
you guys
Davis.
taking it
His own
seriously.
teammate. Point
You
at his
guys taking it
teammate.
seriously.
His teammates said it.
It was a
His
joke, Craig.
teammates
He was
said it.
joking.
where you think
He
Anthony
was
Davis
joking,
got
Craig.
it? Where you think he
He
got
was
it from?
joking.
He got it from social
Hell.
media.
So he can't joke. So he can joke, but no one else could joke.
They're not joking. That's the problem. They're pissed off.
Who knows?
They're pissed off.
Oh, that
Like that.
They're
That is the
Charles,
problem. Like
Charles Barkley had a whole
like you guys.
tantrum about it. Charles Barkley had
Yeah.
a whole tantrum about it. Took
They
LeBron
said
7
Mad
extra
Dog just
They
seasons.
gonna
was.
stay on
They
TV.
can't even appreciate a play without bringing up something 15 years
I
ago.
keep watching these people. They gonna stay on TV pissing y'all off.
So they
Nobody's
scared
watching
of
them.
them.
Nobody's
Remember,
pissing
nobody's watching
nobody
them.
off. Nobody
No, they're
watching
not
them.
scared on TV. That's
Yeah,
the
we're not
problem.
watching them on TV. We're not watching
Like
them on
nobody's
TV.
They're
watching
on
them. That's
TV.
the issue. It's
But
all
y'all
like
watching them.
Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith clearly said J.J. Barea and Jason Terry shut LeBron down in that damn clip. The same narratives that these idiot Zesty Jeffries say all the time, even though they didn't even guard him. They had like maybe 5 possessions the whole series. Like they get it from those guys. All these millions of comments are from Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless, Rob Parker. All these comments are from them. And
Not
I don't
Skip
even
Bayless
know,
no more,
like,
though. They don't even listen
yeah,
to Skip Bayless no more.
yeah,
I don't know what they
but
say.
he
I
tries
don't
to.
watch them to say it.
He tries to. Like
Only y'all know what they say because y'all watch them. I don't know what they say. And
you
what
hear
they
it
say.
all the
I don't
time. They
watch
come up
them.
here
You don't have
and
to
they tell
watch
you
it. You hear me
every
every day.
Sunday. They come up here every Sunday and tell you.
Yeah,
Like you don't
have to
like
watch
they
it.
get it from them. That's the issue.
Right.
They
I
they
keep
really
watching.
believe that LeBron James is still trying to crawl out of this pit that he fell in for a game. LeBron been climbed out that pit. He's been at the top of the mountain for years. He climbed out that pit in 2011 that they want to keep him in. Won a title, Finals MVP back-to-back years. He been out of that damn pit, just like Michael Jordan when he couldn't get over the hump. He climbed out of that bitch and won 6 of them with four extra MVPs. Like he's not in there. He's not in that pit. LeBron's not in that pit. He's been climbing out of that. And that's where you guys want to keep LeBron James in, like he's trying to climb out of something that he clearly out of. And they talk about, well, we want to see LeBron James win. He's not winning anything. He's not winning anything. I mean, did we just watch the Olympics? Like, why does the Olympics not count? If LeBron James would have lost in the Olympics, he would have been out of the GOAT debate in most people's eyes. But we watch him. We watch him play at one of the highest levels that we have seen him play in the last 5 years, winning the Olympic gold medal. It wasn't easy. Everyone knew it wasn't easy. Everyone had to come together as a team. And who was the leader? LeBron James. Who was the leader from the get-go? LeBron James. They were even mad. They were even mad that the players were saying that LeBron James was practicing out of his mind and he's the best player on the court. They were literally upset about that. They were so upset about that they was talking shit about Bronny because LeBron James was playing so well in practice. Then when he came on the court,
Talking about practice?
man, when he came on the court, you see how great the guy was playing. He was the MVP of the tournament. Like LeBron James has continued to win, and every time he win, they want to diminish it. They want to diminish the gold medal. They want to diminish the in-game season tournament. They want to diminish the 2020 championship. They want to diminish um, his first title in 2012, talking about it was a lockout season. They even try to say the reason that he won the other two was because of Ray Allen and Kyrie Irving. They want to diminish everything LeBron James has done so they could erase him from people's mind. Lamont did man, his show yesterday, that shit was good. He
No, it
showed
was
how
great.
many people was man. I
Great
was taking
yesterday.
notes. Yeah, I was taking notes.
I was trying to find a clip for it to bring up some stuff for today's show, but we could actually watch it if y'all want.
Man,
Lamont was on point yesterday.
damn.
He was on point.
He even said Goat James Keenum ain't even did nothing like this before. Like I don't think we have. Like he went through all these players who just saying they're just
No,
acting
we
of
haven't.
LeBron and
Yeah,
Jordan.
cause
It
we
was
don't go
bad.
off
It
of
was
we don't go we
yeah,
don't go off
yeah,
people's opinions. We don't go off of people. We don't
yeah.
care if you think George's the GOAT or not. We want to hear your logic. We want to hear why. And then that's what we do. We don't care who has the GOAT. We already know that. So we don't really use
But it
people. I
was
always
so
tell
many
people
of
that.
them.
Oh, it was so many of them. It was
I
like
mean, it
you
was
said, it
so
was
many.
30 minutes
I didn't
straight.
even know all these people were saying this. Like
I knew
even though we like know like LeBron James is not even a question for us.
I got a
No,
5-minute
just
clip.
hearing so many people say it. But it was like 100
I
people though.
know. No, I know he has
Yeah.
like he found like a 30-minute clip, but I got like a 5-minute clip plus like an extra 2-minute clip that has some of the same stuff in it with the same thing, with the people saying the same stuff, but he just added new things like Cade Cunningham saying what Cade Cunningham said, adding all the rookies that got drafted in Wemby's draft, how they were all saying LeBron was their GOAT, and there's that's all they have. They don't really have nothing to talk about. They can't talk about nothing else. They can't talk the game of basketball. They just can't. That's why nobody watches ESPN. Craig is right. We don't watch those guys, Craig. We don't watch Charles Barkley. We don't watch them. But the Zesty Jeffries who be in our comments and who be all over the
That's
place,
all they watch.
they use those guys as logic. I've heard
And it's
a
their logic.
Zesty Jeffries literally tell me Michael Jordan only played for the Wizards to be the owner of the Wizards. And when I ask anybody who believes that, tell me when has anybody become an owner of any franchise in any capacity by actually playing instead of purchasing it?
He had to purchase the Bobcats.
It would drive the price down.
No,
It's a good one.
No, because he had stake in the Wizards. He wanted majority stake, and he promised him that I can
He
generate
gave Jay-Z
revenue.
a good bar.
He said I can generate revenue. That's what he told him. He said I can generate revenue. So what I'll do is I'll go play, and from there we'll generate ticket sales and jersey sales and blah 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 blah. But in the meantime, Jordan controlling the franchise for 3-4 years completely made it a wreck to the point to where they were like, okay, you're done playing. All right, well you're also fired because we don't need you. And
Well,
plus,
yeah,
here's
he
your
was
check.
president before he
Here's
came
your
down.
investment. Here's your
His
check. Here's your
teammates didn't even
investment.
like him.
Here's your
His teammates
investment.
didn't even want to take it.
Yeah,
That's
here's your
crazy.
investment as well. And Jordan didn't even cash the check because that's how upset Jordan was. Jordan tried to cheapskate his way to ownership. That's not how you do it. Can't finagle these owners.
The owner asked Gilbert Arenas to erase the time that Jordan was there. He asked him that. He said, "Can you erase the time he was there?"
Like, wait, can you imagine how bad you got to be that they were looking for Gilbert Arenas to save the franchise?
Yes. So, wait a minute, you got to think Gilbert wasn't even proven yet.
He was coming off the
Everybody
bench.
knew he was a good player, but he wasn't proven yet.
They should have never gave Gilbert a microphone because Gilbert be giving us all type of gems. Shout out to Gilbert Arenas, man. Shout out to Gilbert Arenas. Man, and all of this just because LeBron still doing GOAT things. They upset. The other day I told somebody that he was setting records. They got upset and they tried to bring up records that Jordan didn't even own. And I was like, why are you bringing up records Jordan don't own? He don't own those records. We don't care about records Jordan don't own.
Because they never stay current. They think it's 1998. They think it's 1998 still. Just like when we had our debate and 80% of what he said was not even true. I don't even know what he said was true. Actually, every time he opened his mouth up, it wasn't true. And was surprised. Like, what?
Yeah.
He's not first in this?
Oh, this was notes that I took 3 years ago. 3 years ago, nigga, when you stopped watching basketball.
I mean, they were making up stuff. If you average the plus or minus by years, Michael Jordan was first. I like plus or minus wasn't even available
I know it wasn't.
for
Let me
majority
ask
of
you
his
something.
career.
Let me ask you something, Brandon. Who has the best plus minus in playoff history?
LeBron James.
Okay. Who has the worst plus minus in finals history?
I don't even know who is it.
LeBron James, right? So think
Is
about
LeBron?
that. So think about this. So LeBron James, with having the worst plus minus in finals history, still has the best plus minus in playoff history, which includes the finals. They don't get that. That's how great LeBron
He
James
plays
is.
good everywhere except for the finals.
No, yeah, because in the finals he's lost more in the finals than he's lost anywhere else. He's never lost. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't lose outside of the finals. He only loses in the finals. That's why his plus minus
To
is
make
bad.
the finals, or he missed the playoffs.
Majority of his losses,
either make the finals.
but he
or
has the
miss playoffs.
best. But he has the best plus minus in playoff history. So when you include all of the playoffs, which the finals are a part of the playoffs, he's the best ever.
Which is obvious.
Even
I
with-
mean, he's the
even with
best.
being the
LeBron
worst.
James
Even with
retired,
being
they
the
still gonna
worst.
say the
So
NBA
imagine
trash,
if he
because-
did. Imagine if he did win the 10 titles that they expected him to win. What his plus minus would have been in playoff history.
They would have took the statue down in Chicago if that would have happened.
They put the statue
I
up
mean,
before it was supposed to be put up.
It's still up. Was going at 11.
No, Johnny, it's not even win 10 titles. If he doesn't lose the Dallas series, what is people arguing? Just say he lose every other finals, but he don't lose the Dallas.
I mean, they'll make up something. They make out 2007 or when they lost to the Spurs
No,
in
because if he
2014.
don't lose the Dallas, that's a three-peat right there.
Yeah, there's a three-peat, and what is? I mean, the biggest argument somebody's going to have is the 14 argument because I think they lost by the largest.
I mean, yeah, in 2014.
Yeah,
This
so-
this three-peat thing is only this Jordan thing, really. Like,
No, I'm just saying.
okay, I can understand somebody like the Chiefs. Like, if the Chiefs win 3 this year, that's a three-peat because it's the first that ever been done.
yeah,
But Bill Russell won 8 in a row.
yeah, and three-peat is
Why
better
is that
than
even
8
a
in a row.
thing?
'Cause the
Why is that
three-peat-
even a thing?
Because winning
Oh,
3 in a
fine.
row is better than winning 8 in a row.
No, Friday was I was told Bill Russell don't count.
Apparently, nothing counts before 1984.
Really, before 1991.
Yeah, I mean, actually,
Actually.
it's actually 96 because most of the people who watch Jordan play start watching him in 96.
Yeah, they are deplorable.
95.
Horrible.
See,
Deplorable. They're just horrible.
Well, I heard
Is
that
it-
Jordan became the GOAT in 1998. So
That's a lie.
I don't know
That's
how,
a lie.
but he became the GOAT in 1998. Whatever that supposed to mean.
That's a lie.
I don't know how, but he did.
They know that's a lie. He
they
was
were
a
saying,
go
they
well
were
before
saying they were saying Jordan was the GOAT way before 1998.
Nah, but what I hear all the time is in 1998, Michael Jordan became the GOAT, and I just don't
Well, I heard
understand that logic.
2016 is when LeBron came to GOAT. That's why I heard too. I hear a lot of LeBron came to GOAT in 2016.
Yeah, he did. In my mind,
Yeah.
In my mind, he became the GOAT.
it was solidified.
I don't
in
argue that.
2020.
I mean, that's my basis. 16.
So it was about a championship, right?
It was about that.
No,
How
it's
can
about
LeBron
how.
become
It's about
people
how.
go
That
about
was- this
It was
was
championships?
about-
about,
it
it
was
was
about
about
how.
and everything he had done.
It was about
until
how.
that point.
It's about how. About
What
how.
you mean how?
How? The same way they say
How
Jordan
he
was
won
the
that
GOAT
title.
in 91. In 91 and 93, it was how Jordan was the GOAT, not because he had the resume.
Yeah, in 93, because he averaged 40 points per game in that
We talked
final. So everyone
yeah.
said that had to be the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
He had
We
to be the
talked
GOAT, no matter what.
We talked about it. We talked about it on Friday night when I said that the GOAT was passed on down from Torch. So from Kareem, it went to Magic. And then Magic, and after 90-91, said, yo, it's yours, Jordan. And Jordan was supposed to pass it on, but he quit. He didn't really pass it on. He quit. He was supposed to either pass it to Shaq or Kobe. and vice versa. That's why Shaq wasn't willing to relinquish it because he just followed behind Jordan's footsteps. He was like, I'm not going to relinquish this to Kobe. And Kobe was supposed to pass it to LeBron, and then from there on, it was supposed to be passed on from there. That's how it's supposed to be.
So wait a
Jordan
minute, you
messed up the
saying it was
cycle.
supposed to be passed on, but Jordan quit. So who is
Yeah,
he
quit.
supposed to
He didn't
pass
pass
it
it
on?
on. He
I
passed
mean,
it on.
LeBron had to
never
take it. LeBron just had to take it from him.
Yeah, LeBron had to take it.
Who did LeBron
Yeah.
take it from? That's the question.
Jordan,
I was
because
thinking
Jordan
when
never
you
passed it on.
Jordan.
Because Jordan
yeah,
never passed it on.
and that's what that was going to be my point because it was like if you say he passed it on, who did he pass it on from? And it's just like when you ask that question, it wasn't Shaq, it wasn't Kobe because Kobe didn't have it.
Exactly. They were supposed to go that way. It was supposed to go from Jordan to Shaq. If Jordan was going to really retire in '99 and 2000, all that other stuff, he was supposed to let Shaq and the Lakers beat him, like a true champion, true sportsmanship that he claims he is. Shake their hands after they beat him because he lost and walk off the court.
They
like a
didn't even
true
make the
gentleman.
finals in '99. It was fucking Tim Duncan.
Yeah, but Jordan could have kept playing. That's what I'm saying. Jordan could have kept playing.
Jordan had retired again in '98. He had retired again. So
That's what I'm saying. He could have kept playing. No, he would
Kobe,
have
the
been
Lakers
hurt
didn't make the
anyways.
finals until the 2000 season.
I know, but Jordan should have kept playing in 2000.
no, they
exactly.
made the finals. Was it the '99 season? Yeah, they
No,
won
it was
in '99.
2000.
No,
It was
that was
2000.
that was Tim
No,
It
Duncan.
was the 99-2000 season.
But
99-2000.
That's why I'm looking at the '99.
Jordan wouldn't have played 99 anyways because he hurt his finger in the offseason smoking cigars.
Celebrating. He cut the sixth finger on the second hand.
He cut his finger and he would have been out the whole 99 season.
It was a sixth finger, you know? It was a sixth finger.
Hey, y'all, what's up with Travis, man? What up, Travis? You a little nervous there? You ready to go in on your boy? You nervous? You been real quiet over there.
Oh no, I'm
Real
just
quiet.
like listening for. I mean, I just wanted to. This is a great topic, I thought, and like now we're veering into more rehashed things that we. But
Your boy
I mean,
Stephen A,
I
man.
think-
Your boy Stephen A said that dunk was just fantastic. He's not being.
Well,
facetious.
well, okay, I completely agree with him on that because like it was a great dunk, but at the same time, like there's so many. Two things can be correct at the same time. One, like we always say, the people who sit there and trash the NBA, they're not ambassadors to the game. They're just people who hate. They can have an opinion, but it's like you need to pump up the game. You need to do your job and promote interest, do things like that, which they're not doing. They're doing a horrible job of that. There's so many great storylines right now. You have the Cavs who are having an unbelievable season for no reason. Basically the same roster, right? New coach, the same roster they had last year. They're just great now, and they're playing outside their minds. Doesn't get talked about enough. I don't see anything like that on the social media. It's only LeBron, Jordan, hey, all this stuff that we propagate, all this stuff. And I'm not trying to take anything away. Obviously, LeBron's still doing great, 40, sure. But when the only thing I hear for an entire week is about his dunk and a game they lost by 20 plus points to backups, I don't care. Okay? LeBron is fantastic, sure, but there's so much about the game that's not being talked about, mainly because there's people
Why can't we talk about the dunk, though? Why can't we talk about the dunk?
You can talk about the dunk, but like there's no perspective to it, and like that's all you hear about. You don't hear about how some of these new like prospects are looking, or the battle for position out west, or some of these teams are underperforming according to like what we thought. I don't hear. No, we do talk about. I hear you guys do it sometimes, but to everyone's credit, the general consensus and like what you hear on a lot of these channels and whatever, not us specifically, but whenever you go on social media, is that how it's about one specific player and what they do from week to week or game to game, and that's not healthy for the game. I mean, you can't. I mean, especially when everything else is like overlooked.
I posted on my Facebook page about the OKC Cavs game the other day, right? And I wanted to help promote that game, right? And I wanted to get discussions about that game. All people wanted to talk about was LeBron James. If you can go through the comments. It's not that people don't want to talk. It's not that people don't want to promote other things. People only want to talk about LeBron. I actually said, "Hey, finals matchup. Hey, let's talk about it." Nobody wanted to talk about because for the most part, they don't know about the Cavs. They don't know about OKC. I do blame the NBA. Avery Johnson was talking about the boy in Duke yesterday. The way he promoted that young man from Duke coming into the NBA, And the way he promoted the NBA is exactly what was missing from the game. The promotion and the positivity about the game. If you want to listen to Charles Barkley, how negative he talk about the game, you can't talk about other teams. Every time you listen to these people, including Stephen A., is all negative. I mean, even the dunk. I understand your perspective about the dunk, but the dunk was a great play. It's something I would love to talk about. I mean, you got a 40-year-old really doing this. Let's have that conversation. They did get their butt whooped. The Lakers did. Hey, we can have that conversation too. We can have a conversation about the game. We can have a conversation about the dunk. But what the game is, what's happening to the game is all negative. Oh, let's Stephen A. Okay. All negative is the reason, and I'm gonna be real with y'all. The reason Stephen A. hasn't got his new contract that he's screaming about, because the people upstairs is paying attention. They don't pay attention to today. They paying attention to what's gonna happen 5 years from now. They want since 2000, the two most talked about topics are who? The Dallas Cowboys and LeBron James. Jerry Jones is getting old. Is he still gonna be here in 5 years? LeBron is gonna be gone from the game. What are you? If I'm paying you $20+ million a year, what are you going to talk about? What are you bringing to the table to bring viewership to our channel? There's nothing, because he hasn't even created anything. LeBron James created himself. So what are you going to bring? One of the reasons he ain't signed because ESPN is paying attention. You ain't bringing nothing to the table. All the negative talk y'all have about the game is going to be gone. Who are y'all going to have to talk about? Who? Because you haven't been promoting the game. The one thing the NFL do is when they promote the game, they know how to move on to the next. The NBA did a bad job between Jordan, even though there's a lot of blame on Jordan. And then this whole LeBron thing, y'all haven't created anybody. It's no talk about the big games coming up. I can ask anybody, what's the next big game coming up in the NBA? Well, nobody knows. Nobody knows the next big game coming up because they're not even talking about
Warriors. Yeah, that's a great point.
Well, and it's just and the thing about that is he only gonna say they only gonna talk about what people want to watch. If people don't want to watch, if they want to watch it, they're not gonna talk about it. So obviously they're only gonna talk about the stuff that's popular. You're right about what they're gonna do 5 years when they're no longer popular. But if the people that's tuning in is only want to tune in when you talking about these people, they still gotta make money at the end of the day. Ain't nobody.
When we have a team that's on
people care that Cleveland Cavaliers is 34-3 right now, or whatever their record is. I think 30 million people care about LeBron James and shooting whatever he's doing at 40.
Now they care about the Cleveland because it's a way to tailor in LeBron James. They can say, "Oh, look at Cleveland. LeBron never got Cleveland this way." That's again the only time they want to talk basketball is if they can tailor-made it into the GOAT debate. Just like when they ask him how great was this dunk by LeBron James, Stephen A. Smith and Mr. Mad Dog had to go on a whole soliloquy and diatribe about the GOAT debate. When we were just supposed to be saying, well, how great was this dunk at 40 years old, which was a phenomenal dunk. He was going to go for his normal right-hand tomahawk and in mid-air, switch to the left hand and did a windmill dunk over a 7-footer.
Then, Johnny, what did they show during the game?
What do you mean, what did they show during the game?
Michael Jordan.
The Michael Jordan thing. Yeah,
and that's stupid. And y'all feed into it because the same time that
no one's feeding into it. No one's feeding into it but the Jordan fans.
They make these
that's
memes
the issue.
About Jordan and LeBron. Y'all go and run with it like this.
That's the issue.
The problem is that LeBron's dunk was better. The point is LeBron dunk was better, and nobody likes to say LeBron did anything better than Jordan. That's the point. They don't want to give us
Jordan
one.
Layup anyway. How you comparing a layup to a dunk is ridiculous anyway.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. Like, like Michael Jordan did something that junior high players do, and they're glorifying it. LeBron James did a left hand windmill on a 7-footer. And we comparing it to a junior high layup.
Straight field goal to the final, which was a record at the time. So that's the only reason why they glorified it because it was a record. make
Yeah,
them.
like I
No,
said,
because it
that's
was
something that junior high
1991. Because
players
it
are
was
doing.
1991. That's why
Craig,
it was
Like,
glorified because it was
no one's
1991.
playing
I'm
clips
gonna
of Jerry West
I did
dribbling the
not do that.
ball with one hand compared
I
to
didn't know that, Craig.
Kyrie Irving. No one's
I
doing
can't
that.
hear you.
No one's doing that.
When you just said it was his 13 straight field goal, I promise you, that was the first time I've ever heard that. I've never heard that.
He made 13 straight field goals. That was the 13 straight one. Mark Albert said it in the whole commentary.
I mean,
The
I
Bulls made
watched
13
the
straight
game.
field goals, not
Trust me, I
Jordan.
didn't have a choice but to watch the game. I watched the game. I just
Wait.
didn't remember that.
Jordan didn't make 13 straight field goals. The Bulls made 13 straight field goals. The Bulls were on a run. They were killing it. It was the Bulls, not Jordan. Even though Jordan was a part of it. They got mad at me at TikTok.
Well,
saying the
also,
same
like,
shit.
I mean, you're right. There's a ton of games like we've got. Was it like OKC Dallas or Denver Dallas tonight? I think that's a great game. Like they're battling for like the 4th seed. But I mean, you guys are right. Like, but like when you turn on the TV, or not even TV, but when you check your social media, when you're trying to find
countdown to
information about the
70.
game,
It should really be. That should be seen if Cleveland can.
Well, you guys are right about like there's more
something
talent
like
in the
that.
league than ever. There's more talent in the league than ever before, so there's no shortage of like various talking points about every squad. But instead, it's just like LeBron's dunk or Joy Taylor, or all this stuff about like has nothing to do with anything that's basketball related. And I mean, it's entertaining because you hear people debate, but at the same time, it's like there's so much like if you just like sat down and be like, okay, cool, let's talk matchups, you would be wildly popular because people will just gravitate toward whatever platform is doing that the best and the most.
Yeah, go to
because there has to be
NBA
clear-
TV. If you go to NBA TV, I guarantee you that's what they're talking about today. The game.
Yeah.
That's the problem. These guys are not real NBA fans. That's why I keep telling you, these guys are not NBA fans.
That's what we need to get Barkley out of there, man. Barkley and all these clowns like Shaq, like get them out
that's why they're gone. They're gone, Travis. Those guys are gone. Nobody
Johnny,
watches them.
They need to put NBA TV on regular TV. You just said it. What you just said is the point. It needs to be on regular TV. You need to have people be able to watch NBA TV for free.
For what? Everything from here on out, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be subscription membership type of things from here on out. This is the future.
You got to give away something for free.
They're providing us
This ain't the
services.
90s, John.
There's no more ownership no more. Exactly. There's no more ownership of anything. You can't. There's no point. You don't own records. You don't own music. You don't own movies. Entertainment will be given to you service fees. Purposes. That's it. That's how they're going to give it to all of us. The NBA is ahead of the curve. You just watched the NFL take their game off of national television and put it on Prime yesterday.
Facts. But they have been doing, the NFL have for years have been, you can watch the Super Bowl on regular TV.
I got you. Because the Super Bowl.
Nothing is free.
I know the Super Bowl is a different scenario. It's on Sunday. That will be always on
Super
national
Bowl
broadcast
commercial
television.
cost $2 million. What you think? They gonna make that much?
It cost $2 million last year.
Wait
Wait a minute. Greg, it cost $2 million last year. The price going up. Okay.
But that's what I'm saying. But I think ABC still owns the rights to the finals, which will be on national television. But again, it will also be shown on streaming purposes. You're going to be able to see it globally. The NBA is global. All the games that are on today are on the League Pass. So if you are an NBA fan and have the League Pass, which most NBA fans do, you're going to watch the Denver and Dallas game today because it's available to watch. There's all kind of games on today that you can watch.
If you bought 2K, it came with
you got Milwaukee and New York. You got Philadelphia and Orlando later on tonight. You got Indiana and Cleveland later on today. You got Boston playing later on today. You got who else playing on today? Let me see here. Finally, Charlotte is playing.
The NBA games don't show on regular TV till after the Super Bowl. That's you always gonna find it on. You always got to pay for it before after the Super Bowl. They start showing it on ABC and on regular channels. It's always after the Super Bowl because of the NFL.
Yeah, they're not exactly. ABC's not trying to put on no game today, even though they should. I don't care if it's the NFL playoffs.
No one's also talking about how my Pacers are going to make a run right now and just like easily win the NBA Finals. Like no one's even talking about anything like that.
Nobody wants to talk about anybody else, but
Cleveland
hate on LeBron.
Hold on, wait.
They want to see what they say about LeBron.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to Darnell Heights, who's been a GOAT James Kingdom member for 6 months. Every segment I've seen on the Cavs this season, they always find a way to include LeBron. That's because everything the Cavs ever done in their history has to do with LeBron James's team. So I kind of get that, but again,
it's not needed.
Huh?
I mean,
It's not exactly.
LeBron hasn't played for them. It's over 6 years.
Yeah, but the teams that had the best records that's what they always did. But that's the point. You shouldn't only have to talk about their record as a team. You should be talking about how they're good as a team. We should know more about Mobley. We should know more about Jared Allen. We should learn more about Wade and Jerome and all the stuff that these guys, Karis LeVert, that these guys are just. I mean, all these guys are balling over there. The transformation of
They're
Darius
the
Garland.
most efficient 3-point shooting team in NBA history.
I can give you a reason where Mobley. I can give you an argument why Mobley is going to be the best power forward in the league coming up. I can give you that argument.
They're a good team.
Yes,
they're a phenomenal team.
They're really good.
Yeah.
But how
that
can you
team was
appreciate?
on a
How
major
can you
market.
appreciate them?
They would get more. They would get more talk.
It
They're
doesn't
just shooting
matter.
the lights out.
No, but instead of talking about
They're
them
like-
as
what-
being
they're like-
contenders, people are gonna say, "Oh, what's gonna happen in the playoffs?" That's what the Zesty Jeffrey's gonna say. Let's see what they do when the playoffs come around. 'Cause that's
No,
when
this
I'm gonna start
translates to
watching
playoffs,
basketball.
though.
There's no such
Like,
thing as
them shooting-
translation to playoffs.
Yeah.
It's called
What do
basketball
you mean?
today.
If you win 70 plus
it's
games,
January.
it's a record on show, and you
It's
making the
January. It's January. Why am I holding a team in January for what I think is going to happen in April or,
But January is a
or
good-
May?
Because
January.
that's the narrative to not
No,
They
appreciate the
only
game.
lost 4 games, and we in January.
I mean-
we got teams that won 7 games. That's in January. That's a
January-
big difference.
January is a great month. My birthday was this past Wednesday, so January is a great month. So we're gonna do that.
Basketball is
Yeah.
great. We all know what's it called? MLK Day is what in next week?
20th.
It's Wednesday. It's a week after my birthday.
So we're gonna have all of the NBA games on that day. They love to, the NBA loves to take care of that day. That's their day. But the NBA's been doing a good job. Christmas Day games was great. The games are going good. And like again, the problem right now is that LeBron hasn't been playing. Now, that's what y'all haven't noticed that. That's why it feels empty, right? That's why it feels like we're lost because the Lakers haven't been playing. Their last 2 games have been postponed.
Postponed, yes.
Yeah, but Wemby was playing. They don't care about Wemby, right? Wemby's the true guy that's probably going to threaten LeBron as the GOAT.
You mean
I
Jordan?
mean, it's looking that way. He just have to play enough games.
Yeah, he
To
just has
me-
to play. He just has to play his career out, and
Yeah,
we're
that's
gonna say
all.
a lot of great things about Wemby. But that's why we have to end this now, Brandon. That's what Friday's show is about. Because if we don't end this GOAT debate and this nonsense, they're not gonna let nobody appreciate Wemby when Wemby show up, and we're gonna be sitting here telling everybody how great Wemby is, and what they're gonna use against Wemby for Jordan. Like nothing. They're
The
gonna say,
same damn thing. It don't matter.
7'5". Jordan wasn't 7'5".
Sleep on Jokic.
Jordan went to college.
Okay.
They would never appreciate him as the GOAT.
Never. They never.
Simple as that.
Since you brought that up, Travis, since you brought that up about Joker, right, ladies and gentlemen, we gonna allow Travis to get in on his big thing because Travis got something to say, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that every week you're not safe in the comments when Travis is out here lurking on all social media platforms, but this time he found somebody that's not just in the comments, but that's actually a content creator and a basketball player. So we're gonna give. We're about to have some fun here, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to have a blast. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to give you the chat bomb with T Perfect.
We are interrupting our normal programming. The current threat level is critical, meaning an attack is imminent. Civilians are advised to remain indoors. In some urban areas, evacuations are taking place. If you're in one of these areas, police will help you to safety. Follow their orders without question. You should remain indoors until you are told otherwise. You should now prepare for a nuclear strike. You will not be able to leave your location for 14 days after the strike.
So we've got to address this thing by Gil. And like this is I'm sure all of you are familiar with the clip where he said that Jokic is the worst MVP winner in the last 40 years. Now, before I go too hard on Gil, okay, like he meant this strictly from a team success and like a record perspective. Okay, like when you watch the video, not necessarily statistically, but still, he didn't give any context as to why that may have been, and as to why Jokic 100% deserved these MVPs. And I think he was robbed in 2023 also. Okay, but let's go on it. Like, this isn't necessarily a diatribe against Gil, but it's for that narrative that we've seen for people like Gil perpetuating, where they just say things to have a shock take and like have no context for it whatsoever. Okay, so we'll just kind of debunk that a little bit. So let's start with the statistical side of it first, to just kind of paint a picture as to why Jokic not only is not the worst, but possibly is the best. Okay, so during his 3 MVP runs, Jokic averaged 26.5 points per game, 12 assists, 12.4 boards on 57.8% shooting. Okay, and logging in 36.5 from 3. Okay, so already the best overall splits from anyone you're going to see, and easily the best stat line as far as consistently winning MVPs in NBA history. No one's really going to beat that unless his production goes down. Okay. Now, also, there have been 9 multiple MVP winners in league history. Okay, Larry Bird, Magic, Michael Jordan, Karl Malone, Steve Nash, Tim Duncan, LeBron, Steph Curry, Giannis. We're going to focus on the ones that Gilbert brought up specifically, which were Magic, Larry, Mike, and LeBron. Okay. And again, he was only using team success as his criteria for MVP. Okay. So, no. Here we use logic and context. So let's take a look. All in all, those 4 players that he mentioned have combined 12 MVPs to Jokic's 3. During their MVP seasons, they also had a combined total of 26 teammates who either made an All-Star, All-NBA, or All-Defensive team. Okay. Magic had 8, along with the DPOY in 87. Larry Bird also with 8. He also had the 6th man of the year every single one of his MVP seasons. Okay. Jordan with 5, LeBron with 6. Compare this to Jokic's 0 altogether. Okay, even if you don't count his second in MVP finish in 2023, 0. Okay, what about team impact? Over his MVP years, the Nuggets' offensive rating on average was plus 14.7 when Jokic was on the floor. Easily the highest differential out of the 5 players that we were talking about today. Okay, with LeBron and Magic checking in at 13.1 and 12.8 during their MVP runs, respectively. Okay, so those are the only ones that you're even sniffing, again, Jokic's level of productivity there, or impact. So this year also, Jokic currently has a plus 24 offensive differential, which is wild. Haven't seen anything like that. If he holds it, it would easily be the highest single season differential of any multiple MVP winner in the last 40 years. That's not even close. We could do history too. With only, trivia question, who's the only player who can ever challenge that for a single year? Okay, it's Magic Johnson, 21.6 effort in 1990. Okay, that's the only season that actually comes within 5 of what Jokic is doing currently. Okay, defensively, it's the same story. Over the last 4 years, Jokic trails only Rudy Gobert in defensive win shares per season out of all the players who played at least 1,500 minutes. Okay, with 4.19. Also, Jokic has the highest defensive box plus minus in the league over the same period. Now, obviously, we're not trying to paint the picture that Jokic is some otherworldly defender, but he's so intelligent. His IQ level is off the charts as compared to someone else or any other player that we're talking about right now. He mixed up with whatever he lacks physically and athletically with his IQ, which is a hallmark of a fantastic player. Okay. Now, if we're talking about, and the league average for defensive box plus minus is 0 right now. Okay. And Jokic has a 4.05. So he's doing everything. We've heard the terms carried, single-handedly, difference maker, things like that. And while some players have actually had more of an impact on their teams than others, that's true. No one's taking that away from anyone. Okay. Their terms, this especially compared to Jokic's last 5 years, whether we're just talking raw stats, analytics, measurable team impact, no one has done it better at that same level, okay, during that time period. He's the sole reason his team is even sniffing a playoff berth every year, let alone making a run in the postseason at all times. Okay, that's the definition of MVP. So not only is he the best MVP over the last 40 years, okay, in terms of multiple winners, he just might be the most valuable player of all time, especially if he continues this run, because it's shaping up to be something we've never ever seen, and that's applied to any player you want to talk about. So I'll leave it there. Again, this was not a diatribe against Gil, and I realized that I got his point was that they are very inconsistent with their MVP winners, especially when it comes to, they give it to the best players on the best team, things like that. But when you're talking about just the best player, the most valuable player, it's Jokic, and it's not close. So that's it.
Indeed, indeed. Shout out to you, Travis. Brave man, stepping up. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that is the chat bomb with T Perfect, where if you out here saying anything reckless about basketball, he will definitely find it, and he'll bring it right here on the Sunday afternoon on the GOAT James Kingdom platform. So today, he went after Gilbert Arenas for his silly take about Joker, and he broke it down with his analytics. As we all know, Joker is the analytic king. So shout out to you there, again, T Perfect, for coming up with another great segment on a Sunday afternoon for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing the Lord's work on a Sunday afternoon. As you guys know, this is the GOAT James Kingdom Show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. We do this every Sunday afternoon where we talk the game of basketball. We're talking about LeBron James getting all these media guys to hate on him. And to be honest with you, a lot of these Zesty Jeffries are really leaping off the bounds with everything. They're really running out of words. They don't have no more. They just want to say that there is no more GOAT debate, that we're just fans, and LeBron James got media and all that other stuff behind him, and Clutch Sports this and this, that, and the third. All they doing is putting themselves in a burial site, and like we told y'all, we already officially have a place to put all Zesty Jeffries.
Welcome to Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery, where we have identified, marked, and cataloged all Zesty Jeffries for their final resting spot. No longer will you hear Zesty Jeffrey logic like 6-0 and the toughest era ever. This is where all of that ends, right here at Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery. Subscribe to the GOAT James Kingdom channel and also check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership.
So if Joker wins his 4th MVP, are we gonna hate on him, or are we gonna just like appreciate it for what it is?
No, he's top 10 all time if he wins another MVP. Like,
I mean, the thing with that is that players have been punished in the past for their regular season record, and it seems like that's not being the same across the board when it comes to Jokic. That's the narrative, I believe it is.
Yeah, no, that's what he said, and I agree with him. Like, it's very inconsistent with the ranking. Like, because sometimes it seems like just statistically, like we have Russell Westbrook some years when his team wasn't sniffing the top seed. Same thing with Jokic. There's been like other teams that have done that. Like, but
yeah, and Westbrook was the first time someone did that outside the top 5. I think that's the thing.
Yeah, and it's never about a deep dive as to like who's actually propelling these teams to their victories and like why. They're like, that's never considered. I think it's just a popularity thing, and like they just offhandedly they go up to the person like, oh, you have to vote. And they're like, oh, okay. They just pull up the standings. They're like, oh, who's the best player here? That's it. That's all they do. They don't say, oh, well, why is that happening, or what are they doing relative, like how much talent do they have on their team compared to so and so. I don't believe that actually happens.
But you say you don't believe like the standings have anything to do with the MVP?
No, it does. But I'm saying like when it's the only thing, and that was Gil's point. It's the only thing in like when we point to history, you can look and say statistically or like historically, it's been generally speaking the best player on the top 1 or 2, 3 teams, even though maybe they're being outmatched statistically. There's no way they're the most valuable player.
MVP with his team missed the playoffs.
I mean, and that's one of the reasons they stopped doing it.
I mean, there's no way that Jokic is not the most valuable player.
Narrative. Yeah. I mean, if that's like Michael Jordan in 1987 was complaining about not winning MVP, and he was 500, and the same thing with Jokic. He was first in everything. It went to the player who was number 1 in the league.
Like when Jordan wasn't making his team, Jordan. There were some years where Jordan, like in '88, his team wasn't like markedly better because of what he was doing. Jokic is the best floor lifter I think we've ever seen for a certain period of time. I'm not saying career, but for these last 5 years, it's hard to point to anyone who's had a more significant measurable impact on their team success, especially when you talk about the trash can of a team that he's been carrying, how inconsistent they've been. Like they had a run, obviously, but like when you talk about the greats who've won MVP and like what they've had to work with, especially the ones who multiple win it, like it just, I think Jokic gets lost in the shuffle because he's not like the number 1 seed every year.
Based off what you just said, Travis,
I mean,
Shea should have been MVP last. Just based off what he said, because OKC was predicted to be 12th in the NBA last year, and they was 1. Just based off what you just said, Shea should have won MVP last year. If you want to talk about impact on your team, I mean, name somebody else on OKC.
She had a great case. She had a great case. I mean,
the
obviously,
real MVP because they wasn't even doing nothing before he got drafted. No, I'm stopping.
And then Travis, what year did you say Embiid? I mean, you said the year Embiid won MVP, Jokic should have won it.
Well, I mean, so Embiid was last year, right? 2023, right?
Yeah,
and
was it the Nuggets like the 7th or 8th, like the 6th seed or something again?
Yeah, and Embiid played like 60 games, not even that, something like that. So, I mean, what's this threshold that we have? I mean, Embiid had great numbers when he played, as he led league in scoring or whatever. But I mean,
the reason why they got a 65 game minimum requirement.
66 games. He played 66 games that year.
Okay, so I mean, it's really just about
that's the year where the Nuggets finished number 1.
Yeah, I mean, if he had a case, if he had the best case, it would have been that year because he's already. He goes without saying that he's dominating analytically. That's just old news by now. Like everything that we measure about who's contributing to the most wins, blah 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 blah. It's Jokic by a mile. No matter what you want to say, no matter what you want to project or whatever, it's him. And that it's just the minutia involved in like how you're going to vote. I don't have a problem with guys like Shea getting voted because they're playing even this year. Yeah. Shea, I think, could maybe be the front runner of MVP. I mean, you got to throw Donovan Mitchell in too. But like
again,
yeah, Jokic. I mean, Jokic is there too, but it just we'll never have a consistent voting criteria for MVP. I've come to terms with that because it's voted on by people who have biases.
Yeah. And in 2022, Jokic finished with the 9th best record in the NBA. He won MVP. Their team was the 9th best
in the league. Yeah.
Yeah, in the league. And he won
just
MVP.
Goes to show, like, I mean, I think some people were voting on, you know, what he had and like what he, some other or the other teams have that he did. I mean, it's just his impact, you know. But it's tough to say. It's not going to be consistent. And like,
2021, he finished with the 5th best record in the league.
Yeah. Yeah, Joker is the best floor raiser we've ever seen. Willie Mack.
He had 26, 11, and 8 on 56% shooting in 2021.
There's so many reasons.
I don't think he was the MVP in 2021.
Yes, he was. He was 21 and 22. Yeah, he finished with the 5th.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he finished with the 5th when he won the first one in the league, and the 9th when he won the second one in the league. And last year he won. I think they had like the 2nd or 3rd best record in the league.
So in 2022, they were 9th. They didn't even make the playoffs.
No. Talking about in the whole league. He was the 5th best record in the league, and in 2022 he finished 9th in the league. I think there was a 6th seed.
Yeah, they were 47 and
there was a 6th seed in the West. Yeah, there was a 6th seed in the West.
Mm-hmm. They had a better record in 2022. They were 48 and 34.
Well, 21. It was a shortened season.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the chat here, we've got a lot of Jokic. So if people don't think he's the greatest floor raiser like Jim Brown, make an argument for someone else. I'll listen. I just did it. Okay, you can't just come with your feelings.
I mean, they're going to say because he only won one title.
Of course. Yeah. And I mean, like, I'm not saying all the time. I'm saying I specify these last 5 years. It's incredible. Also, ace 30 defender, dude. Ace 30. That's a classic. Like you're talking about, he's a bad defender.
Yeah, I just think that
he's not a bad defender. He's valuable on defense. That's just you're obviously just not watching the games. If you think that, or finishing the numbers at all. Yes, he will. Who is he raising? Like, all these casuals, man.
Right,
yeah, I just don't think you could finish 9th in the NBA and be the MVP. I don't that right? Narrative did not help anyone else in NBA history before because Michael Jordan would have won. Yeah, Michael Jordan would have won more if that was the case, just being the best player. LeBron James, like they always had this standard that you have to win. You have to be one of the best teams, are the best team, and that's the
Always. It's
narrative.
always been
And
that standard.
when you
Yeah, because
go
it's
away
based
from
off
that
if that team,
narrative,
if
then
you're
people
not on that
complain about
team,
it.
it's just based off of your team.
Yeah.
How well is your team, and how well your team with is without you. That's what it basically is. If you
Yeah.
have a great team,
That's just
and
the
you
narrative.
play with a
Yeah.
team,
It's just like how Kobe was robbed in 06. He was he was carrying that team would have sniffed like 40 wins if he wasn't.
I mean, yeah, if that's the case, Kobe should have won MVP. If we're gonna judge them like we're judging Jokic, like you don't have to be one of the best teams. You just have to be the best player on the court. And that was never the case for LeBron and Jordan. That was never the case for them. So that's how you have to look at things. Like they have to put certain people in their place. Like, well, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. So that's why you didn't win MVP. And this narrative has went away with Jokic. It doesn't matter how well your team does, just as long as you put up great advanced stats.
that's what it's the greatest stats award now. It's about to be the most valuable stat.
Well, again,
Well,
here's the thing. It's like when you're
did
playing,
Westbrook break the trend then? Was Westbrook breaking the trend with the triple
No,
season?
it wasn't Westbrook.
He was the exception
did
to the rule because he did something no one has done before. He was the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
When you have a season
Since Oscar.
that's like that, yeah, since Oscar. Yeah, when you do that, it's different.
Like I said, we're never going to get to a place where everyone agrees as to what the criteria is because there isn't one. There's not a set of rules that they have to follow when they're voting.
You either have to be on a great
Yeah.
team, or you have to do something we haven't
Yeah.
seen in decades. That's
It's
one of the
lost
two
on
options.
the most valuable player is never really the most valuable player. It's lost on them. Most valuable player is someone who their team would be a G League team without them. Like who meets that criteria? And it would take a lot of too much research. Like you could argue it was Wemby. I mean, at least defensively last year. I mean, like things like that. Those are like the true impact we're seeing.
Well, you
like,
could say Chris Paul deserves some MVPs by that logic.
Sure. No, Chris Paul was in the running many years because of his impact. But I mean, like
literally, SGA is your example right now.
Yeah,
SGA
SGA.
MVP this year, right?
SGA is up there.
SGA should be MVP this year, correct?
I mean,
He had a
last
great
year,
game.
I didn't find a reason why SGA shouldn't have been MVP last year. I mean, I was looking for reasons why he shouldn't be, and I couldn't find none. And if he
They
doesn't,
don't want to tarnish KD legacy at being the only OKC MVP or some shit like that.
if he don't win it this year, I mean,
they want to tarnish Westbrook and KD legacy by having.
Look,
I was
watching on the Gilbert Arenas show, and they were saying, well, Shea need to do more. And the argument, what you mean he needs to do more? The team is number one. He's averaging 31. What more do you want him to do? If he got the best team and he's playing the best, what else are you at? What are you not only telling SGA? What are you telling everybody else? Based off that. I mean, I give Joker his MVPs. He is one of the best players ever. But we have to say other players are playing great too. I love what Joker's doing. I mean, no doubt, but I love what SGA doing too.
Yeah.
Don't it sound amazing when you say he averaged 31 for the season?
I mean,
that sounds great, right? I know someone that did that 8 times.
Yeah, like
I know someone that did that 8 times.
Like
he got 5 MVPs to back it up, though. He got 5 MVPs.
Yeah. Anyway, with like Derrick Rose won MVP, we saw how valuable he was, even though he wasn't the best player in the league. Like we saw how valuable he was to the Bulls, and that was the reason he won MVP. Like LeBron had all the stats, all the advanced stats, but you know the narrative has changed. The narrative has changed, and even I remember when Jason Kidd, when he went to the Nets, he changed that franchise around. Like they finished first in the East, they went to the finals. He didn't win MVP.
For personal reasons. His was
Right.
personal. His personal off-court issues that caused him not to, because he deserved that 03 MVP.
Well, that's Kobe reason.
It was 2002.
So it's 2002.
2002.
When, because that's
Yeah,
when they got
2002.
to the final.
Well, that's the same
He
thing with
deserved
Kobe
that
in 06,
MVP.
though. That's the same reason for Kobe in 06.
No, I'm talking about 03. 03,
I mean-
he was runner up the MVP behind Duncan. He deserved
No,
that
that
one.
was-
That's when the off the court issues happened.
No, that was 2002 because
You
that was
sure? 'Cause
their second year. That was his
Duncan
second
had
year with the
back-to-back
Knicks.
MVP seasons.
2003. I don't think it was. Who was 2000? Did Duncan win back-to-back years?
I could
Let
have
me
sworn it was
see.
2003.
2003. He did win back-to-back MVPs.
Oh, so
Yeah,
then
it was
my-
So
Duncan.
he
In
won in
2003 was
2002. Yeah, 2002 it was the Duncan as well. But that's when Jason Kidd got traded to the Nets and he
The
turned
Nets,
that
yeah.
franchise around and
They
was
made
first
the
in the
finals
East.
that year.
He made the finals both years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It
Kidd
was
did.
an 03. I know it was because they didn't give him to him in 02 because he for some weird reason. But I know 03, everybody's like, this is the season, and then that whole thing came out with his wife, and then that all went out. Talks went out the window. But everybody said he deserved the 03 MVP.
2003 he would finish ninth in MVP voting.
So what year did he?
2002. His first year there.
So
he
that
turned
happened
the
in
whole
2002.
franchise around. Yeah, they were a lottery team, and then they were number one in the East. That's clearly the MVP. That's clearly the MVP of the league. Just like what Nash did.
Well, like I said,
Clearly
he
MVP.
didn't make the finals. I'm thinking because they give out MVPs before the finals. So
Yeah.
so
But
it was
they
basically
were
based on the season.
but they were still first in the East. They were still first in the East in 2002.
Yeah, and like this is one of the I think the tragedies that we'll see too is like what you guys talk about. You know, the thing is like people like Donovan Mitchell, like the clear leader of that team, won't get a single MVP vote. You know why? Because their team is too balanced. It's so balanced. Like you look at it, they have like 6 or 7 players in double figures. They're shooting 50% from over 50% from the field, 40% from three. They're just a cohesive unit. It's just like the not to but it's like the 2004 through 7 Pistons. They weren't having guys who were scoring like 30 points a game, but they were just a great unit. That's what we're seeing from the
They
Cavs this
about to
time.
be like a 50,
And, I mean,
40,
I think,
90 as a team.
For
Yeah,
who?
exactly.
The
And so,
OKC?
but like, huh?
You talk about for the Cavs. Okay, I thought you talked about
Oh yeah,
Shea.
for
My
Cleveland.
bad.
And like, but I mean, the Cavs or the Cleveland or OKC's the same way, but you have the guy leading from the front. Like, statistically, that's Shea.
Yeah.
Shea
That's
is gonna. I think Shea might win him, but especially because like he's one of the better two-way players. But I mean, like, if it really just depends, I think on who is surging front. But I mean, like I said, I don't really think there's ever going to be a clear consensus way to judge the MVP. We're just going to have our opinions. I mean, that's mine about Jokic. Everyone, I'm taking a lot of heat in the chat for it here, especially when I said that he's not bad defensively, and we can prove that.
He's not.
But
because there's no criteria. There's no criteria for MVP. So you're right.
Yeah.
It means it's going to be based off your opinion.
I mean, the last
exactly.
4 or 5 years, Jokic has been the best player. Like that's not questioning how great Jokic is. It's just the narrative of the MVP has changed. But like we said, we could go back in history. They've done the same. They've done the same. They see someone who like what Shea did. They didn't give them like Jason Kidd. They didn't give him the MVP when they won 26 games, and then the next year they're the number one in the East. They didn't give him MVP. So like it's not just because of it's changed because of Jokic. It's happened in the past, but still, they're not holding the MVP to the same standard as they did before.
They do a background check and they find out some shit, and then they blame your style of blame the team, and that's why they don't vote.
We ain't got enough. We need to update background check because we did one when you came into the league. We need to update that background check. Yes, that is a fact.
What you caught speeding? Nope. We're gonna say because your team is third in the league. That's
no, we got no chill Gill. Nothing personal, Gill.
See, KD and sniffer MVP ever since he admitted he smoked weed.
Yeah. Kevin Durant only had one MVP season.
Yeah,
He only had one MVP season.
he's a great player, but
Damn, man. The way y'all talk when he joined Golden State, he was the savior. He only had one MVP.
He was.
Season.
It was.
He was only great
He
for
didn't
one
turn that
season.
franchise around, though. He didn't turn it around. They was still the best.
How you got more final MVPs than you got league MVPs? That shit don't make no sense.
Hey, that might be a great trivia question later.
That's why the narrative for the MVP has changed because
Craig, did you just hear what you just said, Craig?
I know what I just said.
How do you have more finals MVPs than regular MVPs? Did you know that?
Yeah, because the league cheated him. He should have more than one MVP.
I mean, a lot of players got more regular season, more finals MVPs than regular season MVPs. That's a lot of
Michael Jordan and Kobe.
Duncan.
Michael
Jordan,
Kobe.
Kobe
Kawhi didn't even have any regular season MVP.
Michael Jordan and Kobe. Michael Jordan.
Yeah, they should have more. They should have more MVPs than not. That's why I don't make no sense.
Mike should have won 89-90. Magic robbed Mike of two MVPs.
Yeah, but majority of the players have more finals MVPs than MVP.
That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense.
What players
how you
don't?
only have one great season, but then the finals you just super superior.
Both finals MVPs.
What player has?
I'm sorry. I'm just used to a player winning
MVPs than finals MVPs.
MVPs in the same season.
Let's go. Jordan got more MVPs. Jordan got more.
No. Who has more regular season MVPs than finals? I know Kareem does.
Bill Russell.
Bill Russell.
Yeah, Kareem.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Who has more? Kareem. Larry Bird.
Larry Bird got 3 and 2. Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's 3 and 3. 3 and 3. Magic got 3 and 3. Duncan.
No. Oh yeah, he does. Yeah.
Duncan got 2 and 3.
Duncan, yeah, he don't. Yeah. So who was available for all of them?
Curry got 2 and 1 final.
Yeah.
MVP.
So
Shaq was robbed.
Kareem.
Otherwise he'd be even.
Kareem, Curry, Wilt.
Well, Wilt wasn't available for all of them. Yeah, he wasn't available for all of them.
He wouldn't have won them either, though.
He would have won them anyway.
Yeah, he wouldn't have won them anyway. So.
I mean, most players do.
Only one player in league history got a final MVP and no ring.
It's easier to win Finals MVP than regular MVP. Obviously.
I mean,
West do have a ring. West do have a ring. He has one.
LeBron got 4 and 4.
Yeah.
The perfect balance.
I mean, it's a 47 game series. So
without a league MVP though.
I know Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, Dwayne Wade too as well.
Wade,
Iguodala,
Andre Iguodala,
Parker, Chauncey Billups. I'm just saying.
Oh god. We're
Dennis Johnson.
James Worley.
Yeah. I'll stop giving Johnny material for not valuing the Finals MVP because that's what he does. He doesn't value the Finals MVP. Y'all making him smile.
Give him new material.
Nah, they don't listen. I just be listening. It's not my fault. I listen.
No. I know exactly what you're doing. You taking notes.
I can talk.
You taking notes.
He get real quiet. He get real quiet, Brandon. He like, yeah, that's new.
Put it in my mental.
But because listen, y'all know for a fact that I got to be on point. Because if I'm not on point, Craig will definitely make sure that you are on point because Craig does all the checks and balances here in GOAT James Kingdom. And we're going to have our first 2025 checks and balance with Craig this week, ladies and gentlemen. So again, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel because as you guys know, Craig is also an MJ delegate and they here to represent the Michael Jordan fan base to the utmost, highest regards. So shout out to you, Craig, and also Travis for doing what y'all do. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you checks and balances by my boy, Craig.
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Sir, now that you've got your check, do you plan on quitting your job driving this truck?
Truck driver? I ain't no truck driver. That's right, baby. I just bought this truck straight cash. I'm rich, biatch.
Good afternoon, everyone. This one's not going to be, it was something I wanted to do a while back. It was I had a conversation with someone in another group, and it was a whole thing about this. The reason why Pippen couldn't score was because he had Jordan on his team as a teammate, and that whole thing, I just it's kind of that's not a smart take to make, because Pippen did play 7 seasons without Jordan, and Pippen has more seasons with Jordan averaging 20 than he does without Jordan averaging 20. So that whole Pippen thing, Pippen couldn't score because of Jordan, is just an asinine thing to say, because he had 7 seasons to prove it, and the highest season he ever did was 22, which is 1 less than he did with Jordan. So this whole thing about Pippen couldn't score because of Jordan, no. Pippen wasn't a scorer. He was a facilitator, a defender. Some people just can't do everything on the court. So, yeah, that's my for the week. I had something else, but I couldn't pull it up on my phone, so I'll leave that for next week. But yeah, that's just whole thing. This whole Pippen couldn't score because of Jordan is just, I'm just tired of hearing it.
You tired of it, Craig? That's it.
I'm tired of it.
That's it.
I'm tired of it.
So Pippen was a better scorer alongside Michael Jordan than without Michael Jordan, is what you're saying, correct?
Hey, someone who's taking 25 shots on my team and I'm still scoring 21, and then when they leave, I'm only scoring 22. I'm pretty sure, like,
Indeed.
That you got to be a great ball hog to have your second best teammate only gain 1 point playing without you.
Yeah, I mean, it was the 90s.
In the 80s.
Yeah, he didn't get a chance to start in the 80s because Doug Collins was going off that beer and butter and won 100 Newport special, like my boy Mike Peake would say. But either way, great job by you, Craig, man. It's good to see you again, man. Happy New Year's. Thank you again. Y'all know who that is, man. That's my boy, Craig. Y'all know he is a part of the GOAT James Kingdom platform, and he is a true Michael Jordan fan, as you can see with all the J's behind him. And again, he came up with a great take. If you out here saying poor takes, Craig will definitely find you, and he will set some checks and balances with all that nonsense. So shout out to you, Craig. Thank you again for another great Sunday afternoon take by letting these boys know that Scottie Pippen was actually a better scorer with Michael Jordan than he was outside of playing with Michael Jordan, which he did have a few years playing with some good guys like Rasheed Wallace, Akeem Olajuwon.
He ain't never played with someone that averaged 30 ever again.
He probably was happy about that, though. He probably was happy, like, finally, freedom, free at last, thank God Almighty.
Listen about it. He averaged about 16 field goal attempts with Jordan. When he left Jordan, it only went up to 19.
People
so he took 2 more field goal attempts without Jordan, who was taking 25 a game.
Pippen wasn't an elite scorer.
Nigga, the coach told you to sit your ass down at the final second of the playoff game. If that don't tell you, if that don't give you the reason to understand why Jordan had to take all those field goal attempts. Like the old coach tell you to sit your ass down.
Pippen sat down himself. He sat down himself.
He told him to pass the ball. He's upset.
He sat down himself.
Scotty chose to sit down.
Yeah, Scotty. But they did give Scotty the ball before, and Scotty bricked it. People don't remember that, though. Scotty did brick the play before. But again, Jordan was allowed to brick multiple times, and they still gave him the ball. So we
because he bricked, but he made 50% of his shots on the Bulls. Pippen never made 50% of his shots on the Bulls.
He did have some 50% seasons, if I'm correct. I think he had maybe 1 or 2 with Chicago.
Jordan has more seasons averaging 30 with 50% shooting than Pippen has 50% shooting on the Bulls. So
fired.
Come on.
Fired. Oh, man.
He's a career 46% field goal shooter. So find me the 50 field goal shooting. Find me the seasons.
This is distasteful. This is distasteful.
Find me the season.
You done went too far, Craig, with your Michael Jordan fandom. You done went too far with your fandom.
Find me the season.
Now we got to bring the show back. We got to reel the show back to normal.
No, he don't got 40,000 points. He ain't played 20 seasons. He played 15. He got half the games he played. He scored 30 points in. Just think about that. 50% of this games he had 30 points in. And as a career 49.7% field goal shooter, that's literally a couple of more missed shots than made field goals. But he's the only player in the top 5 that played less than 16 seasons. Come on.
Michael Jordan.
Half of your points is 30. Him and Wilt, half of their points are 30-point games. Like half their career. Like you could flip a coin, they're gonna score 30 points or
less. Well, they're gonna score 30. Yeah, that's true.
He has 8 seasons.
They're gonna take 25 to 30 shots.
He got more 30-point per game season than he does not having 30 points per game season.
They definitely gonna take 25 to 30 shots for sure.
Who Jordan?
Yes.
Jordan got what? How many 30? Like 7
8
or
seasons.
8?
Is it 8 seasons? Yeah,
he got 8 seasons and 5 seasons when he averaged 50. When he shot 50%.
Yeah, he did. He does. He shot 51% in Chicago for the 13 years. But trying to be an owner in the Wizards, it dropped down to 49%.
He should have just waited and stayed and got Charlotte. He would have still been up.
So he lost ownership and his field goal percentage.
He was at 32 points per game before that too. So
yeah, he was at 31.5.
32 points. Yeah, 32 points per game, but he only had like 28,000 points.
Yeah,
29,
27, 29.
Right
Yeah.
there with Bird and
no trophy. He would have got no 30,000 point score trophy.
Yeah, he needed that trophy. He needed to add it to his trophy case. He needed a 30,000.
It says made by Washington. Nigga, he made that shit himself.
Somebody said if Jordan knew LeBron James coming to the league,
he made his own
he would have kept playing.
Yeah,
he would have kept playing, but somehow he didn't want to get 38,000 points.
Yeah, I agree.
He made his own trophy.
Yeah, because he didn't think there was gonna be somebody to pass Kareem. In his mind, I just got to pass Wilt. If I keep passing Wilt, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I don't have to beat Kareem. I'll pass Wilt because to pass Kareem, you got to play 20. I ain't playing 20. I barely wanted to play 10.
I mean, if he couldn't pass Kareem, he was never going to pass LeBron James anyway. So it wasn't like he was trying to pass LeBron.
He didn't think about LeBron James
but
at that time.
It was already somebody ahead of him.
But we know Zesty Jeffries don't think. We know Michael Jordan don't really think. They don't think. These guys are not thinkers, man. That's that's the problem. They claim that they think, but it's not too much thoughts going in their heads. It's 6-0.
Yeah, I think if he knew LeBron James was coming, he wouldn't have came back to play for Washington. He would have just said, "Oh well." What's the point?
Well, with that being said, LeBron James did come through, and he did show out, and now he has a bunch of fans and a bunch of content creators out here showing how LeBron James is the greatest, driving Zesty Jeffries and Michael Jordan fans alike crazy. Every day LeBron James is breaking records. Every day LeBron James is doing something great, so we always have content to actually show how LeBron James is great, and we actually show some love to all those guys who create great content, and we do that with Flowers by King John.
Rosebetters!
Every week, I show everybody new content, and I show talk about the content creator, and we have to appreciate our content creators. And this week, I do want to appreciate one particular content creator, because on this show we appreciate Brandon, we appreciated Johnny, but this week we're gonna go outside it. They connected. This person is connected with Go James Kingdom. His name is Lamont of FYF Sports. And I really do appreciate his content. He has 158,000 subscribers. And what I appreciate about Lamont is the way he breaks down things. And he not only talks about it, he shows it, he expresses it. One person that he called me on to, because I love that he brings other people on. He likes other people to shine, and this person don't even know that about me. He's connected to Go James Kingdom. He's currently in the chat. His name is Ace 30. I only know Ace 30 because of FYF Sports. One thing about FYF Sports, their debate show is crazy. Everybody on there is a great show. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. Trust me, Go James Kingdom is there all the time. We show out that at FYF Sports, and I want people to go check out Lamont. The show he did yesterday. We started off the show. It was just amazing, and the way he just broke that down, the content he showed. I mean, I want to learn more about the man, but the content creator he is unbelievable. And I mean, just think. I mean, he started his YouTube in 2020. He's at 139,350,416 views. That's amazing. And the work he's putting in, from afar, Lamont, I want you to know I know you do a great job. Continue on doing what you do. As a black man, you doing a great job. The positive speaking you always speak. The one disagreement we have is about who the GOAT is. And one of the reasons I believe you have Jordan as the GOAT is because LeBron is still playing. And I think sometimes that's held against LeBron that he's still playing. And some people don't want to call him the GOAT, even though Jordan was the GOAT when he was still playing. But hey, I go with you for right now. We'll have that discussion once LeBron retired. But keep doing what you're doing and don't stop. Hey, go James Kingdom. We appreciate you. And like I said, Travis has said at the beginning of the show, we're seeing new people in the chat. And one of the reasons we're seeing new people in the chat is because of FYF Sports. And there's another reason is because of Johnny and Brandon and Craig and Travis. So those are new reasons why we got people in the chat. But Lamont, you do a great job. You do a great job breaking down everything. The content you do is great, and I don't want you to stop. Please, you break down basketball. You explain it. You taught me some things about basketball that I forgot because I did lose the love for basketball I used to have. My mama died while I was playing basketball. A lot of people don't know that, and I stepped away from basketball after that in 2006, and to get my love back was a hard thing for me to get back because I felt like one of the things I lost when I lost my mom is that I felt like I put basketball in front of my mama, which I didn't, but that's what I was doing when my mom passed. So Lamont, you do a great job. You've broken down basketball. You've helped me relearn basketball, and I just want you to know that I appreciate the hard work you do, and thank you again.
Indeed, man. Shout out to Lamont, man. Again, when I first met FYF Sports Debate, I kind of met them through A Weezy Bang and SB Talk Sports, and they were over there a lot as well. Maybe not A Weezy Bang, but I guess it was through the algorithm of following those two sites. But I know that we did reach out to Lamont, and eventually Lamont showed us some love and allowed us to be on his platform. So thank you, Lamont, for that. So as that goes, again, Lamont is not a LeBron actual content creator fan page, but he does talk about LeBron in a great light, and he does talk about basketball in general. So again, you have been officially given your flowers by King John, and you are officially GJK approved there at FYF Sports Debates. But before we get on to the rest of the show, let's actually pull up that clip from yesterday's program, because yesterday's show, Lamont did actually have something to say regarding LeBron James haters and how they hate on LeBron. So let's go ahead and play Lamont talking about that here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if I can get that ready for y'all. Here we go.
But when we talk about LeBron James, y'all, I told y'all about 2-3 streams ago, I said that the LeBron James haters, there's things are starting to transition because they're turning into the minority. They're starting to turn into the minority. A lot of the people that have once proclaimed Jordan as the GOAT are starting to reverse course. And so what we are now seeing is casuals who struggle with actually talking basketball are going to desperate means and measures by propagating non-basketball talking points on LeBron James to try to keep him out of the conversations that people call the GOAT conversations. import says DEA goes after distribution.
So that's Lamont breaking down how basically these guys are really going at every desperate measures and means to try to discredit LeBron James at every turn, no matter what. Because again, they're obsessed with LeBron James fans. That's the number one thing on top of that. And they really just don't like. They just have a weird obsession with LeBron James. They just really do, and hating on LeBron James. And
all this time, I thought it was because 2011. That's all I keep hearing.
They got a weird obsession.
Now it's not talking about. I guess that's not basketball.
That was 14 years ago.
I'm just saying.
That's still not basketball because they don't break it down in the sense of basketball terms. They use it as. That's what I'm saying. They don't break it down. They don't say nothing. They lie and say that no
I heard Brandon earlier
had a
say people hold 2011 against him, and that's the reason why they don't view him to go.
They do, but it's not basketball.
You showed me a video when it said people calling him not to go because it's personal thing that has nothing to do with basketball. So I'm confused right now.
That's what they do. That's what he's saying. That's what they've gone to. 2011's. You're confused.
Greg always confused. That's the problem.
You're always confused, and you're confusing yourself. They can't use 2011 no more because like Brandon said, that's no longer. They can't use that anymore. So now they got to go to.
I'm just saying this is what I'm
hearing. Now they saying he cheated on his wife.
First you were saying stuff, but which one are you? Are you saying something or are you confused? Because if you're confused, you should say nothing.
I'm just confused. Y'all saying one thing and y'all showing video.
Okay, so if you're confused,
thing.
let me help unconfuse you. Let me help you get the confusion out of this.
Is it both or is it one or the other?
No, it's
media
neither.
talks about 2011 nonstop because they can't talk about men having sex with men on TV. That's what the fans do.
Yeah, exactly. So they can't bring up 2011.
Who the hell does that? What are you talking about? That's all they do.
What do y'all be scrolling?
Where do you be at, Fred? Where do you be at?
Where do you be at, Fred?
Craig be somewhere arguing with somebody about Scottie Pippen's point per game.
I mean, they're all in the comments.
I don't be with this whole thing of memes of videos and all that other Diddy stuff. I don't do none of that. Y'all be like I said. I keep giving them wrong
LeBron. You never heard them say LeBron James was taking steroids right on the sideline.
No, I've heard him. I heard them accuse of steroids because he was associated with someone. But I never believed he did steroids.
No, they got footage of LeBron taking steroids right on the sideline.
No, they got his pills. They show him.
I've never seen that video.
No, and this is the new thing. That's why Lamont did the video yesterday. Supposedly, DJ Academics has proof that LeBron James used to go to Canada to have man-offs with Drake. And he'd been cheating on his wife for years with white girls.
I've never heard that. I don't know what is in your news feed.
That's what I'm saying. That's 2 days ago. That's 2 days ago. That happened 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's
2 days ago. That's 2 days ago. That's 2 days ago. And guess what? Every Michael Jordan Zesty Jeffrey fan page have run off with this. That is the big topic, LeBron James, because they can't talk the game of basketball. They can't talk 2011 no more. That's already been destroyed. So now they got to bring up steroids, Diddy parties, and things of that nature, and all kind of conspiracy theories. Just like Lamont said, nothing to do because they can't handle LeBron James's greatness. We can't even talk about how great his dunk is because they can't handle how great LeBron James is. They can't handle his greatness. We got to erase all of that.
I don't know. I don't nothing in my news feed.
Right.
He dunked on somebody. He dunked on somebody who wasn't.
I need your news feed. That's what I do.
Yeah, like they can't even have a segment on TV about a play LeBron James did without bringing up 2011.
Yeah, he dunked on somebody who wasn't even born when he came in the league. That's crazy.
And you can't open up a basketball group without hearing how LeBron and other dudes are doing stuff together, or he's taking steroids in a pill for on the sidelines, or he's LeBalco, LeDiddy.
I've seen Jordan's son sniff coke. I've seen Jordan's son sniff coke. It's technology.
I mean,
you're gonna see shit you ain't supposed to see.
Allegedly, that was.
You're gonna see shit you ain't supposed to see. You're gonna hear shit you ain't supposed to hear.
Yeah, there's no steroids in the pill for him, but it's cool.
Look, Craig, look here. B-League can't talk basketball without stat news. How else are we supposed to talk basketball?
Well, what are we going to use?
NBA.com.
That's why they use LeDiddy.
That's why they use at work. when we challenge him to come on the panel. So.
All right, we're gonna bring up people one at a time. We got Blue Boat in the building. Shout out to Blue Boat. We're here to do the Lord's work, and we got the Lord of Goat, James Kingdom, here, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Blue Boat. What do you have for today's topic, sir?
Yes, to everybody. Shout out to everybody, man. Everybody doing a good job, man. It's good to have content like this.
Oh, and before you go, Blue Boat, it was Jordan that had 13 field goals. It wasn't the Bulls. It was Jordan and Jordan only. It wasn't the Bulls.
Jordan only. I knew that. I pretty much knew that beforehand. Yeah.
Wait. Jordan had 13 straight field goals?
Yes.
1991.
Yes, and the last 13 field goal was the layup. That's why they was talking about it.
Jordan scored 26 straight points for the Bulls.
No, he scored. It was his 13th. His 13th, not the game's 13th in a row.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it wasn't hit. Yeah, okay. So Jordan was Jordan. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because Jordan missed like 2 shots that game.
Because he had George Teague on him.
See, here we go.
But I don't think they played the clip because it was his 13th. They played the clip because
George Teague was not
they thought
sticking
it
him.
was an incredible play.
Because it wasn't Byron Scott. It wasn't James Worthy.
It was game 2. They was all there.
No, it was game 5.
It was game 2.
Game two.
Okay. All right, you're right. Okay, so go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I was saying that like it was. It's nice to have a platform like this where we can actually talk basketball and not talk bullshit. Before I get to the actual basketball, I seen that stream that Lamont had yesterday, right? And it's basically did nothing but further expose these clowns, these so-called basketball fans when they're actually casual. You got George and Miss Winters from Cleveland talking out of the side of their damn necks. You know, this whole thing about LeBron and Drake and all this stuff, talking about how Drake, you know what I mean, and all this stuff. And long story short, you can tell who the casuals are, man, you know what I mean? And Mrs. Winters, he's from Ohio, and he's giving Ohio a goddamn bad name. I'm from Ohio, and he's giving Ohio a bad name. So these guys, man, they I bet you don't even watch basketball. They only come up on the panel on Lamar's panel to spew bullshit and hate on LeBron. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man. Like, you know. And as far as the media goes, like, a lot of these guys, they're like these content creators on YouTube. None of these guys watch the game. We had Oklahoma City Thunder and the Cleveland Cavaliers probably played the game of the year. Game of the year the other day, but yet you had other cats, they still want to talk about what's LeBron doing and what's going on with that. They only cover that shit one time. I seen that highlight on ESPN one time, and then it was back to other BS on First Take. You know how they do. First Take, Fox Sports. I mean, it's like they say they hate LeBron. They say they can't stand LeBron, right? But they're furthering this guy's GOAT case. By talking about. Just by simply talking about. You know, you're not going to got people 5 years from now, like, what's this all about? They're going to go back and look at this guy's career and like, well, that didn't happen. That didn't happen like you said. Or they'll say something about he got shut down by a certain player. He did this, he did that behind the scenes. You know what I mean? And they'll say that didn't happen. They're just furthering this guy's GOAT. And it's only gonna make these so-called casuals. It's gonna be these casuals' fault. I'm telling you, man. And these so-called content creators here on YouTube. You know what I mean? And it's crazy, man. Because, like I said, when this guy finally hangs them up, a lot of these guys, they're gonna become irrelevant. I'm telling you, man. These cats gonna become super irrelevant. They're gonna become irrelevant. And especially these guys. It's funny how TNT done lost the NBA Cup. You can blame that on Charles Barkley and Shaq. Because I think didn't they put in like a bid to match the offer for NBC?
They did. They matched. They matched right. Amazon's offer.
Right, Amazon's offer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the league rejected. They see how like no other sports. You know, none of the sports and they Hall of Famers talk bad and down about the game like that, except for except for the NBA. No sport. Mm-hmm. So it's like they see that they see that and they said, you know what, we need to put it in the hands of people who actually can call the game right down the middle. Don't have no agendas. Don't have no biases. You know what I mean? Because Charles Barkley was a great player, man, but this guy needs to go on and go ahead and retire, man, and go off in the sunset or something like.
He's a bitter old man now.
No, didn't
He's a bitter old man now.
ESPN signed him. ESPN signed Inside NBA on TNT. They signed him. They're going to be collaborating with ESPN on basketball games.
So I guess we're going to see more Stephen A. Snitch
with Shaq and Barkley together. And all of them.
I thought they said if they wasn't going to re-sign with TNT, they were just going to quit.
No, he said that if they didn't resign like the whole staff, like they're basically going to bring the
staff.
whole.
Yeah, they're gonna bring everybody.
Yeah, they bring everybody that's involved and bring them over to ESPN.
From what I heard, Barkley didn't even sign on yet. He's saying he's still thinking about it. So it's quite possibility that he may not even go over to ESPN because he's talking about he don't want to work like 4 days a week.
But they don't work 4 days a week. They only work.
I mean, they only watch the game.
He don't even work the 2 days that he's supposed to be on.
Right.
So Craig, this is another idiot who likes to talk about PEDs and Diddy. That's a Jordan fan. I mean, they're everywhere.
Yeah, dude's a clown, man. Dude's a straight clown, man.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
He just talking. He's just repeating the talking points that Pandemic TV and Cusino say. I bet you any money. I bet you any money this clown subscribed to these guys. But anyway, like Barkley said, like if they working in more than 3 days a week, you're not signing on. So inside the NBA next season could be totally different. Totally different.
It don't matter. I don't care. I don't watch them anyway. So
yeah, I watch that shit anyway.
Yeah, I stop watching. Yeah.
If I know everything they say, y'all sound like these Zesty Jeffries who keep worried about LeBron. Y'all worried about people y'all don't like. Y'all some bunch of hypocrites. You know that?
Oh man, no. We just clapping back at the narrative, Craig. We just clapping back.
No, I'm just saying I don't watch them, so I don't know what they saying because I don't like what they say, so I don't watch it.
Yeah, but you be on YouTube, right? You be on YouTube. Certain things pop up where you can't control. But like, if they say something like Charles Barkley calls out this player, Charles Barkley calls this player soft, you can't help but to watch because that shit pops up on YouTube, it pops up on Instagram, it pops up on X, Twitter.
Don't you gotta click it to watch it?
No.
When you're on social media, you see it. When you're on social media, you see it. We see it all the time. Like,
I gotta decline them. I gotta decline the post.
Anyway.
Post get declined on Go James Kingdom. They're trying to post Charles Barkley saying
that's all they want to do is post LeBron hate.
Yeah.
Yes, it does get declined all the time.
All the time. going down the Instagram feed for our Go James Kingdom page just to go down there just to see it pops up. It doesn't matter.
And I'm willing to bet all of Ticket TV, all of Cusino's lapdogs are here right now watching the stream as we speak. In
fact, that Charles Barkley post that we made recently reached over 1.5 million views because it's Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
That's our most viral post ever.
All I know is ESPN put stuff on the show that people watch. So I know First Take, but the #1 show on that network for the last 10 years. So obviously, what they've been doing has been working. So they don't care about the minority; they care about the majority, and majority people want to hear what they're going to say. So until that change, you're going to keep hearing people like them who just look.
But here's the point: you got a lot of casuals that watch sports too. You got to factor in that too. A lot of casuals.
It's more casuals than regular because that's
what I'm saying.
Until that changes, they're going to do whatever.
They talking more than they watch it. That's the problem. The casuals actually talk the game more than they watch it.
And that's the problem. They're the
ones main in the comments. That's fine with us. So like we always tell them, you're safe in the comments. You're more than welcome
you don't
to
need
comment
to
all day long.
Talk basketball, and so it gives everyone who knows what a basketball look like the option to talk it, even though they might not talk it. But
all right, so we appreciate your take there, Blue Boat. We'll put you in the background so we can bring up the.
Yeah, appreciate it, Blue.
Thank you so much, man. Let's bring up Mingle Jester. Shout out to Mingle Jester in the building. So you hear us talking about how they hating on LeBron. What's wrong with those folks hating on LeBron, man? Why they got to hate on LeBron's greatness? Why they trying to erase LeBron's greatness?
Man, listen. It to me, I don't see nothing that's hate because ain't nobody exempt from criticism. Y'all confuse criticism with hate. People criticize Kobe. People criticize Duncan. People criticize Iverson. People criticize Kareem. People criticize Hakeem. Every NBA player, Bill Russell, all these guys. LeBron ain't above that. Y'all, anything somebody say about LeBron, y'all automatically go straight to he hating. But y'all can say all this stuff about all these other players, like a Jordan and Kareem and all these other guys. But as soon as somebody says something about LeBron, it's got to be hate. Like, I don't understand that. I never understood that. This dude is not above criticism. You can criticize him. You can critique him. You can critique his game. You can critique his accolades and whatever else you choose to. Just like any other NBA player. It goes for all of them.
Do y'all remember somebody talking shit about Kobe 60?
What? What do we say about Kobe or Kareem that's negative?
No, I want to know. He said,
man, don't even get me, bro. I ain't even gonna go through all that. I'm not even doing that.
Wait, no.
I'm not doing that at all. I'm not doing it.
Everybody can be critiqued.
Yeah, man, come on,
I don't remember
bro.
Kobe being critiqued for scoring 60 points. We said it was great. If he did something great, you get appreciated for it. I don't know when we've ever took away Kobe's greatness. When have we ever took away Kobe's greatness?
That ain't what I said. You twisting my words now. I ain't never said take away his greatness. That's not what I said.
Your critique of LeBron is to take away his greatness.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Bro, if I come to you and say LeBron is 4-6 in the NBA Finals, is that not a fact? Y'all call that hate. Y'all call that hate.
That is hate. Because 4-6 means nothing.
Y'all call that hate.
4-6 means nothing. You're saying because it's bad. You're not saying
no. I'm saying it because it's a fact.
No,
I ain't saying it because it's bad. I'm saying it because it's a fact.
No, why can't you say what's great? He won 4 championships.
Yes, he did, but he lost 6.
Why does the 6 matter? Why does losing 6 matter? Why do you have to say that?
That's why.
Why do you have to say that though? Why do you have to say a lot of things happen?
But we can say all the other facts about his career, but we can't state that. And that's a fact.
And the Lakers were losing when Kobe was scoring 60. We can say that.
Yes, they was, because that's a fact. That's my point. Is
that considered critiquing Kobe? If we say
yes, it is. You literally making my point for me. Exactly.
But hold on. So would you accept that? Would you accept that?
No, yes, I accept because that's what happened. You got to accept what happened. That's all I'm saying. If it happened, you got to accept it. It is what it is. That's just like when I tell y'all, Kobe calls the Lakers the NBA championship in 2004. I don't mind saying that because he did. That's a fact. What's the problem with saying that, though? That's my point.
It's a negative.
I don't give a damn. It happened. That's what happened. So I don't care if it's negative or positive. It happened.
So it goes against his legacy, correct?
Yes, it does. It definitely does. Yes, it does.
So you're willing to critique players to just so that you can critique LeBron, because we don't want to.
No, I critique anybody.
We don't want to critique them because we don't want to do that. As LeBron fans, we don't want to critique players. There's no point of critiquing them because they're all great. If you're great, you're great. But for the fact that you want to critique LeBron, you're willing to critique all players. Is what you're saying?
No, I'm willing to critique anybody in their career. If something happened in your career, whether it's good or bad, I'm gonna say it. Okay, I'm not gonna hold back just because I like you or I think the player's great.
All right,
if it happened, it happened.
Okay, that's fine. What is the point of critiquing? What is the point of your critique? Why
the point of critiquing is to tell. See, when you telling about a player's greatness and not critiquing them or not saying what really happened, that means you're telling half of the story. You're not telling their full career. You're just telling half of it. But when you go and like I just said about Kobe, he calls them to 2004. People get the full scope of what you're talking about instead of little bits and pieces.
What does him failing and choking in 2004 have to do with Kobe's greatness?
It has nothing to do with it because a person's failures is what brings them to their greatness. You don't know that, though. You don't know that.
But
when a person fails, that's what makes them great.
Wait. But that's not critiquing him. Then I'm not critiquing him if I'm using his failures as a way to show how great he was. So that's not really a critique.
Oh my goodness, Lord!
No, we're talking about critiquing because
this is not
you
rocket
guys
science.
Can never stick on
this
pace.
This is not rocket science, bro.
No, yes, exactly. So why is critiquing necessary? Why is highlighting
critiquing is necessary to show what the player?
How does it make it great? How does 2004 make Kobe great? How does that
critiquing is necessary to show the full scope of a player's career. That's why critiquing is necessary.
I'm not trying to live for full scope. I'm asking you to apply that to how it makes Kobe great. How does 2004 and critiquing 2004 make Kobe greater than what we already know about Kobe? How does that help?
It doesn't help. That ain't the point.
That's the point then. So your critique is useless.
That's not the purpose of what I'm saying.
Your critique is useless.
Whether it makes
it's
them great or not.
It's unnecessary. It's not needed. No one cares how you feel. That's your problem.
Whether it makes him great or not, that's a part of his career. I don't care if it makes him great or not. That's a part of his legacy. I don't care whether it makes him great or not.
It's not a part of his greatness. Exactly. We're talking about greatness. You can't talk greatness. You want to talk critique. You want to be Nicky Lake. You want to be Montel Williams.
Kobe missing the playoffs in 2005. That's a part of his career.
Jerry Springer.
Kobe getting put out in the first round in 2006 and 2007. That's a part of his career.
I got a question.
That's my point. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, we played the clip of them trying to stay how LeBron dunk was. What does what he did in the past, winning or losing, have to do with that dunk? Okay, you wasn't watching. I mean,
exactly.
Okay.
He just wants to argue. His argument is this.
Right.
He's basically saying
what does that have to do?
We must allow them to critique players and then force us to critique players as well. They basically saying, well, you guys should be critiquing players too. And then when we start critiquing players, they start telling us we don't know basketball and start calling us clutch sports representatives. That's exactly what you do.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring up somebody else. Yeah.
I want to come back up here and first of all apologize to Mr. Ajani. I came across kind of harsh at first. He made some valid points at me. I definitely can't lie. He sometimes will twist words at times, which I don't like. But he definitely knows sports. That's definitely true. So, one thing I want to say is that one thing that is not talked about enough is that Bird, if I can talk about Bird, is that fine, Johnny? Or no?
Go ahead and talk about Bird.
This is not Friday night, sir. This is a Sunday afternoon. Go ahead, continue.
Just go. What you have to say about Bird?
I believe that Bird isn't talked about enough. He is 6-0 versus Jordan in the playoffs. 6-0. Why is that not talked about? That is insane.
How is that not talked about? Let's talk about every fucking day on every platform.
Not here, Travis. I haven't heard talk about here one time.
What are we going to talk about? He won 6 games versus Mike. Big fucking deal. Like, why are we going to talk about it?
That's a big fucking deal. If you
why is that a big fucking deal? Does that factor into your all-time rankings?
Travis, that's a big fucking deal. If he's not talked about, why is Jordan talked about more than Bird? That is
because he's a better player than Bird, and he has a better overall resume.
Don't come at me, bro. Dude, that's a fucking point, right, Travis? Don't come at me, bro. He's 6-0 versus Jordan. That means that he's better than Jordan, bro. Like,
no, it doesn't. That's the dumbest take I've ever fucking heard.
No. Don't fucking bring smoke and then back off it. Like, don't do that.
Why is he better than Jordan? Hold on. Why is he better than Jordan? Why is he better than Jordan?
I'm not saying that he's better than Jordan. I'm saying that Jordan's talked about more than Bird. Why? Bird fucking smoked him 6-0.
That's his resume. His resume.
They played one-on-one? They played one-on-one for 2 playoff series? He didn't have an all-time great team?
It's fucking crazy.
Dumbest shit ever. What a casual you are, dude. No wonder Johnny boots your dumb ass every fucking time.
Craig, you see this, right? Craig, you see this, Craig?
Where do you rank Bird all time? Where do you rank Bird all time?
Craig is getting confused.
I'm confused. What the hell is going on?
Hold up, Doc. I can't hear him.
My problem is that sports takes shows in general. Not here. I'm talking about in general. They don't even talk
Where do you rank Bird, though? Where do you rank Bird all time?
7 all time.
Where do you rank Jordan? Where do you rank Jordan?
2.
Ox, stop hiding, Ox. Hit that link, Ox. Stop hiding.
Wait, you just said he was better than.
So what's your argument? If you have,
I'm making a point as to say that Larry Bird should be talked about more. That's all that I'm saying. That's all.
Okay, that's all you're saying. Okay, we actually do give Bird his respect here. There's no one who says nothing negative about Larry Bird. There's no negative about Bird ever.
So
we don't critique players unless it's Michael Jordan.
Yeah, there's no negative about Bird. We give Bird his
have Larry
respect.
Bird a top 10, and then we'll talk to that person.
Yeah, we all think Bird was great.
Thank you, Frank. As you can see, you came off worse on a Sunday than you do on a Friday night. Let's bring up Twin Man, go James Kingdom member.
That moron, dude. Also, he just contradicted himself. He said he's better than Jordan. Oh, but I have him ranked higher.
I keep telling y'all these dudes were in special ed, man.
I like Frank.
They were able.
He had a pretty good argument.
They were able to go home early. They were able to go home early and listen to Jerry Springer, Ricky Lake and Montel Jordan and all of these shows for gossip purposes. They want to gossip. We even got Ox here talking about this man was cooking when this man was literally saying we have to be able to critique players. That is nonsense. You don't have to critique a player. There's no rule in sports that says if we're talking about how great somebody is that we must somehow talk about how negative they are for us to recognize their greatness. That is nonsense.
I think people got the difference between appreciating greatness and critiquing, because greatness, you only supposed to talk about the good thing. Critiquing, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about in that particular moment you're critiquing, but greatness is overall. Critiquing is finding one minute thing to talk about. So I don't understand why. Greatness, appreciate what they did. If you want to critique, then you critique their whole career. Appreciating greatness is only appreciating what they did good.
But we're not trying to critique nobody's career at the moment. We're just trying to say how great somebody is. I know what you're saying.
But we're saying LeBron's the only one that people want to critique their careers. It's almost like they're saying, well, listen, because we want to critique LeBron, y'all gotta let us. Everybody got to be critiqued. If you want to critique everybody, they want us to go down that route so they can argue with you, because they're special ed students. They don't have a real purpose for what they're trying to do. There's no goal. There's no end means to none of this argument. There's no clarifying anything. It's about who can make the best argument at the moment. That's what Frank just came up here and did. He literally just said, why can't Bird be better than Michael while he doesn't have Bird better than Michael? Why don't they let Giannis and SGA play on Sunday afternoon so we can all watch them, but then again, he doesn't watch the in-season tournament game while they were playing together? These guys just want to argue. They want to show up on any platform and argue. This is how they can gain attention, Craig. This is what you don't understand.
You can come up later, Frank.
Ain't nobody cares about Frank. Nobody cares about Frank.
Let's go ahead and move on to Twin
Frank
Man.
looks like that dude from Full Metal Jacket. Y'all ever seen that movie Full Metal Jacket? That's exactly what he looks like. That dude from that movie. Rice and beans.
Rice and beans. Hey Johnny, you ain't shit, bro.
That shit was funny.
Oh no, they said I can critique. I don't want to critique greatness. I'm going to critique motherfuckers that ain't shit. Zesty Jeffries. If I'm going to critique anything, I'm going to critique something that's worth critiquing. Zesty Jeffries. I'm not going to critique greatness because none of these Zesty Jeffries got anything great to say or anything great to contribute to a GOAT James Kingdom platform. Nothing at all.
Let me tell you, John, it's different hearing that bad of a take in person, like, than just watching your Friday night exposure and like seeing that. It's different here.
Yeah, you can't really say why nobody has to turn in front of.
This is the new. So y'all, this is the new thing. This is the new thing now. I noticed this. This is the new thing now. Why can't you critique? If you're talking about a player's greatness, what are you critiquing about their greatness? You can't critique. There's no critique for greatness.
Exactly. There's no critique for greatness.
So to sit here and hide behind nobody's above criticism, what are you criticizing if you're only supposed to talk about their greatness? So Craig was 100% factual and 100% correct when he just said that. Only time you want to hear anyone being critiqued is when they're talking about LeBron James. And then it's normally not about basketball. You talked about Lamont Stream last night. I'm on there with Mr. Winters and George, literally the two dumbest people I've talked to ever on a panel. Lamont literally plays the woman coming out saying, I never slept with LeBron James. Before Mr. Winters and George say anything, me and Lamont talk about that video and talked about what happened all over the summer and all over earlier last year when they were trying to lie and said the man was on steroids and how they used how they used basically uncredible person to try to boost this argument. Even though there's been 20 years of blood testing, even though there's been Olympic blood testing, even though the DEA said that we ain't got shit on him.
Exactly, and discredit the DEA. The man literally said we don't trust the popo. Of course you don't trust.
So check me out. As soon as I got done talking, I said, "Watch, George and Mr. Winters is gonna say something stupid." The moment I got done talking, George crazy ass sit here and said, "You believe everything the DEA say?" You Mr. Winters comes up there and says, "Well, we heard her side of the story. What's the other side of the story? What's another side of the story if the other person sat here and came out and said, I didn't do what you said I did?" That there's a different level of hatred when it comes to one particular player. Because when you talk about Mike, you can't talk about the 5 losing seasons. You can't talk about him being 1-9 without Scotty. Because then that's hating, and then there's excuses that have to be made.
Wait, I gotta say this before this gets off of my mind. You just said they always say there's always another side to the story. What famous show that came on at 12 o'clock noon on a Monday?
Jerry Springer.
Thursday, and he would say, "Let's hear the other side of the story." How many
Jerry
times
Springer.
have we? Oh my God! No, continue.
So then, of course, there's double talk involved through the whole conversation, because if we start talking about failures, we have to make excuses for other people's failures while we amplify other players' failures. So at the end of the day, if you're talking about a player's greatness, why are you talking about 2011? Why are you talking about 6 finals losses? Why are you talking about any of that shit if we're talking about greatness? You're not here to talk about greatness. You're here to critique. And your critique is normally going to be 100% negative. Even when you start talking about his greatness, you're going to sit here and say, only reason why he got to the scoring title is because he's played over 20 years. That's because it takes over 20 years to get something that prestigious. See, even in their praise, they're going to be negative. So their entire critique of LeBron James is going to be negative, even when you're talking about the greatness. So it's not a critique, it's all attack. And I wish they would just tell the truth. It's all attack. So when somebody, who's going to troll like me, who's going to come up here and sit here and say, even though it's not trolling, Kobe Bryant's not top 10, and I give you my argument on why he's not top 10, they get mad. If I sit here and tell you Michael Jordan's resume isn't better than Kareem's, I have people scoffing at me, telling me I don't know basketball. They'll tell me I just want to argue. But you sitting here running around talking about the man used steroids, the man cheated on his wife, the man made his wife call him the GOAT. That's disrespectful. You shitting on the man's son. You shitting on the man's entire life, basically. That's not wrong. That's just critiquing. Do you see what I'm saying? Make it make sense.
I know is I've been hearing Jordan got his father killed for the last 30 years, so I don't want to hear shit about personal shit about LeBron, because that's way before anything about LeBron. I've been hearing that since '93. Jordan got his father killed.
Because that's what when they lie and say he just left for different reasons when he quit. So we got to tell the truth when they say something that's a lie. That's not critiquing. That's just telling the truth.
Hey, Twin Man, they critique LeBron for not going to Dwayne Wade Hall of Fame induction. When LeBron when his son had just had cardiac arrest.
But King John, do you see him talking about? It's the blatant, ridiculous shit. Like Mingo Jester was up here, literally making. I'm gonna start calling on it the Winters argument now. A player, that's a part of his legacy, but we're supposed to be talking about his greatness. I am talking about his greatness. If you're talking about 2011, that's not greatness. You're talking about a failure. See, talking about someone's greatness would be like, hey, Bill Russell won 11 championships. You notice how I didn't mention he's 11-1? Because I'm talking about the 11 championships. Michael Jordan's 6-0. I'm not talking about how he never beat Larry Bird in a playoff game ever, or how he's 1-9 without Scottie Pippen. Because those other 2 points aren't greatness. Those aren't greatness.
Well. To be fair, Twin Man, that's what they do when LeBron James is mentioned. They try to compare him to Jordan, so they have to bring up the negative. They have to critique LeBron James when LeBron James do something. Because, like we played the clip when they asked about the dunk, nowhere did they mention let's have a GOAT debate. Let's compare him to Jordan. That's why those things came up, and that's what Mingo Jester is talking about. You have to critique LeBron past when he do something current. So that's the reason why they talk about critiquing LeBron, because he just cannot do something great and people just acknowledge it. It was a dunk. It was a good dunk. How great was it? If it was mid, just say it. But what's the point of having 5 minutes of disrespecting LeBron James?
It's because he can't, again, like you said, he can't have it. Think about it. Yeah, I saw it. The very first thing they did was play the reverse layup from Michael Jordan. Why? For what? Who was comparing it? They're still both great plays. So who cares? This wasn't better than that one. One's a dunk, one's a layup. They're not comparable. You would compare dunks or layups. You wouldn't compare those 2 plays. But you want to compare it, like B-Lee, like you said, to argue, to sit here and say it doesn't matter what LeBron James did. It doesn't matter that he's 40 and Michael at that time was with Michael in that.
No. Exactly. So that's the point. That's why they have to make it seem like LeBron James isn't that great, because Jordan couldn't do it.
Layup. Yeah, layup.
But that's my point. It doesn't matter if Jordan could do it or not. I don't care about that.
That's why they want to critique everything, because they can't appreciate greatness outside of Michael Jordan. If it doesn't make Michael Jordan look great, if it doesn't make Michael Jordan look great, it is not great. And why would you mention why allow? They don't want us to praise. No one told y'all can't praise Michael Jordan for shooting up a bunch of bricks underhanded when he wasn't supposed to do that, flicking up a bunch of underhanded shots that he missed a lot of the times, but you only saw the highlights of him making it. Nobody critiqued that shit. Nobody was critiquing Jordan. Nobody was doing that shit. They got a chance to appreciate Jordan.
To really compare is that Vince Carter dunk on Alonzo Mourning. You could compare that. There's another one for you, Craig.
Yeah, we'll bring you back up, Twin Man. We'll bring you back up. Let's bring up Wiggins. Wiggins is another Zesty.
Y'all got
gonna bring up some Zesty Jeffrey logic.
Because I haven't said nothing in 10 minutes, and I keep saying I'm speaking facts, and I ain't say nothing for like the last 10 minutes. Somebody in here playing around. I'm gonna find out who it is.
It's gonna be the chat be like watching it late, and they love Craig. Craig is the #1 guy up here. They disrespect everybody else. Me, Ajadi, John, and Travis. They love Craig.
Nah, man.
They love you.
Yeah, because Craig's the only one they got. He's the only one that can save him from saying stupid shit. He's the only one. He's the only one that can save him. Trust me. He's the only one. So let's let Mr. Wiggins Wick come in here, because he's going to bring up a bunch of stuff like Kobe's better than LeBron. What's good? What's good?
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so my thing about critiquing, right? The reason I critique players, because, all these players are great, but failures can diminish your greatness to a certain extent. So that's why I criticize all players. So that's the reason I disagree with you guys about, you can't critique players, because failures can diminish a player's greatness. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah, we don't care to diminish players' greatness. That's the whole point. That's exactly what we're trying to say.
Yeah, I understand. I have a question. Do you think Larry Bird was a great player?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason to say why he wasn't a great player?
You could critique how he played in '81.
No, I'm just saying, is there any reasons why you should say he wasn't a great player by saying he's great?
Like, he wasn't great. There's no failure that'll make him not a great player. But there are certain things in his career where he underperformed, where that might diminish his greatness to even a tiny bit. Even that tiny bit can be the difference between him being like 6th or 7th on an all-time list, because all these guys.
Okay, but we're not having a where Larry Bird is in the all-time ranking. We're just saying that Larry Bird is a great player, and he's a great shooter. He was a great all-around player. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so having that conversation, what is the reason why we should say something negative about him? Like, what's the reason why we should?
If you're having an all-time debate, that would be the
No,
reason to bring up.
if we're not having a all-time debate, we're just naming great players. Is there a reason why we should say something negative about Larry Bird?
I would say no. If you're only talking about greatness and not ranking them all time, then I'd say no.
But even in ranking,
that's
Brandon, even in ranking, how are you going to rank it? What, how are you going to say what he did in 81 is any worse than what Jordan did in 88 to diminish legacies?
You said what?
How are you going to differentiate, like separate the differences between him failing in 88 and Jordan, him failing in 81 and Jordan failing in 88? Both of those are tarnished on their legacy.
He didn't fail in 81. It's just like the way he played in the finals is like he wasn't playing that great. That Cedric Maxwell got the finals MVP over him. Yeah. So that's be like a critique.
Same thing with Jordan. Jordan didn't play well to the point where he couldn't make the finals and lost.
Yeah, and that's a critique. And if we're having an all-time debate,
how do you measure the differences to say which one should be worse is the question, sir.
Well, I would argue 88 is worse because he lost. That would be the
so how does that diminish Jordan's legacy?
Because if it's like at a
I'm just
10,
saying how much? No, how much? If he was ranked number one now, how far does that drop him because of 1988?
It's not bad enough to make him 2. I'll say that.
So why was 81 bad enough to take Bird out of the number 1 spot?
To me, it's not. He's still like wherever he is for me. So it wasn't bad enough.
No, you just said that in all-time ranking, these things matter. So that means in all-time rankings, if we're calculating all of these things, how do they fall in line to make sure your calculations are correct? That wherever you got Bird at, Bird that you. Yeah, give me an example, please.
So like 2016, like what happened in 2016, right? For me, like he'll unless he wins like another championship, he'll probably never be better than Magic just off 2016 alone, in my opinion. Because it was that bad. Even Tragic Johnson wasn't as bad as 2016, in my opinion. Blowing that 3-1 versus the Cavs. And that's just my opinion.
Again, how do you measure that? How did you take that? Take that away?
Personal, right?
Because off expectations. Because I expected the Warriors to win. Not only did they not win, they lost in embarrassing fashion, blowing 3-1. So it's really expectation for me, too. That's a big thing for me.
Where did he get the name Tragic Johnson?
That was the nickname after he choked in 84. That was the nickname.
So what's the difference between 84 and 16?
I'd argue 16 is worse because they blew a 3-1. Magic just lost in 84. And he had he missed the 2 free throws and he had some crucial turnovers and didn't shoot the ball.
So let me ask you a question there. So you're saying that your criteria, and this is not an indictment on you, this is a question. Are you saying that your ranking criteria also factors in like these moments in time for the players? Like, let's say you had 10 players, they'd be ranked partially due to that?
Yes. Yeah. So do you rank them by the good stuff first and then follow it, or do you?
Yeah, the good stuff first. Yeah, the good stuff first.
I'd like to see your top 10. I mean, it's interesting to me. I'm interested.
I don't have it yet. I need some time because I used to have
who's your top 3? Who's your top 3?
Jordan, LeBron. I'll give it to Kareem for 3. I know he's going to.
Okay. That's respectable. That's respectable.
All right, we got somebody else in the background. We appreciate you, Wiggins. Thank you for joining the GOAT James.
You must critique the hell out of Bill Russell for that one loss.
No, I want to see that top 10.
I don't even know. He doesn't have one. They just be talking to talk. I keep telling you, these motherfuckers was in special ed.
Next show, he will have one. Trust me. Next show, he's going to do his homework, and he's going to have one.
She ain't going to have homework. They didn't give him homework in special ed. Them motherfuckers ain't never get homework in special ed.
He's going to do his homework, and he's going to have a top 10 next week. All right,
they didn't get no homework in special ed.
That's your homework. Show us your top 10 so you can shut everybody up.
They did not get
and we hope that it's consistent. All right, CJ.
Yeah. All right, CJ, what's good, man? Thank you for joining the GOAT James Kingdom show on a Sunday afternoon. You see, we having a great time talking basketball. What is your takes on the idea, I guess, that we must, critique players now? Because that's why LeBron James has to be critiqued, because it's a necessary thing for us to talk about players. I'm so sorry. That's a horrible thing.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Cool. What's up, fellas? First of all, what's up to the panel? Basketball brings us all together, so I let it. I'm off today. We all workaholics, but we could talk basketball, so let's do it. It's a fear, y'all. You know, It's a fear of errors. It's a fear of the changing of the guard. I don't know why, but people protect that era as much as they can until the wheels fall off. And most of those guys don't even, if we really being honest, like the 80s and the 90s guys, they don't even get along. All right. They still beefing still to this day. Isaiah Thomas said they still got a group chat with the bad boy Pistons. Like, think about it. Like, these guys, this is 30, 40-year-old beefs, right? When Jordan dropped The Last Dance, what that did, that made all of us happy, but then it pissed all the Bulls off.
His
right?
teammates. Yeah, his teammates.
All the teammates got pissed. Like, not one of them.
They went on tour.
I didn't know. Yeah, they went on tour.
Nobody had his back.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like, that shows you, like, the production. Like, these people weren't involved. They didn't have, like, a say-so. Like, Jordan wasn't talking to all right, look, the documentary is The Last Dance, but it's going to be about me, fellas. Like, we know that. I'm going to talk about this, that, and the other. Boom. Jordan sat down and said, look, when I first got to the Bulls, it was drugs, it was this, that, and the other. The league was messed up, and pretty much. So when we call him first hooper or the first baller, they took that and they stuck with it. And the media obviously got behind Jordan. Jordan globalized the game. He's awesome. He's great. He's everything. He's the reason why I started watching basketball. That's the facts, right? But LeBron does something. The first thing somebody does is bring up Jordan. That's how you know that LeBron is great. It is a whole movement, people in the media that wants to devalue and discredit LeBron. And there's a ripple effect, fellas. And we are seeing that ripple effect. When you take a superstar that is an all-time great and you spend his whole career devaluing him, now you devalue the regular season. Now in comes low management. You devalue the all-star. It don't matter. Everything that you devalue MVP. We don't even care about MVPs. We devalue everything. Now everything is about a chip and how you win the chip.
Facts.
The players have done that. So when the players win something, it's like, hey man, I won something. Oh, we don't care. That's what I did. I was sixth man of the year. Oh, we don't care. Oh, that's cool. We don't care. I was comeback player of the year.
Hey, bro, when you back out, you get away from your speaker so we can't hear you. So stay forward so we can hear you.
Stay forward.
Yeah. Stay close. Cool. Yeah.
But maybe it's not because I got an AirPod on. But yeah, bro. It's just it's what's up, Gil? It's like there is an attachment to the era, and like we get it. We love the era. I came up watching Gil, T-Mac. My first basketball memory is Jordan in Utah. I'm 35, right? That's my first basketball memories. That's like falling in love. That's like when I seen Jerry Rice catch a 5-yard out route. Fell in love. But that doesn't mean that Henry isn't great, right? Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean we devalue that, right? That's just what it is. That's my opinion on it. It's just a fear and everything.
No, you touched on the right points there, CJ. You hit every point right there that we talked about. It's something I even talked about on a Friday Night Exposure where we talked about the Cronus complex, where they are afraid of the new legacy of basketball surpassing Michael Jordan's legacy. They didn't expect it. They don't want it, and they're upset at it. That's why we can't talk about nobody being great. That's why we must talk about critiquing players, because there is no such thing as critiquing Michael Jordan. You cannot critique Michael Jordan. Critiquing Michael Jordan means you don't know basketball. You were either you were too young. So that's why they want to play the critique game. That's why they want to talk negative about players, because in their mind, the guy that you're going to talk about the negative the least is Michael. And if you dare talk about Michael Jordan this way, you're just a Johnny. You're LeBron sexual. They have every single negative word for you in the book and every derogatory term for you for thinking Michael Jordan is bad at anything. You can't even say Michael Jordan can't shoot three-pointers, which is a fact.
He wasn't a three-level scorer.
You can't say that. You can't say Michael Jordan wasn't a great
on-ball
defender.
He said he wasn't a three-level scorer. He said it in the interview. That's not my game.
They don't care about
I
that.
work. I attack the basket. I operate from the mid range. That's cool. That's makes him great. But is he a 3-level scorer? No.
Why should
LeBron.
we believe what the players say themselves? Why should we believe it?
Because y'all don't even want to believe half the stuff they say. Because when he say any stuff, y'all don't believe it. So
And
don't give me that.
Jordan said he was never measured. Why do people say he had a 48-foot vertical? He said I was never measured.
And he also said if he was chasing Kareem, he would have never retired in '93. But apparently, y'all don't believe when he says that. I guess that was a lie.
Jordan lied about everything. That's all Jordan do is lie, though. He lied about Isaiah Thomas not being on the Dream Team.
Yeah.
He lied about Jerry Krause. He lied about Jerry Krause.
He lied. Yeah, he goes to the commissioner complaining about fouls. He complained about not winning MVP in 1987 when he was below 500.
At least they have his
Like,
manager.
he does a lot of things. He does a lot of things that's questionable.
All right, let's let CJ make one more take, and then we can get to the next caller. Go ahead, CJ, make that last take right quick, brother, so we can get to the next caller.
When was the origin of the flagrant foul? The technical foul always existed.
Mm-hmm.
But when did the technical foul?
1990, 1991.
Yeah, 91.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know who went upstairs and said, hey, look, enough is enough, right? And the league changed. And it changed around the best player, and it protected its best player. That's what leagues do. Look what the NFL did with Tom Brady. Look at the ripple effect from that. But no one will get up and say Tom Brady ruined the NFL. But the NFL is soft. You can't touch nobody. We can't touch nobody because of Tom Brady.
CJ, don't get that started, CJ. I've been under fire for the last 2 weeks for the same shit that you just said. So don't say that again. Y'all got to check out
strong,
James
CJ.
Kingdom. Again, you spitting facts. We're not telling you you're wrong for what you're saying, but I'm telling you this right now. I stated the same things that you just stated, but at the end of the day, Jordan softened the NBA. Like you said, he's the reason why there's no more flagrant fouls. He's the reason why they said maybe a guard is more better than letting some guy in that 7 foot tall that can barely dribble or do anything make moves for the majority of the game. Let's see if we got some guards out here that could attract more fans as well. And that's why today's NBA, we have the best guards we've ever seen. We got so many guards in the NBA that are so great right now that we have all-star guards that will never be all-stars. Trae Young's never been an all-star.
Trae Young, not an all-star. Amazing.
Jamal Murray.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bunch of players that you're gonna be like, wow, they're gonna get snubbed for all-star because there's just too many good guards. You can't even do that. Can't even put them in there. So yes, Jordan is the reason why flagrant fouls exist, and he softened the league because the game used to be a big man's game. So thank you, CJ, for showing up here. We appreciate you. We'll put you in the background for y'all who want to come back up.
Well, that's greatness. Then he made it possible for short people to sit
But then why complain about those short people dominate today's NBA?
I'm not complaining.
I mean, they complaining. They're the ones who complain saying the NBA is soft, the game is this, the game is that.
No, they complain about
What that's even supposed to mean?
What's his face? The commissioner, he did admit that he emphasized a more scoring. He wanted to have because we all know offense brings seats in. Defensive wins and offense bring the money. So of course you're gonna want the thing that brings you the money to be emphasized. So he did things to emphasize scoring.
But supposedly, but from the guys who are loving to critique, that's not what got people watching. People were watching because of the tough-nosed defense. And
I mean, let's be honest. The 80s, they were scoring 109 points a game in the 80s. They were scoring in triple digits. Even in the 90s to an extent. It wasn't between 97 to 2007 you had that dead ball era when it was like 90 points per game. So literally the dead ball era, Jordan wasn't even part of for like 2 seasons of it.
Look at this. Like I said, nobody said the game is soft today. You heard this? That's a lie. That's what I'm saying. These guys are safe in the comments because they literally make up stuff because we're proving people wrong.
And people, and I said, as you said something earlier, that people only critique the league because LeBron's still in it. I believe they still going to critique the league because they see, like, even now, even LeBron James critiqued it to an extent. So they still going to critique the league because they're critiquing the league as something LeBron James don't even do that. Like that. Like he attempted, but the critique is the shooting the threes. LeBron wasn't no 3-point shooter where he was going 30, making 10 attempts a game. That wasn't never his game.
It's still LeBron's fault to why the viewership is down. It's LeBron's fault why nobody wants to watch the league. It's LeBron's fault why they.
If you want to make that, it's viewer down because it's old and people's not watching no more because that's the only thing want to see LeBron.
Viewership is down because nobody wants to have cable and nobody cares for ESPN or TNT. NBA viewership is up. And the overall NBA viewership is up. They just don't go to ESPN and TNT to go see it. That's what people
obviously they do because these shows are still on there. They're not going to put a show that's not making the money on the show. And he's been there for 10 years.
Nah, he's
or watch NBA games. You mean to go watch NBA games?
First Take is not NBA. It's First Take. Yeah. That's why Stephen A. Smith is paid for First Take. He's not paid to do ESPN NBA on ESPN. He's paid for First Take.
Look, guys, it's Kobe's Kobe 824's burner account. Be fine. How many of these does he have? It's like obviously him. It's nothing like we're not promoting. Nothing's talking about. It's okay to lose. You're not talking about how he's obviously maybe the best winner in NBA history as well. It's talking about LeBron James, obviously. No one's saying that like it's okay to lose. That's not what we're, like. If you hone in on all of our takes and that's how you look at players, then you don't know basketball. You're just talking about wins and losses, no context. No reverence for these players and what they had to go through. You're not talking about the 10 finals appearances. You're not talking about how he dominated arguably the hardest era of basketball of all time. You're not talking about his resume. You just want me to give a hot take on why you think Kobe Bryant's number one over LeBron James, which is ludicrous. So, dude, come up here for a change and like stop being safe in the comments. That's your whole MO. You're a coward.
I like being safe in the comments, so let me stay in the comments.
Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, we told y'all they're not safe anymore. It's a wrap for all Zesty Jeffries because we officially got a place to put all Zesty Jeffries once they step up on the GOAT James Kingdom platform.
Welcome to Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery, where we have identified, marked, and cataloged all Zesty Jeffries for their final resting spot. No longer will you hear Zesty Jeffrey logic like 6-0. And the toughest era ever. This is where all of that ends, right here at Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery. Subscribe to the GOAT James Kingdom channel and also check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership.
I love that. That's great.
By the way, before we move on, let me do this right quick. Later on tonight, ladies and gentlemen, around 8 p.m., we'll be having the GJK Members Gala where we all get together here in a private chat and talk basketball. We're probably going to watch that Wilt Chamberlain game that Casual had the nerve to bring up on a Friday night exposure about Wilt Chamberlain. So we'll have some fun doing that. So if you are a GOAT James Kingdom member, look out for the link. I'll be putting the link up available in the GJK Members community for you guys to join us this evening at 8 p.m. where we can actually talk the game of basketball. So please be available and be stay tuned for that link that'll be available for you guys as we'll be able to do that. So, and again, if you are looking to be a GOAT James Kingdom member, all you got to do is go to our site right on YouTube and you'll see the join tab. You got to do it on the desktop. You hit that join button and then you'll see all the different perks and tiers for being a GOAT James Kingdom member. And we'll obviously reach out to you once you become a member. And we want to thank everybody for supporting what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. Because like we told y'all, we are the Clutch Sports Hitmen. We handle all Zesty Jeffrey logic and lies on a weekly basis. Every Sunday afternoon right here, 12 noon Eastern, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom panel where Brandon and I do this. And obviously we have our guys like Craig, John, and obviously Travis here. So again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great Sunday afternoon. We're having a great show. We were talking about LeBron James being hated on. We already know LeBron James is the most hated player in NBA history. So they like to create a lot of narratives about about all his failures and critique him. They love to critique him. Critiquing LeBron is definitely necessary for us to talk basketball, which is fine with us because that gives GOAT James Kingdom nothing but content and gives us more to talk about in general. So y'all can stay safe in the comments or y'all can hit that link and step up to the plate and try to explain why you don't like LeBron James, which none of us really care here. Nobody really cares if you don't like LeBron James or not. I mean, I really don't care.
Joe, I'm going to need Jim Brown at some point to come on here and tell me live, like, and I've heard this, how is Kobe Bryant ahead of LeBron James when every piece of resume we have, every analytic, every raw stat, performance, contribution to wins, everything that you measure a basketball player, aside from your, whatever you want to say, nostalgia, says LeBron is the better basketball player in every way. I don't care if it's your favorite player or not. Every time you want to win shares, war, box plus one, everything, resumes, MVP. It just says LeBron's the better player. What are you using to put Kobe over him? And I'm not even asking that out of hate. I just want your reasoning, and it can't be I grew up watching him. That doesn't pass muster.
Travis, he's more than likely going to give you the Rashad McCants argument. Kobe never left LA.
Okay.
He's going to give you the Rashad McCants argument. Kobe never left LA. Kobe never ran away from the grind. He's just going to tell you a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with anything that you just sat here and said. You feel what I'm saying? That's what's going to happen.
So
because again, here we go.
So my thing is, if it's all about stats and all that stuff, why ain't Wilt the GOAT then? Because a lot of that stuff that Wilt done did, ain't nobody gonna pass that. Not ever. So why isn't he the GOAT for y'all?
Because Wilt's resume doesn't stack up with LeBron's either.
I'm gonna say it again. But y'all, I don't think y'all going off of his stats, right? You just say he's not gonna be there. You just name all that stuff that he got.
What stats?
So,
what stats you're talking about?
LeBron has better stats than Kobe.
All Wilt stats. Go look at Wilt stats.
What stats? Go tell us. Since you say it, tell us. Tell us.
Wilt stats is crazy, man. All that stuff that Wilt did. Y'all know what Wilt did. Y'all know basketball.
So Mingle Jester, you know that Wilt is like probably the most overrated scorer of all time, right? Like he averaged 36 shots a game for his first 9 years of his season. Okay. That's why he averages as much as Jordan, who took like 8 shots less per game during that same time. Like I love Wilt, and I said that he would be the 1B GOAT if all the accolades were available to him, like just like Bill Russell would be back in the day. But you can't say that, like, okay, what do you have, like 2 Finals MVPs or 1? And like he just doesn't, like, he is not the all-around player that Mike or LeBron is. Like, how are you making Wilt the GOAT? Is it?
But his stats is better though.
How? In what way? How are his stats better?
What do you mean? Have you seen his stats?
Are you talking points and rebounds?
What I mean? Huh?
Because okay, so he's not going to beat him in 3-level scoring. He's not going to beat him in assists. He's not going to beat him in steals. So there's different stats that you can lock up with LeBron. Like he's not going to beat him in MVPs. He's not going to beat him in all NBA selections. What's the criteria for putting Wilt as the GOAT?
A lot of that, like you just said, my guy, a lot of that stuff that was available to players now wasn't available to Wilt and Bill Russell.
So what are you using?
So basically, so a lot of the stuff you can't even count when it comes down to Wilt and Bill Russell. That's the reason why I don't even like really ranking Bill Russell and Wilt, because a lot of the stuff wasn't available to them.
Right. That's my whole thing too. I have them GOAT on my separate list.
because a lot of the stuff wasn't available to him back then, like Defensive Player of the Year award and all that stuff wasn't even available back then, like it was now to these guys.
Available, and then use their stuff that was available. Like you didn't.
Because that's all we got. You have to use the stuff that we have available because that's all you got. What else do you have? You can't use something that wasn't available.
For example, that you can't name the same thing because it wasn't available back then. You only needed 2 rounds to win a championship. Now you don't.
Yeah.
So you can't say one thing. You can't do it that way and then say, "Oh, he got 11 championships."
But that was the era they was in. They can't have what era they was in. That's the era they was in, though. You can't have that.
So this is the era that got all that stuff they didn't have.
And that's what I'm saying. But basically, all I'm saying is, and T Perfect just said it. A lot of the stuff wasn't even available to whip them back there in that era. That's why I don't like ranking them. That's why I have a hard time ranking them. Because just imagine if Defensive Player of the Year and all that stuff was available back then. How many you think these guys have? How many you think all this stuff they would have if it was available back then, or if it was counted back then? How much of that stuff you think they have?
The only thing I'll say about that is that
same thing with the Finals MVP. If Finals MVP was available back then, how many you think Bill Russell would have Finals MVP? Like 8, 9, 10, maybe.
I'll say anything negative about Aaron's.
Like I'm just saying.
So this is the only time I'll ever say anything negative about when you're comparing areas, is that when you're trying to line them up and compare them all, it's very true that like people like LeBron, people like Mike, people like Kobe, all these guys that we talk about, and Kareem, had to go through a lot more. Like when you like a lot more rounds, a lot more players, a lot more talent, a lot more parity to get to where they are. I don't think that's a huge knock on Bill and Wilt, but there's a little bit of context too. Like when you're talking about like it doesn't make any difference eras, it does make a difference. Like objectively, it does make a difference a little bit when you're, especially when you're comparing.
But also Lamont made a great point though. When Lamont was talking one time, Lamont said yes, it was only like 8 to 9 teams back when Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell and all those guys were playing. But he also said out of those 8 teams, all the talent is on those 8 teams. So that would mean it's more talented with just only 8 teams. And all the talent is on those 8 teams.
Hey, I'm gonna start. What's it called? I'm gonna start taxing Lamont for stealing GOAT James Kingdom takes. We've been saying that.
Oh, he did. Oh, you said that first.
Oh yeah. I listen. I'm gonna start taxing Lamont, man. I think Lamont.
Lamont said that. He did say that. Lamont said that.
I gotta get on Lamont. Lamont be over here taking GOAT James Kingdom. We weren't the first to say that. No, we weren't the first to say that. But it's true though. We have talked about it though. Just imagine putting today's NBA to 10 teams. So you're gonna have the same players, but you're gonna all make them condensed on 10 teams. So there's gonna be a lot of guys that won't be on rosters, right? That are on rosters today, and there's gonna be a lot of good players having to play their role and not having to be a scorer, even though they could put up 30 points per game if they had their own team. So again, the NBA is always great. It doesn't matter what era we're talking about. The 60s basketball was great for the 60s. They didn't ever see no greater basketball than that. But as time goes on, we're going to continue to see great basketball. Like none of us expected to see a 7'5" guy be able to do what Wemby doing. When we were saying LeBron was the GOAT in 2016, none of us thought there would be a 7'5" dude that's going to basically challenge the GOAT.
Wemby is amazing, though.
Yeah, exactly. He is.
He's something different, bro. I ain't never seen nothing like that. That dude is something different.
But let's let Ishmael get his take in. Shout out to Ishmael, a GOAT James Kingdom member. What's good, brother? What you got for us today?
Hey, what's up, y'all? To answer the question, is the media trying to erase LeBron? Maybe, but I think it depends on what media. I don't know. I think maybe just more like discrediting. And I think it depends. I think it's just the people that are louder. But I think that there are more people in the media that respect LeBron and honor his legacy. Then it's just that the people, there are more people that are louder. They are in disagreement with how his career is, and so they're the ones that are more negative towards it. But I don't think so. I think I'm going to start saying that LeBron is the consensus GOAT. I don't care what people say. I've seen more people in my eyes that say LeBron is the GOAT than Michael Jordan, especially football players, athletes, the younger generation of people. There are more NBA fans that say it because it's like the old heads don't say they don't watch today's game because it's soft and boring. So why would I listen to their opinion? So I'm going to say that LeBron's the consensus GOAT now. But other than that, Mingle Justice, you're wrong, bro. LeBron's stats is better than Wilt Chamberlain, even from the 3 major statistical category. So
we really finna have this argument. Lord have mercy.
It's just sorry. It's just it
so
LeBron.
You just said LeBron's stats is better than Wilt Chamberlain's stats, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. So with Wilt's stats, how they was, and all the stuff that Wilt accumulated, throughout his career. And a lot of the stuff wasn't even accounted for back when he was playing.
Why don't you make an argument why he is? Why don't you make an argument other than saying his stats?
A lot of the counting stats wasn't even accumulated back then when he was playing. So that means we got to dismiss a lot of his career because it wasn't even accounted for.
No, I'm not talking about blocks and steals. I even said even the 3 major statistical stats they share, points, rebounds, and assists. LeBron's is better. If you averages,
it's like kind of matters too. If
averages and totals are the same thing, despite the fact that Wilt played at a much higher pace.
Averages and totals is not the same thing, by the way.
They are. They're the same.
They are not. You get averages to get totals, but they're not the same though.
What? No, they are. I said they tell the same story. It's the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Hold on for a second. It's predicated how many games you play. So it's like 27 points. Hold on. Let me explain.
Go ahead. I ain't interrupting. Go ahead.
7 points per game on 1,800 games is better than 30 points per game on freaking 13 or whatever Wilt played. Because it's more productive. Just because yours is more higher, that doesn't mean it's more productive. One is more productive, makes it better. It tells the same story. Just the only difference is that the totals or the output shows you what you've done in your contributions. per game averages are just a snapshot. So yes, LeBron still has the better per game averages based on him being more productive. So it's the same thing. I don't know if you like. I don't know. It's common sense.
I get what you're saying because you can't talk about the averages without talking about the amount of games.
Yes, exactly. They're both hand in hand.
Exactly.
So Ishmael, let me ask you this question real fast, because you said I agree with you, because being more like, here's the thing, maybe we'll just hear how this take too. So LeBron obviously is the most consistent player we've ever seen, no doubt. That's not even a debate. With Wilt Chamberlain though, let's just say, and let's see if you still have this thing. Let's say if they played the same amount of time, right? And like you line them up, and like we ask you this question before LeBron obviously played a much longer period of time, and you line up, which they would have about the same stat line, right? Like LeBron would have 27-7. Would you still say, hey, that's a more impressive stat line, not knowing that the totals would increase?
It's not about what's more impressive. I'll give you an example. Karl Malone,
30, 22, and 4 on 51% shooting isn't as good as.
It's not about what's more impressive. I'm just telling you what's better. Like Karl Malone and Kobe Bryant both average 25 points per game. But which one is better? It's Karl Malone because he played more games and he accumulated more. So that's what I'm saying. That's a prime example right there.
There too, though.
Yeah, so his totals are better. Just say that.
Well, no, totals show the output. Per game averages just show the snapshot. They say the same thing. LeBron is more productive.
But that's a perfect thing you're saying, Ishmael. How do you determine which 25 point per game is better than Travis?
It's better. You use the totals. Exactly. That's all that's saying right there.
Well,
so it's
if you're talking about who was the better stat line, I mean, you probably use their peak and prime, right? I mean, if you're really
Which one is better? Kobe's 25 points per game or Karl Malone's 25 points per game?
Exactly.
I'm asking Travis. Stop answering for Travis. Travis, answer the question. How can we determine which 25 point per game is better, Kobe's or Karl Malone's?
You got to ask me who's more consistent. Obviously, Karl Malone was a little bit more consistent during his career than Kobe Bryant.
Why are you changing the question? I asked you a very simple question. How do we determine which one is better, Kobe's 25 points per game or Karl Malone's 25 points?
Better is completely subjective, dude. You're misusing that.
Efficiency, Travis. It's not complicated, bro. It's not complicated.
It's not if you
I
can
just
find
said
something
Malone was the more
for us to
consistent
objectively
scorer.
measure it. Okay, we objectively use totals to say, because again, the production says Karl Malone scored 36,000, Kobe scored 33,000. So, like Ishmael said, the 25 points per game Karl Malone has is better.
Okay,
right.
But better scorer.
Huh?
But you're also going to say, like, is somebody who averaged more for their career a better scorer overall than Kobe Bryant was?
No, we're going to say that. We always tell you, again, y'all the ones who want to use averages. When we keep telling y'all the averages don't tell you the story.
Not averages. I'm just talking in there.
No, but that's what we're saying. Again, 25 points per game doesn't tell you how great of a scorer Kobe Bryant is, but 33,000 does. I keep telling you guys this.
It's just like this.
Don't want to admit that.
Look at Luka. Luka averaged one more point than LeBron, but which is better? Luka 28 points per game on like 400 or 500 games, or LeBron's 27, 1,500, including plays 1,800.
Let me ask you, Johnny,
like, you guys are not understanding.
Johnny, one question.
So hold on, I got one question. Before y'all get into all that.
Real fast.
So why? Oh, go ahead.
Johnny, one question. So with Kareem, I think that logic is reversed. Does Kareem's total points tell me how great of a scorer he was, or does his prime do it? Because his prime was basically 11 years or 12 years and tailed off significantly. His last 4 or 5 years don't tell me anything about what a great scorer he was, because he was obviously he was declining. He wasn't needed to be that first option, but his dominance during the 70s and 81, 82 tell me exactly how he was as a scorer. His prime and peak did that. Like, that's exactly how you would rate him as a scorer. Correct?
It doesn't tell me more than 38,000 points.
I disagree with that one. But
from 1970 to 1982, that doesn't tell me that he's a greater scorer than 38,000 points. 38,000 points will tell me that. That's the point. 38,000 points will tell you how great of a scorer Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was.
Okay. He had to have a huge prime.
And if we stop his career in 1982, his 30 points per game would not be able to tell you how great he was as a scorer compared to somebody who has over 30,000 like Wilt Chamberlain would have over him.
So why? So when when Kareem was the all-time leading scorer, why nobody wasn't saying he was the greatest scorer ever? Why he wasn't in those conversations? It was always Jordan or Kevin Durant or one of those guys. But yeah, he still had 38,000 points.
Jordan fans were saying that.
No,
Jordan fans were
everybody was saying that. Nobody was
No,
saying
Jordan fans
Kareem when
were.
they were saying the greatest scorer. Nobody. Jordan fans or else.
All NBA fans knew the greatest scorer of all time was the gentleman who carried 38,388 points.
Thank you.
But nobody was saying that though.
Yes, they were.
Nobody wasn't saying Kareem was the great. Why is y'all lying,
Jordan
bro?
fans was not
Nobody
saying
was saying
it.
Kareem was the
Kobe Bryant
greatest.
fans were not saying it.
Bro, nobody was saying Kareem was the greatest scorer. Nobody. I never heard nobody say Kareem was the greatest scorer ever. Ever. Never.
The most unstoppable move in NBA history.
Oh, y'all gotta stop, bro. Y'all gotta
Jester.
stop.
Hold on, bro.
Wasn't nobody saying Kareem was the greatest scorer ever.
Real quick, Mingo Jester. That's because, and I'm gonna tell you why it shifted. Because it went from who's the greatest scorer, who had the all-time scoring record, who had the most total points, to averages the most per game. That's why you stopped hearing about Kareem being the greatest scorer. Growing up, all I heard was
Jordan fans.
Consistency matters, guys.
They switched it from your total points to who averages the most per game. That's why you didn't really hear a lot about Kareem anymore. Kareem was always universally known as the greatest scorer.
All right, let's let Herman go ahead. Herm, shout out to Hollywood Herman in the building.
Salute to everybody, man. But I got a good question for everybody on the panel, though. And we can go one by one. Who you guys think is a better scorer, Alex English or George Gervin?
Oh shit!
Should I go first? Alex English.
Alex English.
Are y'all sure about that?
I mean that's my pick. That's just my pick.
If you count ABA numbers and if you count the ABA, it's George Gervin.
Okay.
That's
fine.
I didn't know if we could do it. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know if we.
I count the ABA, so I would say George Gervin.
But with how Alex English was the leader scorer in the whole 80s, and a lot of people consider it was a lot of all-time great players in the 80s.
Yeah, he was. He was definitely the greatest scorer.
He
was the greatest scorer in the 80s. He was the greatest scorer in the 80s for sure.
And that's a good question. Do y'all count players ABA like Dr. J? Do y'all count his ABA career or just NBA career?
We do here in James Kingdom. We count them.
Count both.
Okay.
And you should.
Yeah, you should. Of course we should. The ABA was a real league. They had some good players as well.
But I hope guys realize with Alex English, dude was basically automatic, man. There was no stopping dude for scoring. He was unbelievable as a scorer. He just was with a small market franchise at the time. But when it comes to a walking bucket, dude was a walking bucket. And I think honestly, even though career points say otherwise, I think honestly, if people actually watch him, I think he's obviously a better scorer than George Gervin. Just to be real.
Well, I mean, listen, George Gervin was
Gervin was one of my top 10 scorers of all time because he led for his team for 10 years at a 50% clip.
George Gervin, George Gervin is actually the most efficient shooting guard in NBA history. But Jim Brown, you said that if you don't count the ABA, then you don't respect the game. Well, the fact of the matter is, and the sad truth is that the ABA doesn't count because the NBA doesn't count the ABA. A part of the ABA merger with the NBA was to actually ban and restrict all their records from being in the record book. All of their stats, achievements, and accolades are officially banned from the record books. NBA.
That's crazy.
That's a part of the actual merger, which they should actually just reverse, because that was just them being spiteful to the ABA when they merged with the ABA.
Right, because all those MVPs Dr. J won, he was winning with Kareem and winning his. So they don't really have nobody saying.
And there's some guys like Mel. Yeah, there's guys like Mel Daniels who I mean, there's a lot of good players that played in that league. Again, they had the 3-point line. But that was one of the things that they did during the merger, similar to what they did with the Nets. They made the New York Nets pay a tax to the Knicks for playing in New York. That's why That's why they sold their rights to Dr. J to Philadelphia for money, so that they can pay off the Knicks, so that they can play,
Hey, Johnny, you want to know why?
In New York.
Hey, John, you want to know why I really asked that question, though? Because I've seen different people in the chat. You got different people say, well, does George Gervin has these scoring titles? Or, well, and then I see somebody else say, it was just the way he scored, which made him a better scorer than Ellis English. So, and then they close. So how can you really just separate it other than career points? I think in some instances that's cool, but I think in some instances like that, because of how close they are, I think you got to look into it a little bit more. Who's a better scorer between the two? So, like, career totals is cool to use, but I think in certain instances that's not the always go to determine who's a better scorer. Just to be honest.
Yeah, I want to hear something else about the George Gervin and his scoring titles, which he had 4 scoring titles. He did it all in the NBA, right? One thing about George Gervin's scoring titles is they always talk about stat padding. Well, people don't know. I believe the 79 or the 80 scoring title was won stat padding wise. I think it was David Thompson, who supposedly scored like 70 in a game, and he had to score 75 to actually win the scoring title, and they fed him the ball so he could score 75 points in the game.
I thought that was David Robinson.
Having a game is crazy.
No, they did that for David Robinson as well. They did that for David Robinson, but Shaq.
I thought that was David Robinson that they did that for.
Yeah, but Shaq didn't score 70. Shaq scored like 50-something, and David Robinson needed to score like 70 to win the scoring title. And supposedly, from Dominique Wilkins' words, is that the owner of the Clippers told them to bench the Clippers players so that David Robinson could actually score that, and he eventually did score and won the scoring title. That was in '95.
So quick question. Now, back to the NBA.
I don't hear no stories about an assist title.
But back to the ABA thing. So back to the ABA thing.
Craig,
So if it's called a Basketball Hall of Fame, how could they omit the ABA stat? If it's called the Basketball Hall of Fame, like that means your whole career.
Just the NBA stats, only.
No,
it's not. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. That means your college career. If you played overseas.
No, we're just talking about NBA. They're talking about the NBA stats. Like, that's included in Basketball Hall of Fame, just like college and high school.
And I think they include the ABA stats in the Hall of Fame as well.
Yeah, they do. They include everything you do. It's just the NBA itself.
The NBA doesn't recognize.
Naismith is not
stuff.
owned by the NBA, so NBA can do whatever they want. Naismith will go do everything. They're gonna go by everything you did with a basketball.
Yeah, international. They count international. They count amateur, and they count professional.
But see, hey John, another slick point with the Alice English and George Gervin, like throughout the whole '80s, Alice English never led the league in scoring. But the only reason he led the '80s in scoring was his consistency and longevity in the '80s.
This argument come from
that matters.
I mean, Alex English is known as one of the greatest scorers in the game. He again, if you've scored 20,000 points in the NBA for your career, he scored 25,000.
That's what I said about Karl Malone. Karl Malone was drafted in '85. Jordan was drafted in '84. So he played his majority of career with Michael Jordan.
Alex English,
but yet he has 36,000 points.
Alex English won a scoring title in '83 though, so he was the scoring.
Alex English never won a scoring title. He never won one.
I mean, it says right here.
Shout out to the actual best scorer of the '80s, Adrian Dantley.
He stayed. Hold on, wait. Here on Basketball Reference, they have him as the scoring champ in 1983.
That's what I thought. I thought Alex English had a scoring title, at least one.
They got him with one scoring title, 1983.
I thought he did have one.
Yep, and that's in between the ones that George Gervin won, because George Gervin won it in '79, '80, and I think he won it in '82. And I mean,
if Jordan wasn't in the league, Karl Malone would have 5 scoring titles.
Yeah.
Speaking of scoring titles, how many scoring titles does Kareem have?
2.
He got 2. Okay.
Yeah,
okay. I thought he had more than that, but okay.
Crazy.
He only has 2. He has 2.
Wow.
He only has 2.
Well, LeBron is the all-time leading scorer in NBA history, and he only got 1. So I guess that don't matter.
Yeah, sure.
I guess that don't matter.
He's only got 1.
Well, we said scoring titles mean nothing.
Scoring
titles mean nothing when you're comparing.
True.
When you're rating actual players.
I got to send one of y'all down to bring up a GOAT James Kingdom member. So
hey man, I drop.
Okay,
we'll drop too.
Okay, all right, we appreciate it. Y'all not GOAT James Kingdom members. Bye bye. Let's bring up some GOAT James Kingdom members. Yay, Sturdy in the building. Shout out to Sturdy. What's good, brother?
What's good, everybody? Salute my brothers on the panel. Salute Craig. Salute King John. Salute B. Lee. Salute A. Johnny. And of course, salute Travis, man. How y'all brothers doing?
Happy New Year. All that good stuff.
Great, man. Thank you for joining
No
us.
problem, man. There's a few interesting takes, though. The first answer to the topic of the video, no, I do not believe the media is trying to erase LeBron James. Number one, if they did, he would not be leading. The Lakers would not have the most nationally televised games. That would just be facts. If they was trying to erase him, he would not literally be the most trending NBA player, not only this season, but the last 10 seasons.
They're
10
definitely
seasons.
failing trying to. They're definitely failing trying to.
So no, I'm trying to figure it out, Billy, because if a player has the most national televised games, trending the most, and y'all did a show about it, how he literally in the most headlines and the most headline stories, as well as the most trended athlete, it's kind of hard for me to say the media is trying to erase that player. Most importantly, the media is about business. And for the media, their business, their currency is attention and relevance. And like y'all remind us every single week, there is no player that is more relevant, that is more popular than LeBron James. So it behooves the media to actually not try to erase a person that's generating so much money for them. So I don't think that. And that's why they talk about LeBron that way, because being polarizing is what sells, unfortunately, in current society. That's what that is.
I actually agree.
That's just.
I agree with what you just said. He's not wrong in what you just said, but it is a way to try to erase. It's not really trying to erase him. It's trying to erase his legacy.
His career.
And shit.
Every time he break a record, it's posted on there.
But I think y'all overblowing it, because it's been like that.
Absolutely not. Hold on, let me finish.
It's been like
somebody was going to
50s though, twin man. It's been like that.
The moment, bro,
they did that to Bill Russell. They did that to Kareem.
That 30-point record.
To Will. They did it to all the prime players. They did.
Bro.
Yes, they did. Especially Kareem. They tried to
30-point
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
He started talking about
They
Jordan.
definitely trying to erase Kareem's career.
Because he a Muslim. They tried to deal Bill Russell because of civil rights. Will Chamberlain, same thing. It happened to all of them, bro.
Yeah, Bill Russell won championships for a city that hated him.
Yep. They did it for all the greats that you.
So we haven't.
But women, can I say this?
We haven't moved on from racism that we had to hate on LeBron, because I don't see how
No.
that relates to LeBron hate.
No. That's why I didn't mention any of that. What they said. I'm also alluding to the value of LeBron James bring, and you guys know more than anything how much value and attention just a hypothetical comparison between LeBron and Jordan generate. That's why Jordan's name has been relevant for so many years. That's why LeBron's name be relevant so many years. Those two particular athletes are personifications of flagship of marketing for the NBA. Jordan flagship, the TV boom. LeBron flagship, the social media boom. Their legacies will never be erased. Y'all understand that, right? Their media will always try to generate revenue off their legacy, because
That doesn't mean that they're not trying to. But as soon as LeBron do something, they're trying to diminish everything he's done. They still talking about 2011.
Billy, remember what the currency for the media is relevance, attention. If they want to erase you, they want to talk about you. Is that black and white? It's literally that black and white. So whether you talk about we're talking about a negative light or a positive light, which the media have done to generate more arguments, to generate more debates, because that generates more attention, is making him more relevant. That's just what that is. Now, there's something you guys have said, and you guys have been saying for weeks, they need to adjust their marketing scheme, because unfortunately, LeBron, Steph Curry, some of those guys that are still popular to this day, they're getting older. They're not going to be around forever. So they need to start building up the Wembys, the Ants, the LaMelos, the Tatums. They need to put more attention on those guys. Like, that's why on the crossover, we actually cover the fact that there's a problem for the NBA, for the Warriors and the Lakers to have more nationally televised games than Boston, another pillar franchise in the NBA who literally came off a championship. That's a problem. who's the best player is young and actually matches everything that you quote unquote want to see in the next generation. So they need to adapt their marketing strategy soon, and I think we're going to see that because starting next season, NBC, Amazon Prime, they're going to start streaming more games, and we all know some of the different marketing techniques that NBC has used. And I'm very curious to see what type of techniques that Amazon is going to bring. So that's where we are now. Yeah.
Hey, correct. It's time for them to do that
30.
background check.
I'm telling you, they doing background check.
Yeah, they getting new staff, they getting new personalities. It's going to be new. It's not going to be the old model like Turner Sports, like a Johnny Bealey pointed out. What the NBA and absolutely said this. He wants to target more international customers as well as younger customers. If y'all can look this up, out of all the major sports, the NBA deliberately targets the younger fan base, and that's deliberately. And the younger fan base do not prioritize cable. Now, it does behoove the NBA to still have both those markets open and available, but it's not a bad thing that they are expanding more into streaming platforms. That's actually, you should do that because that's where everything is going.
So, Sturdy, I agree with what you're saying. The strategy should change because they should be focusing on these younger players. But just like you just said, LeBron James still is able to generate revenue. I don't think we're sitting here saying they're trying to erase him media-wise. We're talking about them trying to erase and marginalize his career by making it seem like this means nothing. Again, the perfect example is 40-year-old LeBron James just literally switched hands, windmill dunked on a 7-footer, and ESPN and the talking heads literally tried to diminish it and immediately tried to compare it to a layup. Or you'll have Charles Barkley, as soon as LeBron broke the 30-point game record, he immediately sat here and tried to turn it into something negative. That's what we're talking about. You're sitting here and you're trying to take anything positive in the man's career and trying to marginalize it to the point to where you're sitting here trying to make it to be like it's no big deal. Same thing with the all-time scoring record. They're trying to make it seem like, well, anybody could have got this record. Anybody could have did it. That's the thing. That's what we're talking about. We understand when it comes to actual notoriety, you cannot get LeBron James out the lexicon. It's not going to happen. He's always going to be, his name is always going to be solidified with basketball. We're talking about minimizing his career. They absolutely are trying to do that in the media, bro.
Nobody is minimized.
They're trying to turn LeBron James into Tim Duncan. They don't want to talk about him no more.
Y'all need to do your history for us. How the media has always portrayed all these superstars. It just wasn't. It just didn't have all the outlets that it has now. In the
So there's nothing that we could look at if there's nothing like it before.
No,
back in the day, it was people getting paid to talk shit. Now people do it for free. So
y'all must have forgot. Y'all must have forgot.
Zesty Jeffries is what y'all really complaining about. That's what y'all complaining about.
They're on TV. They're on media talking shit every time LeBron James do something. When LeBron James was about to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, they got up on TV and said, "Remember, LeBron lost 6 times in the finals. You cannot appreciate LeBron James. You cannot appreciate him." So they want to discredit. They want to try to erase his legacy to try to put him under Michael Jordan at all costs.
Names on it.
Put some names on it.
It ain't that many, so put the names on it.
Names on what?
Who's trying to diminish LeBron James? Put the names on it.
Everybody
in the media.
In the media, Stephen A. Smith, Chris Broussard.
Chris
Broussard. I mean, yes, he does. Yes, he does. We have him on the cover.
Mad Dog.
We have him on the cover.
Everybody that you see on the cover of today's show, every last one of them.
Chris Broussard is on clutch points.
Rob Parker.
No, he's not.
And his career started because he got this big break.
Making up more lies.
He said it himself. Literally, Chris Broussard said it himself. That he's part of clutch. He literally said it himself. He said he's the only person on clutch who thinks Jordan's the GOAT.
You got media members. And here's what make it bad. This how crazy y'all sound. You got media members. You got media members trying to diminish a nigga that ain't played in almost 30 years.
These are all the guys
Because
in the
their
media. These are all the
counterparts
guys in the
keep
media
bringing
right
up
now.
someone who ain't played 40 years ago.
Y'all are tripping.
Listen,
This
man.
happened to every player that ever played the game. It happened to every one of the all-time greats. You look at who's in the top 10. It happened to all of them.
No one's talking shit
but-
like they talking about
Johnny,
LeBron James.
hold on.
LeBron James can't even break a record without something negative coming up.
Now, I'm
But
gonna tell you
be-
what they
wait,
did to
Herm,
Magic Johnson
wait.
in the 80s. What they did to Magic Johnson in the 80s, especially in his failures,
They tried to diminish his career, or did they diminish him in that moment for what he did in that moment?
When did Magic break something and they said something negative? Tell us. Tell us. When did Magic Johnson do something and they said something negative?
Wait.
They say he's never gonna win the way he played.
Wait, then what's his name? Didn't Donald Sterling trying to bring up Magic Johnson being a freak and all this other stuff? No, it didn't. Didn't Donald Sterling try to bring up Magic Johnson being a freak, and that's why he called HIV? And what did they do? They kicked him out of the league. You can't critique players.
They didn't kick Donald Sterling out the league at that time.
What you mean they did?
Donald Sterling didn't get kicked out till with the
Donald Sterling got kicked out because he didn't like black people.
Yeah, that was
and they used him, and they showed him talking about Magic Johnson when he went there. Started talking about
the only thing they
to defend himself.
He
He said y'all sit here and praise Magic Johnson, and this man ran out here and caught AIDS on y'all, and y'all don't say
Dang,
nothing.
why he get kicked? Dang, why they got kicked out the NBA?
What you mean? That was an embarrassing interview that he did. What
No, it wasn't. It wasn't about. It wasn't because he talked about. Yeah, it wasn't because he talked about Magic.
That was the catalyst of all of that. It was the way he was acting.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
But hold on, but Herm, can I just say this real quick? I'm honestly, y'all, I don't see where y'all seeing this at. Yes, the fact they're even talking about LeBron, they already know they're not going to erase their legacy. The media is not that backwards to lose that much money.
Because they can't. They trying. They can't. It's not happening.
No, Billy, is this black and white? It's literally this black and white. If the media wants to erase your legacy, they just simply will not talk about you. Is that black and white?
They cannot. That's what we're saying. They cannot, but they keep trying to. What player?
They're not trying to.
What player who does something great that they bring up negative things? What player?
Hold on, Herm.
Stop lying.
He's not.
They don't do that.
No. It's a different era. They have way more competition. They're competing with the globe. They're competing with y'all. They're competing with this. It's completely different. They're and like I said before, I said this early for a reason. They're not targeting the same audience as they did in prior generations. You have to sell controversy. That's what sells. Y'all know this more than anything. The GOAT debate is literally the most trending topic in basketball since it hit social media. That's literally a fucking debate.
So you're saying they're trying to say negative things about LeBron James to keep Jordan on top. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying their job, and they has been their job since the last 10 years, especially since Turner, has been to sell controversy, to be polarizing. That's why literally by design, the executive producers have two people intentionally on different sides of the argument, no matter what topic they put up. It's debating. People want to pick a side.
It wouldn't be a debate.
Half the time they're just talking about a record and they're being negative. They're not debating shit.
No, but they started doing that. They started doing that because they saw how.
You can't tell Billy. You cannot tell me Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. not debating about LeBron.
I'm just saying, not all topics are debate topics. They're giving their views on certain things, and when they give their views on LeBron James, it's negative.
Exactly. It's predicated on hating on LeBron. It's profitable because hating on LeBron is profitable. They're trying to use what they do with LeBron, which is talking negative all the time, and do it in other spaces. But the only way it works, and the only place that everybody wants to listen about it is when you're talking LeBron James. No one's going to listen if you're talking about Kobe negative for an hour. No one's going to listen if you're talking about Patrick Mahomes negative for an hour. You're only going to have people who tune in is if you're talking about LeBron James negative for an hour. That's
I think you only listen The one part I said. I think y'all listened to one part I said.
No, you're missing. See, you guys do this
Hey,
all the time.
Craig,
This
they
is what
overboard,
you
Craig.
guys do. This is what you guys who claim don't have a side do, and guys who are on Michael Jordan's side do. You guys pick an argument that is not the argument and argue that. We're not arguing what you're arguing there, Sturdy. Our argument is, and our stance is that the media is trying to tear down LeBron James's greatness. Because the media.
Oh, that's not what the title said. Y'all said erase.
That's what it is.
Erase and tear down is not the same thing.
Yes,
that is not the same.
Erasing and tearing down is the same thing, sir. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
The same thing. They can't.
Description of our show is discrediting, dismissing, disregarding his career.
It was erasing it.
All that they're not dismissing at all. They're not dismissing. How you dismiss something and you're talking about it?
Okay, sturdy. All right, sturdy. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something real quick, Johnny. Let me ask you something real quick. They had a segment about LeBron James' dunk. How impressive was it? Is there any reason to bring up 2011?
Is there any reason to talk about a dunk?
To spark controversy? Yes.
Yes, it's a great dunk.
Thank you. That's what we're saying.
How many great dunks we
All right, go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead.
How amazing was this dunk from LeBron? Because I'm hyped right now.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. I mean, Mike, stop the presses right now. You understand? LeBron James, first of all, the dunk was phenomenal. I'm not being facetious in any way with that. That's a big-time dunk. We love seeing it. But did we love seeing the Lakers get their ass kicked? I don't think we like that. Did we like seeing them get their ass kicked when you're losing to a Dallas Mavericks team without Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic? You know, this is the thing that amazes me. This is the day. Now, Dougie, I love being on with you Wednesdays, but this is one of those days that I wish Shannon Sharp was sitting right next to you, you know, wearing his goat mask and all of this other stuff.
Did you ever pose that question to the guy that went to Washington?
Oh, no. No, I did not. Let me tell you why I didn't. We all know that Michael Jordan, all of us that cover the NBA knows that Michael Jordan went to Washington.
There's no need to hear his bullshit.
Right
off the top, you heard what he said. I wish what did he wish? He wished a LeBron fan was there because that's what Zesty Jeffries want to do. They want to argue with LeBron fans. So what he wants is hold on, wait, no, that means the media. That means the media is trying to erase LeBron's legacy because they're paying somebody the most money to do it. They're paying the most. I'll wait till I'm done because y'all love cutting me the fuck off. Go.
I'm just saying he's advocating for Shannon Sharp to be there every day.
He's advocating to be more zesty. He's like, damn, I can't get zesty enough because I need a LeBron fan so I can get more zesty. Because I need to salivate and cringe at LeBron fans who are appreciating LeBron James's greatness. Because I got to erase that. And I can't have Shannon Sharp be happy. I can't discredit him and discredit Shannon Sharp at the same time. Because I'm trying to erase LeBron's legacy. And to do that, I got to argue with LeBron fans. They are the worst. They're all over the media. He gets paid $100 million to sit here and lie to us about Michael Jordan's career. Michael Jordan did not try to play with the Wizards to fucking get ownership. He tried to win over there. And he was expected to win as a Wizard, but he lost. And nobody said shit. And on top of that, he couldn't do a fucking switch hand dunk while he was 40 then. That's what we're showing y'all.
Hey Johnny, I got the perfect example right here, bro.
Hey man, can you explain what they're trying to say? Because I don't think I'm looking at the definition of erase. That's not what erase means.
Hold on, Sturdy. I have the perfect example of exactly what we're talking about. When you talk about, you saw what they just did. You saw what Mad Dog and Stephen A just did. He sat here and he talked about, immediately went, well, the Lakers got their ass whooped. They got their ass beat. When you talk about, and I hate to bring it up again, but I always got to do it. But when they talk about the Chicago Bulls and the Celtics, what do they talk about? Do they talk about Jordan getting swept? Or do they talk about him scoring 63 points and a compliment that Larry Bird gave him? And that's where the conversation ends.
So just like with you, I just want to make sure you want to talk about you want to compare a record to a play, just like you said that comparing it earlier didn't make no sense. How does scoring a playoff record and a play in the season the same.
No, I'm just making the comparison here.
But
when anyone talks about
63 points because
hold on, Craig. Before Kendrick Perkins went on national TV and said, "Why are y'all praising losing?" When they talked about that 63 points, he said Jordan got swept. Jordan lost that game. Why are we praising losing? Before that, it was only Jordan scored 63 points and they called the man Jesus in sneakers. You see, no one ever hears Jordan got swept unless you actually do the research.
We talk about the record.
His opponent didn't it?
But my point is this: they didn't go negative. They didn't immediately sit here and. Craig, you're missing my point. They didn't immediately go. People didn't immediately go negative.
That's the whole point.
Hey, Twin Man, do you remember when Stephen A. Smith had his top 5 playoff performances, and who do you have number 1?
I believe it was that 63-point performance.
Yes, and the loss.
Kobe Brown.
Just have ESPN not mention LeBron ever again. Everyone signed a petition.
No, we're not saying that. We're saying, why do you have to go straight negative every time you do something?
Craig, I feel like you're missing my point.
Can I ask Twin Man a question? Can I ask Twin Man an actual question? Twin Man, why should we expect them to do that when back in that time it was literally completely different company, completely different platform, completely different show? I'm trying to figure out, Twin Man, like what, like 30. You're not. No. I'm being.
They literally was doing this up until Kendrick Perkins called it out. Until Kendrick Perkins said that on national TV, the only thing you ever heard about that moment, you didn't hear he got swept. You never really heard he never beat Larry Bird in the playoffs. Only thing you heard when it came to Michael Jordan and Larry Bird was he scored 63 points and Larry Bird called him Jesus in sneakers. That's my point.
Isaiah Thomas said it, and they call him a hater. Isaiah Thomas said it, and they call him a hater.
Even in that loss, they found a way to praise Michael Jordan, and we understand the Lakers lost that game. It wasn't about the game. It was about that particular play. But we immediately, in that moment, had to go, well, they got their ass whooped. Who was talking about the game? They were talking about that moment. That's the point. Every time there's a moment, we have to sit here and try to find something negative for LeBron James.
All of them, bro.
Wait, but Twin Man, my point is, that's what the business model have been like the past 10 years. Why are you comparing? I don't get, like, that's completely different thing what they did like 40 years ago in comparison to now. They're not marketing the same.
Except for the media, right? That's the only thing.
No, I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to say.
Who are they marketing to? So who are they marketing to? Sturdy.
Younger audience. Johnny. Literally,
the younger audience don't have a care in the world for Mad Dog explaining a 1976 play.
They do love drama.
No, they like drama. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Polarization, debating,
Jeffries like drama.
Conflict. No, it's not.
Jeffries love drama.
Hey Johnny.
Y'all gotta stop this, man. Young people don't like drama. Listen. Wait. I'm watching. Hold on. See, every time I start talking, niggas want to start stepping into the microphone. All of a sudden, when y'all was talking alone, y'all were very respectful for one another. But as soon as I start talking, niggas want to get disrespectful. Again, Kai Cenat is one of the most popular people in the fucking world. His whole platform is not based on fucking drama. Why? Because young people don't care about drama. Zesty Jeffries care about drama. They're the casuals that sat around watching Jerry Springer. These kids don't care about that. My son don't care about no drama. I got a 17-year-old. He don't give a fuck about drama. He's not paying attention to that. That's a Zesty Jeffrey thing. Nobody does that. No other networks do this. No other networks do what ESPN does. That's an ESPN thing. Because Michael Jordan fans are permeated throughout the fucking basketball and sports world. That's why. And they're the casuals that love drama.
I want to be victims so bad, man.
Why are we playing victims?
Yeah, I agree with Craig. I agree with Craig.
Victims so bad. Everything is about.
I agree with Craig.
I wake up and I didn't get the right seat just because
Again,
Jordan.
what did Jordan have to do with LeBron James dunk
you a
for
damn
them
clip.
to talk about? What did again?
And I literally just said, don't
again.
watch them.
We
Stop
never
showing clips of stuff y'all don't watch. Don't watch them. They won't be popular. Duh.
So why are you commenting, Craig, if you don't want to hear what they have to say then? If you don't agree with them, well, why are you supporting them then?
I'm letting you know why they're doing it. It's about money. Y'all complaining about sense. It's about y'all complaining about the wrong sense. It's about money with them.
Yes, it's about
Craig is right.
entertaining Zesty Jeffries. It's about
Craig is right.
No, it's not like WWE, bro. Basketball is not WWE. To Jordan fans, it was WWE. So real basketball fans, it's not.
Hold on, yo.
It's not. Real basketball fans don't give a fuck about drama. That's why we got to stop this. We have to start separating people from this. We have to start identifying, cataloging, and marking Zesty Jeffries for what they are. They're the toxic fan base that don't allow us to actually talk basketball.
Hey, John, I remember you telling me though, bro. You said that the company that is benefiting the most for all this shit with LeBron and Jordan is Nike itself. That's a marketing strategy, bro. And that's all Craig and Sturdy is alluding to. That all
Nike
this shit
is selling sneakers.
Nah, but Nike
ESPN doesn't.
Nike don't want you to discredit LeBron James. They do not want you to do that.
You remember Nike pushed statements too. Nike do everything that it can to be a part of something. This GOAT debate, hey Johnny.
No, we didn't. We didn't get mad at that. We didn't get mad at that. Nobody got
Nike's
mad at
not
that.
going to tell them that their product sucks. Buy it.
No, B Lee. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. Is more so the fact that
the point is mute. It's a dumb point because Nike is trying to sell sneakers. ESPN isn't.
No, ESPN business is to what? Report the sports.
Yes, correctly. And be a journalist. Don't be toxic. They don't have to be toxic.
That's naive of you, Johnny, because that's not what ESPN is. It's not a journal.
That's why people stop watching them. That's why people don't watch them for basketball. They're toxic.
Obviously they do, because you reacted.
Hey Johnny.
Wait, again, the motherfucker who watched them and we saw the video was a Zesty Jeffrey. The Zesty Jeffrey said, "Oh, look at what Stephen A. Smith said. Let's post it." And there's a bunch of Zesty Jeffries on social media. So all throughout my social media feed is a Zesty Jeffrey comment about Michael Jordan in a slam dunk. Come on, man, y'all gotta start being men and stop lying. That's what y'all doing on Go James.
Nobody lied up here. Nobody lied up here, Johnny.
You're
what I lied about?
Zesty Jeffries. That doesn't happen in Goat James Kingdom. You're not supposed to do that. Y'all are supposed to accept the fact that Zesty Jeffries are toxic and stop saying that we're the ones who are victims. How we victims when we can't appreciate LeBron James's greatness and everybody got a chance to appreciate Michael Jordan's greatness that think Michael Jordan's the GOAT. This man just sent me a link of Bob Costas and them talking about Michael Jordan gambling, as if and I guarantee you for the 7 minutes we watch this, they will not be talking about Jordan negatively. They will be mentioning how Jordan likes to gamble, and the only reason it's considered negative is because Michael Jordan had a pristine legacy and an image that now is damaged. Now again, they didn't want that to be shown. That's why they told Jordan, quit basketball. Stay away from the game, Jordan, because you know what's going to happen if people keep talking about your gambling debts and all the stuff that you do outside of sports. It's going to tarnish the league. So they protected Jordan. None of y'all want to protect Jordan. Let's get Stephen A. Smith and First Take off the air. Let's tell them we will no longer watch any ESPN program about basketball if Stephen A. Smith and Charles Barkley is there, because they're bad basketball. You won't do that. You won't do that. You won't find one LeBron fan being negative and toxic in basketball. Not a Nick Wright, not a Shannon Sharp, none of them. None of them. So
well, that's not true.
Bullshit.
That's not true.
Yeah,
second thing, I've been watching the show from the very beginning, and even with my conversation, I don't recall Craig nor I defending quote unquote Zesty Jeffrey. Matter of fact, we never even said that word this entire stream. All we did was answer. All we did was answer the topic of the video, which is the media erasing LeBron James' legacy? And honestly, no. Like you can't erase something. You keep talking about it, whether it be negative or positive. Y'all want to say it's negative? Cool. But that's what I'm like, what's the surprise? That's what they've been doing the last 10 years. That's literally their business model. I don't understand it.
Sturdy, why do you have to lie?
How can you not see it, Sturdy?
See what?
Mingo
Twin man,
Jester.
see what?
See this. See that Mingo Jester was just here an hour ago telling us that everybody, every last one of basketball fans said Kareem was never the greatest scorer of all time. That is a Zesty Jeffrey lie.
What does that have to do with my answer?
That's my point. The media, the reason that he says that because LeBron passed 38,000. So now we have to say it was never something when in reality it was. And if LeBron would have never passed it, we would never be discrediting 38,000 points. That's the point. It got discredited once LeBron passed it, which means they're erasing history. They're telling us this was never something to praise. This was something never nobody cared about. That's erasing something when that's far from the truth. That's
so
erasing.
So just to clarify, so Mingo Jester is an indicator of ESPN influence of LeBron James' legacy because Mingo Jester said no one said that we just said. Twin man, that's literally what Johnny just said.
Wait, hold on, let's start. I got this. He asked me the question. Where the fuck you think Mingo Jester got that logic from, S30? You think he brought up in his own head? Remember, he was okay. You don't know,
Johnny.
If you don't know, then you guess what you do. You shut the fuck up and get exposed. The man was in special ed. He was not smart enough to think this on his own.
I don't think that's factual, Johnny.
You can get mad all you want to. You just said I don't know, meaning you don't know. You don't know. When you don't know, you have to stay silent. There's a phrase such thing as you don't speak when you don't have knowledge to speak. So if you don't know, don't argue. I know for a fact that this man did not have any intelligence to come up with that logic on his own. And he got that logic from people in the media. That's facts. He didn't come up with that logic on his own. There's no way he came up with the logic of his own that the 38,000 points that Kareem held for almost 40 years meant nothing. That's bullshit that only existed because LeBron 2 years ago surpassed it.
Well, I'm just trying to find a connection. What does Mingo Jester's opinion have to do with my answer or Craig's answer about the topic of the video? I'm trying to
because his opinionated is generated from a long legacy of the media trying to erase LeBron's greatness, which is what you're arguing, which is what you and Craig are arguing.
Ain't doing that.
No, I did not. Once again, hey Johnny, to be specific, I argue. No, I ain't argue. I stated the media market scheme and why they do it. That's literally all I said. I'm not defending negative LeBron. I'm not defending nothing LeBron or Jordan. I didn't mention their names.
The marketing scheme is only tailored towards LeBron James. They don't do it to any other player. That's why LeBron is the most hated. And it's, again, to uphold a legacy of Michael Jordan by a bunch of people in the media who think Michael Jordan is the GOAT. And we must maintain that legacy of Michael Jordan and not allow it to be changed because of LeBron fans and any new media like Shannon Sharp or Nick Wright.
No, but hey, Johnny, but what you don't realize, you think you're doing.
I know I'm very articulate, Sturdy, and I know you got ears, and I know you heard exactly what I said. I'm going to repeat myself again. These people in the media are Michael Jordan fans. Okay, I'm going to repeat myself again because you said, I told you stop talking if you don't know what you're talking about. Again, the people in the media are Michael Jordan fans. The Skip Baylesses, the Stephen A. Smiths, the Rashad McCants, the Bob Parkers, the Chris Broussards, the Mad Dogs. They are Michael Jordan fans. Their whole premise while they're in the media is to maintain Michael Jordan's legacy. To do such, they must erase LeBron's greatness. Charles Barkley went on national television, told everybody that LeBron needs to stop blaming other people for his faults while going on national television in the 90s and blaming his teammates to why he couldn't win more championships. These are the guys that are destroying legacy, and we can't talk basketball, and you're mad at us because we want to erase them. Because if we erase them, we don't have none of this conversation. We don't never have a GOAT debate because there is no GOAT debate. Jordan is not the GOAT. There is no statement that you can make to make Michael Jordan the GOAT of basketball anymore. It's over. This is why they're trying to erase LeBron's legacy so that you can maintain Jordan's legacy. Because if we talk about LeBron's legacy,
is it not the same as yours?
It's not opinionated. I keep telling y'all, my stuff is based on stats, accolades, and achievements. These are facts.
Well,
We are talking about greatness.
NBA.com say it then.
Huh?
Why don't NBA.com use your facts and your accolades? Your
NBA.com does not have a greatest player of all time.
Then okay, then it's opinionated then because everything that's on NBA.com is facts. So if they don't have a greatest of all time, then it's not a fact. So whatever you just said, you can't prove it with a fact because
I can't prove it with stats, accolades, and achievements.
You can prove your opinion, but you can't prove it as a fact.
I can prove it with stats, accolades, and achievements. None of y'all can prove it. No,
Man,
it's not an
bro,
opinion.
bro,
It's not an opinion. It's
hey,
not an
John.
opinion. I'm sorry. Don't put that on me.
Hey, John.
Y'all keep trying to put stuff on us that we don't want. We don't want to critique. We don't want opinions.
John.
We don't want to do none of that shit. We want to speak factually about greatness. Why y'all don't want let us do that? Why do y'all feel like we have to talk about
John.
everything else but greatness? Why?
Hey, Johnny, you fall for the trap, and you.
It's not a trap. What trap is that?
You basically doing what you preaching about, what you hate. You doing the same thing. And,
What is
and
that?
Honestly, you keep bringing like the Jordan's legacy. Niggas may forget if you stop trying to highlight Jordan's failures or trying to downplay
This is
what
insane.
Jordan did to elevate
Yo.
Exactly. No, let them go. Let them go tonight because again, this is what they do best. They turn the argument. Now I'm the problem. Now I'm going to be the problem. It's always a Johnny. I'm the issue. You're right. I'm the one.
Remembering Michael Jordan.
Uh-huh.
So that's a much contribution with the hate of Michael Jordan to keep his legacy alive.
No, I don't.
Hate sometimes.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Hate sometimes help you.
I don't hate on Jordan. I don't hate on Jordan.
Being hated sometimes helps your legacy.
I don't hate on
You
Jordan.
ain't got no haters. You ain't popping.
Yep.
I don't hate on Jordan.
At the end of the day, hey Johnny, like you downplayed that gambling interview and all that. The same gambling thing ruined Pete Rose's legacy. They diminished everything Pete Rose ever did in the game of baseball because
y'all see how they lie.
gambling.
You see how they lie, right? Y'all see how they lie, right?
It did diminish Pete Rose.
Y'all see how they lie, right? Pete Rose
He's not
gambled
in the
on
Hall
game.
of Fame to this day because of gambling.
Not
because of what he did on the diamond.
Pete Rose gambled on the game. Jordan did it. The gambling that they're talking about with
Jordan
Jordan.
did too.
Again, I guarantee you when we watch that film, they're not going to be talking about Jordan gambling on basketball. They're going to talk about Jordan just gambling, playing golf, Jordan gambling, going to the casinos. They're not going to say, there's not going to see, again, look, I let you speak to lie.
Why he was forced to quit the NBA?
Because it was a tarnishing look to have the face of the league in so much controversy, and on top of that, have mob ties to this. That's why. That's the point. They protected Michael Jordan. Unlike Sturdy was saying that it was a marketing tool to do today. It's only a marketing tool because they did it against LeBron. They did it against LeBron. That's why it was considered a marketing tool because they saw it worked well versus LeBron. So let's continue this. They need to talk bad about LeBron so that they can have something for y'all to click on.
They talk bad about all the greats, John.
No, they don't. Why do you keep telling that lie, Herm?
They did talk bad about
He's
all
just
the
talking
greats.
to the wall. Nobody up here believes him.
Whether somebody's lifestyle.
Bro, I gave you the perfect example and you refused to accept it. You refused to accept it. Craig refused to accept it, and Sturdy refused to accept it. Like I gave y'all the perfect example, and y'all are overlooking it.
Y'all are so delusional.
How are we being delusional?
Twin man, please,
We have
please.
footage.
Hold on.
We have footage.
My bad. Twin man, please.
I
What
gave
is your
literally the perfect
Twin man.
example, and
What is
y'all
your
are
example?
overlooking.
Please, Twin man, I'm trying to ask you. What is your example of what? That's what I've been trying to figure out. Example of what exactly?
Example of literally the example of literally diminishing one and uplifting the other one, but the exact same result was the same. They both lost in the end. When you look at Boston in that 63-point game, Jordan lost and got swept in that series. They don't talk about that.
Hold on,
They
Herm.
just sit. I'm not done talking. They sit here and they talk about 63 points and Jesus and sneakers. They talked about LeBron James dunk. They talked about, he got his ass whooped. They couldn't just praise the moment the way they praised the moment. That's my point. You're overlooking that, saying that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing.
My point is they gave him the attention for the moment, whether it be negative or positive, where some players don't get that moment at all. That's my point.
Yeah, but twin man. That's exactly what I'm being correct saying.
Dunked the basketball. Why we not caring about Cleveland?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying, well, I am saying,
Why we not talking about peace?
no, that's not the point. Because they asked a literal question: why did the media do this? And our speculation, because that's all we're doing right now, is speculating, is to simply sell controversy. Twin man, that is it. I agree with you. They did downplay his moment. They did part of the negative things. That's why I've been saying this whole time. They've been doing that for the last 10 years, twin man. That's how they make their money. That's the reason why they did. They're not erasing his goddamn legacy.
Anyways, fuck LeBron.
I agree, Travis. I agree.
This shit crazy. Like we didn't see throughout the whole '80s how they try to downplay Magic Johnson at times to uplift Bird, or vice versa, to downplay Larry Bird to uplift Magic. That shit always happens.
I mean, you keep talking about something we're not talking about, though.
No, but what I'm saying, my whole general point of that, twin man, is that why in the hell y'all being sensitive to somebody talking about LeBron like this is the first NBA player to get talked about in a negative light? Y'all acting like this is just so egregious that somebody talking about an NBA professional player in a negative light. It been happening forever.
We're saying, Herm, you're not talking about what we're talking about. We're saying every time LeBron accomplishes something, they're trying to bring it down with something negative. They can't even have a segment about one play without talking about something negative about LeBron James. That's all we're saying. We're not saying what you're saying.
They did it the
To
same
who?
way back then too, bro.
To who? Who?
To Will, to Bill Russell, to Magic, to Bird.
When did Magic
Jordan,
accomplish something
to
and they
Kareem,
downplayed him?
especially Kareem
No.
Abdul-Jabbar.
When did Magic accomplish something and they downplayed him?
This nigga, when he so-called choked in the NBA finals.
How is that accomplishment if he
That's not an
choked?
accomplishment.
God
See what I'm
damn,
saying?
Herm. All you, Herm. Just stick to the topic. B-League.
See, no, that's the point. See, look, that's the point right there. They think that we're saying LeBron can never be critiqued. They
I
think
never
we're
said
saying no. Yes, you are. Again, you're going to take one for the team. 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 No one ever said LeBron cannot be critiqued. We're saying that when he does something wrong, you critique him when he does something wrong, but he's not doing something wrong. There's no reason to critique him. He's critiqued at every turn, no matter what he does. It doesn't matter. In fact, yes, a lot of players have been talked bad about because guess what? They were bad people. They've done a lot of bad things in their life. Y'all can't name me nothing LeBron James does bad. It's not my fault that this man is actually 100% innocent of anything that y'all accuse him of. Like, legitimately, what has LeBron James done to make you say that we have to critique him? That he doesn't do nothing. I've heard people say he's too friendly. He likes to be liked. Like, that's your problem? That means there's something wrong with you, not him. For y'all to say here that no one can't be perfect and there's somebody who's perfect, that's your problem. LeBron is perfect. There is nothing wrong with LeBron James. I have not seen nothing that I can say I hate about LeBron James enough to critique him. The man is perfect at everything he does. He's perfect in life. He's perfect in basketball. Why are we hating this man for? What? What cost? What does he do that we can critique LeBron James about? Please tell me. Let's hear this. I would love to hear this.
Can I
yes, go ahead.
Answer your question? Can I respond?
What are we critiquing about LeBron? What is it? No. Answer my question.
Okay.
What are we critiquing about LeBron James? What is there to critique about LeBron James? What?
Well, he does make mistakes, Johnny. There was this. If you just want to go relegate to this season, when he was having a bad shooting slump, that is something to critique about. Even in the recent games, not the ones that was postponed. Obviously, I'm talking about before that. Even in the games that he was excellent in, there was times where he made mistakes on the defensive end. There's times he had uncharacteristic turnovers. That is something to critique. I'm not gonna say no person is perfect because that's inaccurate. But all I'm simply saying is, Johnny, I never said that you cannot critique LeBron or whoever that. I'm simply saying, to B-League's point, is what their marketing scheme to sell controversy, try to be polarized as much as possible. We see them try to do that when you broke the record. We see him try to do that when he broke when Jordan record for the most 30-point games. Well, no, I don't think he broke the record, but he surpassed Jordan in most 30-point games. They literally did that every step of the way. Like, literally did that like every step of the way. So my question to B-League is like, How you expect them to sell controversy when they like? I don't get it. Like, how you expect ESPN and what capability they have shown you last 10 years? What you expect them to? What method you expect them to sell controversy out of that moment?
Our point is there's no need to. When Michael Jordan was going for his 6 titles, why would you say something negative about him going for his 6 titles? That does not make any sense. For instance, when LeBron James was about to break Kareem Abdul-Jabbar record, Jalen Rose was on TV and they asked him about it. He said, "Remember, LeBron James lost 6 times in the finals. Kobe Bryant has more rings than him. Jordan has more rings than him." Why is that even a thing when we're talking about LeBron James next game needing 37 points to break the all-time leading record? How does that sell anything? No one even remembers that.
I have a question directly back up now.
Okay, go ahead, Travis.
I would love to know how having a shooting slump makes you non-perfect when everybody goes through a shooting slump. That's a part of basketball. That makes them fucking perfect. That makes them fucking perfect. Continue.
There's nothing in life perfect, John.
Okay, Travis, go ahead, Travis.
LeBron is.
Go ahead, Travis.
Why is hairline like that, then, Johnny? If it's perfect, if he's perfect, why is hairline like that? Go ahead, Travis.
Perfect. Perfect hairline.
Okay, so you guys are sitting there calling him imperfect. He's above reproach. We can't critique him. My main question is: does Savannah know that you guys are like madly in love with your husband? And like would do anything to basically.
I thought you had something to say.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Let's start it. You see what we're saying? Whenever it becomes praising LeBron seems to be too much, now all of a sudden we're Savannah. We got to turn it. Nobody here is Juanita. Nobody's Juanita. Nobody is that snow bunny who has no rhythm and dancing next to Jordan at some club. Nobody's those people when they're glazing Michael Jordan, right? Nobody is Vanessa. Nobody is Vanessa when they're talking about Kobe Bryant scoring 81 points and they're glazing him beating the Toronto Raptors. Nobody's ever that. But they get so angry at me because for Sturdy to find some imperfections in LeBron, he has to talk about his hairline. He has to talk about a shooting slump. Again, that's how perfect LeBron James is, that people like Sturdy, a grown man, can get as petty as a 13-year-old girl arguing with her sister. This is what we have here.
You asked a question, Johnny. I'm just being a good panelist and answering your questions.
No, I know you are.
What?
And like I said, all Zesty Jeffrey logic has been identified, marked, and cataloged, and that is one Zesty Jeffrey logic that we have officially buried right here in GOAT James Kingdom.
Welcome to Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery, where we have identified, marked, and cataloged all Zesty Jeffreys for their final resting spot. No longer will you hear Zesty Jeffrey logic like 6-0 and the toughest era ever. This is where all of that ends, right here at Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery. Subscribe to the GOAT James Kingdom channel and also check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership.
And just for reference, Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan's hairline was gone long before LeBron's was.
You said Zesty Jeffrey.
They not perfect either.
We know they're not perfect. They don't got 40,000 points. That's a fact.
But to answer B. Lee question, the reason why.
Hold on, Craig has something to say. Go ahead, Craig.
No, I'm just going to say, you said Zesty Jeffrey 67 times today. That is a new GJK record.
Dang, Craig, keep the tabs on you, Johnny. Keeping tabs on you.
That's fine. I told y'all, for 2025, I am not holding back no more punches for people. I'm sorry, y'all. It's been a long time. I'm tired of it. You guys sit here and talk about basketball in the wrong way when all we have to do is praise people. Because when LeBron retires, I don't want to hear none of this shit about Wemby. I don't want to hear this shit about Giannis, about Joker. When Joker and Giannis and KD are better than Kobe, I don't want to hear shit from y'all. Y'all just going to have to accept these shits, man. That's it. Y'all going to have to just accept the fact that there's a player greater than the guy that you grew up watching basketball with. And that there's young kids today growing up and being infatuated with the game beyond the way you were. They didn't need Kobe Bryant to love basketball. They didn't need Michael Jordan to love basketball. And they're doing it fine with the players that exist today, which includes LeBron James. That's just the facts. And we're going to destroy all that bullshit week in and week out.
Can I answer B. Lee's question that he proposed to me?
Yeah, go ahead, Sturdy.
For that Jalen Rose example, right? And this is obviously just speculation, 'cause I'm not an executive producer at ESPN. But when they do those things, B. Lee, in my opinion, I think they're trying to spark debate and fan engagement, especially once they spread this on social media. That's why look at when those clips happen or videos that happen. Look at the comment section. Look at the likes. Look at the views. More engagement means more attention. More attention means more views. More views means more leverage. I can put more advertising in it. That's what I mean by that, Billy. I don't agree with it, but I'm just identifying what it is. That's all. I'm not defending it either. When you ask me why do they need to do that or why they're trying to do that, I think that is the reason why. They're trying their best in every shape or form to be polarizing and try to sell engagement especially with the younger audience.
Okay, let me ask you this, 30. Let me ask you this, 30. Let me ask you this, 30. The Cleveland Cavaliers, I believe, are 32-4. They have been actually been compared to the Warriors and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Wouldn't it be polarizing? Wouldn't it be controversial to compare them to the Bulls?
To the Bulls? Why would you compare it to the Bulls? Why the Bulls, not Boston or something like that?
Why would you not? Because you know why? Because Jordan is not as polarizing as LeBron. See that? You just proved our point. You just proved our point. Talking negative about the Bulls and making the Bulls team seems mediocre compared to what the Cleveland Cavaliers are doing right now is not polarizing. It's not captivating.
I said
it's
Boston.
Not marketable.
Cavaliers is not polarizing.
The reason why I said Boston.
Sturdy, use your 2 ears. I didn't say shit about Boston. I said nothing. I said nothing. I'm talking about you saying what is polarizing, what's marketable. You're basically saying Jalen Rose is being used to talk about LeBron James is negative and to critique LeBron James to create audience, to create viewership, to create actual dialogue. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why wouldn't they do the same? Creating the same dialogue, the same drama, the same intensity by talking Cleveland Cavaliers of today versus the 96 Bulls.
They did the same thing with the Warriors in 2016.
What? Why the 96 Bulls? That's what's going on? Why?
You see why you're confused? The reason you're confused is because you're proving our point. Talking negative and critiquing the Bulls and Michael Jordan isn't polarizing. It isn't marketable. It isn't profitable. Doing that to LeBron is.
There's no reason to compare them yet, though.
So. Well, yeah, like. What?
So you're proving our point that they're trying to erase his legacy. They won't erase Jordan's legacy. They won't erase Jordan's legacy. Like Herm claims they were trying to do. If they wanted to erase Jordan's legacy, they can say that this team.
They did downplay a lot of this.
Herm, you gotta chill.
If they wanted to erase Jordan's legacy, they wouldn't be saying negative stuff about LeBron.
Herm, chill out. That's not what I'm saying.
That's my point. Why won't they mention how Cleveland is on pace to beat the Bulls' record instead of talking about how LeBron's never had a Cavalier team to have this record? Because it's not polarizing. It's not marketable. It is more marketable and polarizing to erase LeBron James's greatness, which means let's erase all the great things he did in Cleveland because it's polarizing. Why is it polarizing? Because the casuals that watch basketball and pay attention to basketball are Zesty Jeffries. They have no interest and no idea about what Michael Jordan critiquing Michael Jordan is. They don't want that. So it's not marketable. It's not profitable. It's nothing. There's going to be nobody sitting in no boardroom saying, well, let's talk bad about the Bulls and Michael Jordan because that's going to generate clicks and that's going to generate marketability. And that's why what you're saying is a lie. They only do it because LeBron James is the marketability. He's the reason why Jordan's name could even be present. Without LeBron James, we're not talking Michael Jordan. That's the point. So you have to talk about Michael Jordan negatively to maintain Jordan's legacy because them same executive producers are Michael Jordan fans as well.
That's not a good example, though. I want to use that.
There's data that's proven that the executive producers are Michael Jordan fans. Billy, I like to see that data.
There's a lot of data.
I would like to see that data.
You just got to go to ESPN.
That's amazing.
You just got to tune in.
You just got to tune in.
You got to tune in.
That makes
That's it. That's it. That is it.
Yo, funny, man.
How many LeBron fans do they allow to come on ESPN and talk LeBron James? Didn't they get rid of the guy that told Shaquille O'Neal that LeBron James was the greatest player ever? Didn't they get rid of Jason Williams?
Brian Hollers, I think it was.
Yeah, didn't they get rid of him? Where are all
The
these
next
people?
week, I think.
Where is the balance? Where is the balance of LeBron fans on ESPN? They got all of these.
You just saw it, bro. They have Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. on the same show.
They just got Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp
Yeah,
shows up
because his
too, and Shannon
contract got
Sharp's-
up from Fox.
Shannon
Like he was
Sharp-
on Fox when they had him. They had a LeBron fan
Shannon
versus
Sharp-
a LeBron hater.
Shannon Sharp is there for 2 days a week, and he is there to actually give Stephen A. Smith some praise. They don't even let Shannon Sharp talk about the GOAT debate like that.
No, but that was literally the most popular sports show on Fox. Him and Skip, a LeBron fan versus LeBron hater. The LeBron hater.
And that's what
Like, that's literally why it was so popular.
And we're telling you that that's what sells. The controversy
y'all-
of critiquing
I
LeBron.
mean, LeBron Nation
You keep
had
proving our
Kendrick
point. You
They
keep
had
proving our
Kendrick
point.
Perkins till they switched.
No,
over.
you're proving my point because, like I said, this is just factual, Johnny. The media you do not get erased when the media keeps talking about you. That's literally impossible. Will be negative or
They're
positive.
trying to erase
That's
his greatness.
impossible.
That's what we're saying. They're trying to erase his greatness. They try to say LeBron is not as great as he is.
Okay,
That's what we're
Billy,
saying.
and that's oxymoronic.
Sturdy,
They can't.
stop being obtuse and learn to understand what we're saying. When we say that they're trying to erase LeBron, we're not talking about erase LeBron as an actual human being, as a figure. We're talking about his greatness. We're talking about LeBron, the great GOAT. They're trying to eliminate the brand, LeBron, not the man, the brand. Every time you mention LeBron, like they said, we must talk about his negativity. That did not exist for any other player, and they're profiting off of it. They're not talking about his greatness enough. They're talking more about how he's not great to Michael Jordan than anything else. That's what they're trying to erase. They're trying to tell us 40,000 points mean nothing. They're trying to tell us that LeBron James dunking at 40 years old and playing the way he's playing right now means nothing.
That's where they pushed that.
We just showed the video.
We just showed the video.
What the hell y'all keep asking who? We played it like 5 times.
There's only one owl. There's only one owl in GOAT James Kingdom that can say who, and that is the Zesty Jeffrey Owl at the Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery.
Welcome to Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery, where we have identified, marked, and cataloged all Zesty Jeffreys for their final resting spot. No longer will you hear Zesty Jeffrey logic like 6-0 and the toughest era ever. This is where all of that ends, right here at Zesty Jeffrey Cemetery. Subscribe to the GOAT James Kingdom channel and also check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership.
Y'all gotta stop this shit. We named names. We gave
Can I
y'all
be
Jalen
honest?
Rose. We gave y'all Jalen Rose, part of the media. We gave y'all Chris Broussard, part of the media. We gave you Rob Parker, part of the media. We gave you Rashad McCants, a part of the media. We gave you Stephen A. Smith, a part of the media. We gave you a bunch of guys who are a part of the media and who are on the media more than all of them.
LeBron advocate.
Honestly,
Chris Haynes is not on the media.
See, hey Johnny,
Chris
can
Haynes is in the
can I just say something? Let me make this quick, Can I just say this real quick? Hey Johnny, I forgot to tell you to see that episode you had with Fighting Night Exposure with Rex. In my opinion, that was your best episode of Fighting Night Exposure. That was one of your best content y'all put out there. That had everything from comedy, education, basketball history, had everything, and it had some moments that you wasn't expecting. So I thought it was a fantastic stream. But in that stream, I will 100% agree with Rex, bro. When I can't wait till LeBron retire. This LeBron versus Jordan shit, this GOAT debate, this shit is so toxic, bro. This shit is nasty as hell,
Because
bro.
of the media.
No, it's not just the media. It's everybody. Everybody that participates in it, believe.
It's not. It's not our fault that too many Zesty Jeffreys. It's not our fault.
And that's the point. No, hey Johnny, the GOAT debate is the reason why you keep saying Zesty Jeffrey, but there's not a Zesty Jeffrey on this panel.
Huh?
I'll say it again. The GOAT debate is the reason why you keep saying Zesty Jeffrey, and there's not a Zesty Jeffrey on this panel.
I got 3 of y'all using Zesty Jeffrey logic.
Shout out to Rex. Rex.
What logic?
Shout out to Rex, yo.
I think
Shout out to Rex.
you are using your own Zesty Jeffrey logic.
Shout out to Rex.
You were doing the Zesty Jeffrey shit.
The Zesty Jeffrey logic is not accepting facts and then twisting the conversation.
I mean, it could go. I don't think you accept any of Sturdy and Craig facts.
I did,
So you
and I said
used
that,
Zesty
that
Jeffrey's
I did recognize that what they said, and as I stated before, those are lies. There are lies that they're going to sit here and believe that other players got critiqued like LeBron does.
I didn't
and
say that's not my lie.
That's not what me and Craig said. I didn't say that.
That's a lie Herm said. That's a lie Herm said.
I said that.
Herm said.
That's a lie Herm said.
Me or Craig did not say that. And to your point, hey Johnny, that's why, like, when y'all keep mentioning those moments from NBC, that's why I think the marketing change is going to happen, because they're going back to NBC. They're going to Amazon Prime. They're not. The Turner Sports is not going to be one of the primary platforms for NBA basketball no more. So I don't think this shit is going to last any longer.
And then what will happen? Y'all will have nobody to complain about, and then it's going to be oh. They give him praise. I don't know how they react. I don't have a Zesty Jeffrey to argue with.
I can't wait for the day. Can't wait for the day that we can actually appreciate LeBron greatness.
Y'all, all it's gonna be is people not gonna be talking the NBA. They're just not gonna be talking about the NBA no more.
Stop reacting.
They're still gonna be talking LeBron James. Y'all really think they're gonna stop talking LeBron James?
You see, you can
again. Do y'all really think people are gonna stop talking LeBron James? LeBron James fans are not gonna stop talking about LeBron James fans. That's why they're upset. That's why they have to discredit LeBron at every turn, because they already know. That's why you have to call me a LeBron sexual. That's why they have to say I'm sleeping in LeBron sheets and all these other things to make it seem like it's weird to appear like LeBron is great. That's what you guys build.
Jeffrey? Like, what the hell? Like,
A Zesty Jeffrey is somebody that knows nothing about Michael Jordan's career. They claim Michael Jordan's great at everything, and LeBron James isn't. They sit here and argue with LeBron fans at every turn because they're afraid that LeBron fans are going to overtake the world and show everybody that LeBron's great. So they're going to continually say those guys over there are LeBron sexuals, and they're gonna talk about all the sexual stuff that they want to do in life, and they're gonna put it on us like they do all the time.
Both fan bases do the same shit.
We don't do that. That's a lie. Go James.
Both fan bases
do
the same shit.
We don't do that. We don't
Jordan
do that.
fans and LeBron fans, two at the same time. Bro.
Don't do that, guys. Stop it. That's not true. That's not true. Y'all gotta stop lying. Y'all gotta stop lying.
Do the same shit. Same shit they do.
No, we don't. I don't do what they do. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, we don't.
You don't got a name for these delusional fans like
I had them before. They were MJ delusionals. Then I realized that I can't call them MJ delusionals because there are real Jordan fans out there. And real Jordan fans that know basketball and appreciate the game of basketball. So I had to find another name for them. When I found out that they were very zesty because they love to be homosexual, they love to talk about homoerotic behavior. They love to see men on men.
That's all they know.
Talking. That's all they love to talk about. All because in their mind, we're not supposed to be infatuated with LeBron the way they're infatuated with Jordan. That's the point. And in fact, most of them are not infatuated with Jordan. They're just infatuated with LeBron, but they don't know how to admit it. Because
hey, Johnny, can I ask you a question?
They have mental issues.
Hold on, her. But hey, Johnny, can I ask you a question? And B-Lee too, obviously. I want to, because B-Lee is important too. To y'all, do y'all think there is a certain sect of LeBron fans that are equally as delusional?
For sure.
I don't know who they are.
Never met.
Bro. There are
y'all
some. Gotta get around. Jesus Christ, bro. 2 nights ago, I was on Twitter Space. 2 nights ago, this LeBron fan said he tried to have a yelling match with me by saying LeBron's the greatest 3-point shooter ever. I'm like, bro, LeBron is great and all this shit, but like, bro, he can't have everything, my nigga. He just can't. Like, it is Brandon. Even the numbers don't prove. He was trying to tell me that because he hits more clutch 3-point shots than Curry, he's the greater 3-point shooter than Curry. And I'm like, bro, that's not enough. That's the third, and we got to a back and forth 30 minutes. So like, I just gotta get around. I'm letting y'all know. There's
Brandon,
toxic fans in every fan base.
Brandon, you've seen it like every single week in our chat. Like, it's not like, I'm not saying these people don't know basketball, but it's the other side of the coin. Like Herm was saying, it's like you see people when you can't have a conversation with someone, like, and you just hear all these fans saying, no other argument. There's no basis. There's no logic. They're not open minded. They're doing the same thing that we make fun of, like these Zesty Jeffreys for. Who we come up, we expose them for being obtuse, for being unable to actually talk the game. They just use narrative and feelings. We see a ton of that, not just in our chat, but on our sites, on our pages. It's the exact same behavior because
Don't
they
be a
just
lame
I don't know how
man.
somebody I don't know how somebody believing LeBron James is a LeBron James fan makes them delusional.
That's
by
not
saying
that's
LeBron
not
James
all
is
what I said.
I didn't
I
call
said-
you MJ
That
delusional
ain't what
because you
he
think.
said.
Oh wait,
That's
I
not-
didn't call. Wait. I didn't call you an MJ delusional because you think Jordan's great at something. That's what. See, this is what you guys do. Again, you guys are twisting the argument.
That's not at all what I said either.
You
Not even
are.
close
You
to
are.
it.
Yes, you are saying that. What you're saying is again. I'm talking about what Sturdy just said. I'm talking about what Sturdy just said, and you just try to double down with Sturdy. You just try to prove it. You just try to add candles to his cake.
He's right. He's right, 100%.
No,
Then you're
but
wrong.
it-
That's what I'm saying.
it-
You're both fucking wrong. That's what I'm saying. You're both fucking wrong. Because that's not the conversation. The conversation isn't about
That's
people
the
being
sad shit
fans.
that I'm with.
We're not
What's
talking
going on?
about
There's
people.
one of them right
We're not
there.
talking
Sad
about
shit I'm
people being fans. You are allowed to be a
Can't
fan
be
of Michael
honest about
Jordan.
fan
You
base
are
anymore.
allowed to think Michael Jordan is a great basketball player. What you're not allowed to do is say other people suck because of LeBron James or Jordan. That's not what LeBron James fans do.
You can't be honest about all fan
Wait,
bases.
hey Johnny, in my example, I was just giving you an example of a passionate LeBron James fan trying to explain to me why he believes he's the greatest 3-point shooter of all time.
And
And he
because of
used
what again?
basketball.
Because
And he
of
used
clutch three.
basketball terms, right? And he used basketball
Is it
terms,
because of
right?
what against
Did
30?
he use
Because of
basketball
clutch.
terms? Did he use basketball terms to define
my
why he thinks
God.
LeBron's great or not? Yes or no, sir?
Hey Johnny, his two main
What did he
points was
use?
literally
Yeah.
this.
And why?
What did he
Wait,
use?
why do?
I'm trying to-
Wait.
What did he use?
I'm
I
gonna do the
want to
same
see.
thing
I
I
want
did
to hear what he
Friday.
used.
Sturdy,
I'm
stop
trying to
licking
answer your
around the
question.
pussy. Stop licking around the
I'm trying to
pussy.
answer your
Lick
question,
the
bro.
clit. Lick the
I'm
clit.
trying to answer your
Did
question,
he
Johnny.
use
It looks like
basketball?
you
Wait,
licked
you're not
that
answering.
ass, 'cause-
You're running around the clit. Lick the clit. Did he use basketball
30, just answer
terminology?
it, man. Just
Did
answer it.
he?
He's
Did
going
he
off the
use?
top. Let's
I'm
answer
trying
it,
to answer
30.
it, B. Literally,
Listen,
I'm literally
Sturdy,
trying to answer it.
Sturdy, answer my question. So I'm
Trying
gonna
to
answer
answer.
it. So shut the fuck up so I can ask you the question so that you can answer it. So I can make sure that you're answering the question I'm asking you. Again, the question is when the man was explaining to you that LeBron was the greatest 3-point shooter in his mind, was he using basketball terms and basketball actual terminology?
Some and some of them wasn't. I don't think he did use terms like clutch, but he also used terms like killer will. Killer will is not a basketball term, so I don't know what to tell you. In the conversation I had with
He
this,
said, wait. He said, hold on, wait. I got to
I
make
just
sure
want
he
to
said.
finish answering your
No,
question,
I know
bro.
because you're not answering the question. Because what did he say, Sturdy? What did he say specific to say LeBron James was the greatest 3-point shooter in his mind?
I'm trying to get to that. He
Okay, go
literally
ahead.
said only 2 reasons why he believes he's the greatest 3-point shooter of all time.
Okay.
In contrast to Steph Curry, he literally said, 1, he was the first, he was shooting extended threes before Steph Curry. That's what he said. The
Basketball.
second point,
That's basketball.
the second point was he said he was more of a killer than Steph Curry from 3. That's not a basketball term. And
Did you ask him to define killer?
And yes, and he was
What did he say?
referring.
And what did he say? And what did he say to define killer?
He was referring to. I'm clearly paraphrasing. He was referring to the clutch 3-pointers that LeBron James made.
Basketball terms, correct? He used clutch shots that LeBron made. Am I correct?
I'm honestly.
Hey, John,
I'm telling you what he said.
Correct? Wait,
yes
you
and
asked
no.
Him, you asked him to define killer, and he gave you a basketball term meaning LeBron James shooting clutch 3-pointers.
This is wild.
This is crazy.
That's not
No,
wild.
he did not.
That's not wild. You know what I heard? I heard Michael Jordan made Scottie Pippen. That's delusional. That's delusional.
No, hey Johnny, it's
wait. I heard Michael Jordan could win a championship. He didn't have to ask for help. He didn't need help. He just had to just wait till his teammates got better. That's delusional. That's delusional. That's not basketball related. That's not nothing. The man told you LeBron James had killer instinct because he hit clutch shots. That's a part of being killer if you hitting clutch shots. So he used basketball terms.
Basketball's not a tough sport. The killer instinct is not a basketball term, Johnny.
In his mind, he was right.
No. Killer instinct is not a basketball term if you don't use anything basketball related. Killer instinct is having a mentality like Kobe is bullshit. But they're not using nothing to say why he has that. He gave you a basketball stat. He said LeBron James is clutch threes. That's a stat. So he's using basketball. He's not delusional. Just because you don't like the words he used, that doesn't mean he's being delusional.
No, he's delusional.
He didn't say he had killer instinct because he just has killer instinct because I watched it like Zesty Jeffrey say. He said no, LeBron James hit mad clutch 3-pointers. That's a stat. That's basketball.
Mad clutch 3-pointers is thank you, Greg. Mad is his number. That's an integer.
Well, he did hit the most. To be fair,
But hold on.
He did hit the most.
It's still basketball. He still basketball. He still talked basketball.
Okay,
No
so
matter
hey,
what you
Johnny,
said, he talked the
and
game.
thank you for defending this conversation. You're not part of the I experience, but I just want to say this.
No,
The reason why,
I'm only going off
okay,
of your words,
can
Sturdy.
I say
I'm
this? Can I
going
say
off of
this?
your words,
Okay.
Sturdy. No, because you keep lying. You
Mhm.
keep showing up here lying, switching up your words. You should. Again, I keep telling you, Sturdy, pick a side. Because the more that you stay on the fence, the more your balls are going to get crushed. Because you need to pick a side. Pick a
Okay,
side.
so
Be a Jordan fan
I'm
or be a LeBron fan. But staying on the fence is not working for you. All you're doing is getting beat up by both sides.
I'm on the side. I'm on the side of logic, and it is delusional for anybody to try to explain to me why LeBron James is the greatest 3-point shooter of all time. If your premise and argument is he's the greatest 3-point shooter of all time, LeBron James fan or not, and your only two arguments is clutch moments, which you did not describe the way this nigga described, and extended threes, you are delusional in my opinion. It is what it is.
That's not the same definition of delusion that I use. So stop taking my term and mixing it up with your term, please.
Okay, hey, all right, cool.
That's why
Right.
it's just like it's just like Craig want to all of a sudden explain why Jordan is a top 5 point guard, and he uses something the small sample size of what Jordan did as a point guard. You will say Craig delusional, wouldn't you, AJ?
No, I wouldn't have, because Greg talks basketball.
So if I were to sit here and say he's a top 5 point guard because in an 11-game span he had 10 triple doubles, you wouldn't say I'm delusional?
No, I wouldn't say delusional. I would just say you're wrong.
Okay.
And we will tell you who the top 5 were. And we will tell you who the top 5 were.
I didn't say the LeBron fan. I didn't say the LeBron fan was right by saying LeBron James is the greatest 3-point shooter ever. Did I? No, I didn't say that. I just say he's not delusional. And there's a way to explain to him why he's wrong.
That is delusional.
You're delusional, nigga. It is what it is.
He is a fan of the game of basketball, and he used a basketball term
he's just
to
a fan
explain
of a
what
player. He's a
That's
fan
fine.
of a player.
And he has a right to be a fan of a player. No one says you can't be a fan of a player. Who says you can't be a fan of a player?
Well, who else supposed to be a fan of?
Thank you. Nobody said that.
That's
the
problem.
No, you can be a fan of a player or
Because
team.
as soon as the player left, it's a wrap. No.
Be a fan of logic.
No, listen. There's plenty of people
That's why that's less Bulls fans because Jordan left.
That's Cleveland fans. There's
plenty of guys like Brandon. Oh wait, there's plenty of guys like Brandon that are just fans of players but still watch the game. Chilltown is not a fan of any team, but he's a basketball fan. He's a fan of players. That's fine. No one tells y'all can't be a fan of players. No one tells y'all this. The delusion is the lies you guys say, the lies that you guys use. 6-0, hand checking, toughest era ever. These are lies.
Lie. Did he not win 6? Did he not have a 6-0 record in the finals?
No, 6-0 is not the lie. 6-0 being used as a reason why he's the GOAT is the lie.
How is that? How are you going to tell somebody?
I mean, they use the basketball logic.
No, we just put John having to check above him for 8-0. That's all.
6-0
That's all.
does not make. That's the whole point. That's
we were just trumping.
They're saying 6-0 is one of the reasons, not the reason.
Okay, that's different.
A whole bunch of stuff besides
no.
That's different.
Not just Hamper on the 6-0.
They're not delusional. Use the 6-0.
Somebody else who has a better
According to you,
It's 6-0. It's 6-0 to have the check is mentioned. Then it's everything else.
No, that's the only thing y'all can argue is because of that. That's the only thing you can argue with and use another player is because of that.
Exactly.
Because of Havlicek.
I
Y'all
know,
don't
that's
do
why-
that with anything else that you say.
Yeah, because we
What is he supposed to mean, Craig? What's that supposed to mean?
No, but Brandon, because that you're right, Craig. Our job is to correct what's wrong. So if you're gonna continue to say something wrong,
what
we're
y'all
gonna
do
correct
is y'all don't like what people say and y'all nitpick. Y'all nitpick what
No,
people
we just
say.
want you to be consistent. If you say 6-0 is the greatest, how's that better than 8-0? That's all.
No one
That's
says
all.
6-0 is the greatest. They say one of the reasons he's the greatest.
There go y'all say no one. So wait a minute. So where did Brandon and I get this 6-0 from? We just fabricated this out of our own mind?
Hey, that same way y'all fabricate this media greatness crap.
We showed you clips. We showed you clips.
I can show you clips of people doing that to Jordan too.
Where? I would love to see
Show
this
us.
clip.
I would love to
please.
see
The
those.
articles though, because they was doing more right.
Really, we're the president.
Zesty Jeffries can't read. Zesty Jeffries
the
can't read.
magazines and
Is that what you say, Travis?
We can do that.
We're the
do that
presence of
more,
greatness. We need to get sports talks only to take all this nonsense.
What take?
Him and Juan Boy have actually been patient. It's been,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's let Juan Boy in first, and then we'll let Sports Talk only go, and then we'll get up out of here because we are running.
Yeah, we need to get up. It's
time.
2:00.
I'm full LeBron glaze. It's over right here.
Maybe your hair would look better because with a Jordan glaze, it'll be bald. At least with LeBron, you'll have a hairline. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Juan Boy.
Now see,
You got the LeBron.
Now see, with the LeBron grades goes back to the topic of the show. Yeah, the media are set to try to tear down what LeBron James did. The morning after LeBron broke the scoring record, here goes Stephen A. Well, the Lakers could have won the game. Never mind the fact that he just broke their all-time scoring record. And to debunk Herm the way that Herm be defended Michael Jordan, no, they was not talking about Michael Jordan finishing this.
I say they talk about everybody.
They were not talking about Michael Jordan finishing the last 3 games of the '96 finals on 22 for 60 shooting. They wasn't talking about his.
I didn't talk about moments like that, bro.
Yeah, because he won.
You gotta get your mind right.
Shooting when he won. That was
you pointing at the '96, nigga. I'm talking about they criticized Jordan for certain more. I say they criticized all the all-time greats that ever played the game. So get your facts right, bro.
Not when they accomplish something.
When did they?
Yes, they did. So with Jordan, so y'all telling me, okay. So when Jordan accomplished, hold on, because BZ said something, so I gotta respond to that. So when Jordan accomplished everything they did in 1988, you telling me not one journalist or not one media member still attacked Michael Jordan, saying that despite of what he was doing, he would never win a championship because of his style of play, and that Michael Jordan is selfish. Despite of the MVPs, the Defensive Player of the Year, slammed all that stuff that he did in '88, he didn't get criticized. He didn't get any negative comments from the journalists and media members back then.
I'm not talking about. No,
I'm talking to B. Lee. I ain't talking to you because you full of shit.
I'm talking about now.
I'm talking to B. Lee.
I don't care. I address you.
Yeah, you ain't addressed shit because all you went to 1996, nigga, to a point that you want to talk about, nigga.
You think that
I want to talk about the hell you
out
talking
of here
about,
off this pen. Because, like you said, you 5'11", you wasn't big enough to play ball, so you ain't big enough to get physical. So stop talking on this panel like that.
Man, I'll dunk on you, nigga. Dunk on you, little nigga. What the fuck?
Oh, wow, bro.
We can play for money right now, little nigga. What you talking about, nigga?
Y'all out here catching flights to see other men? You know what we talking about right now?
If the money right, if he betting the right amount of money, I'll play him one-on-one.
One, I have a question for you, man.
Mike Pete got $5,000 on him. He said anybody want to play him, $5,000, 5 G's on the line.
Tell him I'll double that 5.
So, One Boy, I have a quick question, bro. And like I've seen all your takes. Like you obviously know your stuff, and I've seen a lot of your takes. But I have one question. You seem to fixate in on like certain moments and like specifics from various games or years. And it seems to me like, and obviously you can discuss this about any players, but I get the intention or the feeling that you use those maybe to rank players. I'm just wondering, do you consistently do it for every player, even LeBron, like their lowlights?
No, but the thing is that your guys who don't appreciate what LeBron is doing or is always trying to push Michael Jordan off on us, like what he's done is better than what other people have seen. We have a right to not think that Jordan is the GOAT and shooting 22 for 60 in the days when you said that you are on record saying that you began watching 1996 and watching ball in 1996. So if he played that horrible, that's when you said you started watching basketball, and that's the moment guys like you goaded him on horrible shooting nights when he was shooting. On nights when he missed 26 shots and then go miss 20 more shots the very next game and then go miss 20 shots against Jeff Hornacek, bum ass. That's the point I be trying to make. He put up good numbers against bum ass niggas, and that's not the best basketball I've seen in my 41 years. Stop trying to convince me and other people that he is. That's the only point we be trying to make.
I thought the show was about greatness of LeBron. How we talk about why Jordan ain't great in your eyes?
I mean,
because he asked me why.
I asked you why, but it just seems like you're not using that same logic with any other player other than Mike.
because Mike wasn't all of that. Mike was ass. You asked me I think he was the most overrated player in basketball. Ain't got no
There it is.
left hand, couldn't shoot worth for. He got outperformed in the 3-point contest by 7-foot cat because he couldn't shoot. And that
So
was for the
where do you have
short
Mike ranked all
line.
the time there, one way?
23, his jersey number.
I think we've heard enough.
Now, just for the record, if somebody came on here and said LeBron is ranked 23 in NBA history, what would y'all say to that?
So he's saying, Brandon, because
no, let them answer. Let them, John and BD. If someone came on here and said LeBron was ranked 23 in all-time ranking, what would you
I'm
say?
not here for a Jordan debate.
We will ask him why. That's about all.
Nigga, what you ever done?
We will ask him why.
Brandon, you literally heard this man say that he has him ranked 23rd because he didn't shoot 80% versus Jeff Hornacek for a series. That's what he said.
That's not
how is that not?
You're glorifying that 45 you're glorifying 21 shot, 20 missed shots against a bum ass nigga like Jeff Hornacek with 1 rebound and 1 assist and trying to tell me that's the greatest shit.
All right, so what about when he scored 45 points on 23 shots against Shaq and Pippen in the playoffs? What about when he scored 45 points on 23
This
shots?
nigga probably came and made 10
That's exactly what happened. He lost the series and
No,
then
he didn't lose the series. He swept them. That was game 4 of the 96 Eastern Conference Finals. He had 45 points on 23 shots. Now,
all right, so
against Shaq and Penny.
All right, so when the year before that, when he
Shaq and
scored
Penny.
55, so take this.
Man, can I get my take off though?
I'm just saying.
Hold on, wait. See, y'all all proving our point right here. Y'all are all proving our point right here.
He literally just said Michael Jordan is 23rd. One boy is a critique.
We should be allowed to critique.
He should be allowed to critique Michael Jordan.
That's not a critique.
Oh, see, look. Now it's like, wait, Jordan shooting 2 of 30 is not a critique? What is that?
No,
that's not a critique.
That's not a critique now? That's not a critique now?
That's like me saying, you know what, I'm going to knock down LeBron 10 slots because of his 2007 finals performance. It's disingenuous. You're cherry picking.
That's what they do to LeBron.
That's what they do to LeBron.
Yeah.
That's what they do
That's
to
not what
LeBron.
anyone intelligent does to LeBron.
Listen to yourself.
See what I'm saying?
You're asking me why I'm thinking the person that people tell me to go missed 14 straight shots and went into a third quarter shooting 2 for 22.
That's not what I asked you. Well, I asked you if you only use
It was all the other two.
Well, don't you understand?
Exactly. He's critiquing Jordan. Why are you asking about anybody else? We talking about Jordan. Why was Jordan 2 of 22?
Because, Johnny, all of his goddamn posts are literally about Michael Jordan, and he uses the logic.
And so it's everything
but it
about
doesn't
Stephen
apply
A.
to any other player.
And we say the same thing about the media. Everything about LeBron's the same way.
He says he
This
uses
is exactly what we've been talking about.
This is exactly what we've been
He
talking
uses
about. You see that? Look, we can't critique Michael Jordan for nothing. Look at this.
And
See?
I'm not talking about no media, no AI generated pictures and none of that shit. I'm talking about shit that I'm watching on YouTube, shit that I could go to stats.
That's the problem. You're watching on YouTube.
Yeah,
I mean, that's 100% of the
I watched Sean Leonard and Danny Manning and Dan Marley make that motherfucker miss 26 shots before missing 20 shots in the next game. That's ass.
What's that?
See?
Yeah.
See?
That's one of the worst picks ever.
Now y'all mad because we critiquing Michael Jordan.
No,
See that?
I am not mad. I'm just saying the way you say what Zesty Jeffries do the same shit, you up here about to blow a blood vessel. But now you defending the same shit and get mad if someone.
Hey, Craig, did I
But I'm giving you basket. I'm giving
like
Hey,
literally.
Craig, did I tell him that earlier?
Hold on. Again. This is my point. This is my point. And this is exactly why.
Point. Your face is biasness, and it's okay.
It's not biased. It's
Craig,
not biased because you guys
Craig,
don't care to change nothing, man. You guys don't care to change nothing because none of you guys are willing to call out Zesty Jeffries.
I don't want them to pull them out. I don't care for them. That's what you don't understand.
I will.
Because they irrelevant. Because they are.
I'll wait till it's my turn. I'll wait till it's my turn to speak on my own show.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
because you keep muting me every time I try to speak.
Go ahead.
So I'm saying, it's that what they doing is because they want to make money, and as far as everything else, that's how they make money, by talking about bad people. That's how they make money. Talk about LeBron James until he retires. It's going to stop once they retire because he no longer has something for them to talk about. All they're going to talk about is the stuff that people talk about Jordan, about what he did, because he's not doing anything else. That's the only reason why, because he's still active. They're talking about him. They're not going to praise him until he retires. They did the same shit to every other player. They're not going to talk great about him while they're playing. They're not going to do it when they retire.
The last 5 years, they didn't say nothing bad about Kobe.
What do you mean? His team wasn't making the playoffs. They was
I don't know. I think
retired.
Kobe. I think honestly, B-Lee. I think
Brandon, you weren't watching shit then if you think that.
All these niggas to be honest. Kobe.
What would they say?
What was they saying about Kobe that was negative?
That was bad. Go ahead, please.
What? Oh, he's a waste of their payroll. He's not contributing. They're going to be rebuilding. He's selfish for that deal.
Who said that? Who said that?
He shouldn't have.
All the
He
media,
shouldn't have
every single day on the media, like any show you get into, they would be like, whenever the Lakers were getting blown out, and Kobe was obviously hobbled and injured, and like he got that.
Kobe was barely playing to talk about him.
He took so much flack.
You proving our point. They wasn't talking about Kobe. They just let him be hurt.
They let him
ride off in the sunset. They had a farewell tour. They had a farewell tour for Kobe.
So when
Kobe was praised.
So when the Shaq and Kobe beef was going on, whose side the media took? In the Shaq and Kobe beef, when that was going on, whose side they took? It ain't
the media didn't take no sides. Kobe was exiled.
That's a goddamn lie.
They didn't take sides.
That's a goddamn lie.
They did it.
They was killing Kobe.
Sides and Shaq would have stayed on the Lakers.
What were they killing Kobe for?
For forcing Shaq out.
Who was killing Kobe for that?
Every one of the talking heads that you would watch, dude. That just tells me you didn't watch anything back then.
I was watching things back then because when I was telling people that Kobe did that, they told me I was crazy because I was the Kobe hater saying that about Kobe, and the people were telling me I was bugging that they needed to get rid of Shaq.
You're right. That was the narrative.
Because they were saying the same thing that they were saying about Jimmy Butler, who wants to pay Shaq another $100-something million. That was a smart move. That's what we were told. And there was definitely no Kobe Bryant fans saying Kobe Bryant, anything else Kobe Bryant.
Phil Jackson killed Kobe Bryant around that time.
Phil Jackson is not in the media. He wrote a book that none of y'all read.
Was it nobody talking about Jordan winning Finals MVP on 5 for 19 shooting?
Hey,
talk about the series.
Hey, guess what, Craig?
Yeah, the last three. I just said.
Let me ask you a question. How many of y'all know Kobe Bryant? How many of y'all know? How many of y'all know the last 2 years of Kobe Bryant's career he shot under 40%?
I do. I'm a Kobe fan. But you don't hear me trying to prop him up.
Look at Travis's face. Travis's face can't believe that. You know
why?
No,
because they wasn't talking about it.
Because they were not talking about it like that. Nobody was talking about how bad Kobe Bryant was his last NBA season.
Cause I honestly think Warren Boy full of shit, but I'm gonna ask him this question, Warren Boy. When the Shaq and beef at night, whose side the media was taking? Shaq or Kobe?
Man, I didn't care about none of that. I didn't get into shit like that. I don't care about what happened on the court. Because if he was getting into if he was worried about what the media was doing, then we'd be worried about
the media didn't pick sides. What media picked sides? What side did they pick? What side did they pick? They didn't pick nobody's side. There was no side to pick. All right, please, Craig. Please, Craig. No, let's get sports talk. Go ahead, sports talk only. Go ahead and get your take in.
Oh shit, my God.
Worse, bro.
Man, I think I damn near almost forgot what I was gonna say.
All our goddamn IQs got lowered by one boy right now, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Critiquing Michael. Guess what? That's what happens when you critique LeBron.
You can't talk about Jordan.
All I really would say is just like, it's not even about what do you say? Something about what? Travis, what did you say earlier when he was like, why they talk negative about LeBron? Something about sparking controversy or something, or pay? Was that you?
That was Sturdy.
That was Sturdy trying to say that it's marketable. They look to find people to debate, so they look for somebody to say something negative.
I mean, that's part of it, but the real reason has absolutely nothing to do with that. It's because LeBron's resume has become too overwhelming that every time he breaks a record or he has a milestone or he accomplishes something, they have to bring up what he didn't do to make it seem like he's not as great as he actually is. That's the reason.
And and the point too
They
is
don't agree with
is
that.
they
They don't
didn't
agree with
do
that,
that to
though.
Jordan.
They don't agree with that, but they don't agree with that, guys.
In 3 games.
But they don't agree with that, sports. They're saying us that we're being too sensitive. That
Yeah.
every player has been critiqued for the same things.
Yeah, I mean,
which is lies. Those are all lies.
Yeah,
The
then
only
as soon as
players might
one
be
boy say something, they get emotional.
Yeah, getting this
they
emotion. I don't
they
even
might
care
be
about listen,
the
I don't
players
mean to
might be
cut you off,
critiqued
bro.
in that moment. They might be critiqued in that moment, but are they critiqued every single time, reminded of what their fares were every time they accomplish something? When Jordan won his first championship, did they talk about in 1989 when he took 8 shots in 46 minutes?
No, this is a perfect example. Jordan scored 63 points, y'all. I respond. He got swept. Why you have to bring that up? That had nothing to do with it. He still scored 63 points. Michael Jordan.
Wait, so sports talk. Let me ask you a question real fast, and then I get about it because I want to see if we're on the same page.
Go ahead.
So if I said, hey, you know what, my whole criteria for ranking players is, or just one player actually, is that I'm gonna look at I'm gonna ignore their entire resume, but I'm gonna look at their lowlights. For example, 2008, Cavs versus Celtics. LeBron shoots 35% for that entire series, and in a pivotal, let's say game 2, he starts off, he shoots 25%. They get destroyed that series because of his poor play. That to me is unforgivable. That to me like trumps everything else he did. So right now he's like 13th for me all time. Actually, no, 20th. Let's do that. Okay, would that be a great take to you?
Not necessarily, but you gotta understand the logic is that's pretty much how a lot of LeBron fans feel, because everything about LeBron is comparing his negatives to Jordan's positive, and then pretending like, not every player doesn't have negatives.
Every player has negatives. Of course.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's why you might see those kind of takes. I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's why it is that way.
But
now to Herm's point, when he's talking about who's saying all these things about the media and how are they disparaging? Who's doing it, right? Okay, I got a few names for him. Skip Bayless, 1. Stephen A. Smith, 2.
Sports. Hold on. So sports. We gave them these names. These arguments are again the same thing. Travis is. This is why I get upset. This is why my blood boils and I get upset. Because look what Travis just said. He brought up these stats about LeBron. Why does he know these stats from LeBron? Because critiquing LeBron is supposed to be acceptable. But if we brought up Jordan's failure for 88, he's not going to accept that. When I tell him Jordan is 5th on my list because he has fake stats and fake steals, what do you say, Travis?
I say you're entitled to your opinion, man. I don't agree with it.
So what's the?
Yeah, that's
what if someone says that Dame Lillard is better than Hakeem and Dwayne because he got Rookie of the Year? Is that a valid argument?
No.
So you're telling me now, Travis, that it's my opinion that Jordan had fake steals?
No, it's your opinion that he's 5th all time.
Yeah.
And it's just your reasoning.
No, because again, remember, we got to critique players. It's a part of being the critique.
Johnny, though, I didn't.
But your critique has to be maybe logical and rooted in common sense.
It's not logical to say. It's not logical to say Jordan got fake stats and fake steals.
No, that is logical because there may be some truth behind that.
But
he went from being number 3 to number 5 because of it.
But I'm not cherry picking. You only say I'm cherry picking because I pick out bad games. And when I do that, I go to all different type of bad shooting performances throughout his career.
That's not cherry picking.
One boy, that is kind of cherry picking, though.
But
it's applying the same logic, though. That's the point. That's the point.
But sports talk. This is what people don't understand. This is the avenue and the war strategy that they laid out.
I know.
They've always said that we must talk about the negatives. We must tell the whole story. Because remember, they can't tell us how great Michael Jordan is. They can only tell us how Michael Jordan never failed. Because they're going to lie and say Jordan never failed because their opinion, based on their opinion. So I can't say LeBron is perfect because I'm delusional. But they can perceive and tell everyone that we all must believe Jordan had the least amount of failures, and that's not delusional.
And
when we start mentioning his failures, like Womboy and I do, now we're the delusional ones. It's based on our opinions. It's no longer a valid argument no more. There's no longer a valid conversation. Now the conversation has become toxic. But when the conversation was just talking about LeBron's negative, that wasn't a toxic conversation then. That's our point. That's how they're trying to erase his legacy.
I know.
That's what I'm saying.
And when I bring up these topics, because like I said, they wasn't watching Jordan back in the 80s. I'm talking about the 90s, the second three-peat. But that series against Seattle where he shot bad, that series against Miami, he shot bad. The Bulls were up 3-0. Where is this killer instinct that they was talking about? You're up 3-0 and you shoot bad to end the series. Where is it at? That's
it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Those are perfect examples. You are up 3-0, Travis, and then you close the series out shooting 22 for 60. You're up 3-0, and then you shoot 0 for 14, and then you go into the third quarter 2 for 22. You shoot 9 for 35 before you go on to the next game. You shoot 11 for 31. That's not the greatest basketball I've seen.
But okay, so
That's
I have no.
That's it.
I have no problem with you using cherry picks if you're insisting.
Asking for a GOAT ranking and considering, and like I said, you debate to win the base. I talk basketball. Jeff Hornacek, them dudes. You look at Jordan's competition in the finals, they were ass. Horsey Hawkins, Gary Payton had a torn calf, and Nate McMillan was hurt with back issues. How did Jordan perform that bad with the best two perimeter defenders hurt? Answer that.
Perform that bad. He was facing the DPOY and that was like the best defense.
22 for 60. When you're up 3-0. Answer that.
That was one of the best. They won that series. They were one of the best defensive teams in the league.
There you go. See, there you go. They won it. And guess what? That's what I'm saying. Again, eventually, what you do great trumps anything you did negative, and that's the point. So we should only talk about your greatness. There's no need to bring up.
You just heard this man said he has Jordan ranked 23rd because of these cherry picks.
Yes, because we're at war, and during war, it's all fair in war. Until the war is over, Travis, you won't have nobody saying nothing like that again. Let's end the war.
Right. The dumbest takes ever are acceptable.
No, the dumbest takes come from Zesty Jeffries, not from GOAT James Kingdom. He can have Jordan 23rd because guess what? Jordan ain't the best player ever. You lied. What are you going to use? What are you going to use? Resume? You going to use stats? What are you going to use?
I don't have a GOAT. I'm a basketball fan.
No, you just like even. I'm glad Sports Talks was on the same page with me because I said I don't care what you do, but he admitted that the only time.
Yeah, I see it from both sides.
The only time he uses those things is for Jordan. He doesn't rank any other player like he does Michael Jordan at all.
Because Michael
Jordan
fans are
exactly. Y'all gotta stop getting mad when we start using Jordan the way y'all use everybody else. Jordan is acceptable to it. If he just wants to do it to Jordan, why are you upset? Why? Why can't we do it to Jordan? Why are you guys?
Because he doesn't have any credibility when he talks basketball.
None of us do then. Then nobody does. Then nobody does. I'm tired of this. We can say whatever we want to say about Michael Jordan because y'all can say whatever y'all want about LeBron James and y'all don't stop nobody from doing nothing. All y'all do is
we don't crucify these people every single week. I don't specifically do that.
Again, but you're defending it. We're actually going at it today, and you're defending it. We're telling you that it exists in the media. The media is the only reason why those guys feel the way they can act the way they act because it's already in the media. It's already accepted. You guys have not called out Stephen A. Smith enough. You guys have not called out Skip Bayless enough. You have not called out ESPN enough. You guys are not the ones who, even as Jordan fans and Jordan GOATs, realizing that now your man's legacy is being tarnished left and right because of this, even have the balls to say, you know what, guys, let's have a peace. Let's have a truce. Y'all still don't want to do this. Instead, we know what you're doing. Well, why are you guys doing this too? But look at you guys. You're pointing fingers. You're being snitches. You're being rats.
It just makes us no better than the people we hate then.
We're not trying to be better. We're trying to do right. Or you want to do right or be better? Which one do you want to do? Which one?
It's the same exact thing.
No, it's not. It's not the same exact thing. It's not the same exact thing. Because to do right, sometimes you got to blow somebody's heads off. And that's what we're doing. We're blowing heads off.
No, you're not. You're just making dumb takes.
Yes, we are. No, we're blowing up. Exactly. We're showing you how. Exactly. We're using the same dumb takes that y'all use in reverse. Then now that you're calling it a dumb take, anybody who uses that take is dumb. Thank you. And we don't need those takes to be LeBron to go. We don't need Jordan's 9 of 35 to say LeBron's better than him. But we need that to show you how stupid. To show how stupid y'all sound.
Exactly. When we've all debunked, not just myself, but you, Craig, like when we've all debunked, people come up here and say 2011 makes him not to go, 2007, all these things that are dumb takes, dumb narratives, and what we've never ever said ever, and you've for sure never said, you know what, that's a basketball take. That's a great take. You're totally not. No, you eviscerate these people because those are retarded takes. Just like what the fuck one boy just said, equally stupid. But you're praising him.
No, it's not. You're asking me. I'm giving you a prime examples as to why I don't think Michael Jordan is the greatest player. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean it's a bad take.
No, I just want you to be consistent.
No, don't ask me. Don't ask me to go at GOAT James Kingdom members, 1, and 2. Don't ask me to go at GOAT James fans. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, but when haven't I been?
Like, what is wrong with y'all? Like, y'all
Get
really
it together, Travis.
Yeah, like, what? Wait a minute. What y'all think we do this GOAT James Kingdom stuff? Just like, no, we're real LeBron
because
fans.
LeBron is the GOAT means they're
LeBron fans are allowed to have the same takes Zesty Jeffries have. And that's fine with us. It's on you as a Michael Jordan fan or as Zesty Jeffrey to call him out. But y'all can't, because all y'all gonna do is talk about LeBron. That's y'all problem. Because if y'all really dig dive and talk with Juan Boy, y'all gonna realize he's not being zesty. He's telling you the truth. Michael Jordan choked a lot, but his team was great enough to overcome that.
Yeah, everyone chokes a lot. It's basketball.
That's not what y'all say. That's not what y'all say. Yeah. When Stephen A. Smith says that, can I get some winning out of Dallas? He didn't say what he was supposed to say. Hey, guys, that was a great dunk. Although we would like to see the Lakers have won that game, but we understand that the Lakers are actually going through some personal issues, and we got to bypass that. They didn't do that. They want us to be sensitive to Michael Jordan getting his dad killed. But they don't want to be sensitive to LeBron James losing his home or possibly losing his home. Yeah, we can play this game. That's what we do every Sunday. Play this game with Zesty Jeffries. Because you guys can't defend Zesty Jeffries no longer. You guys, that's why I say you got to come on this side of the grass and realize that everything we do.
No one's defending Zesty Jeffries, dude.
Okay, then. So don't hold LeBron fans to the same fire. Is what I'm telling you, because you got to let LeBron fans live. We are necessary. We are the only way to correct the wrongs. If you try to correct us, we're never going to correct the wrong. It's going to continually be a problem. We're going to be talking about shit we shouldn't be talking about. Leave LeBron fans alone, because they're right for basketball. They're good for basketball. We know how to appreciate greatness. That's why LeBron's the GOAT.
So, John, you're saying that as long as they have LeBron as the GOAT, they can say that whatever dumb shit they want?
They can attack Zesty Jeffries at every point.
But you keep alluding to that. I don't have a GOAT. I'm a basketball fan. That's why you got. One boy. Let me ask you a question. Are you doing this for basketball fans, or what you doing this to show it to Jordan fans? I'm doing this for basketball fans, because I talk about if I was in basketball friend, me and B. Lee wouldn't be taking turn ping ponging him and her on Christmas about John Stockton. That was me and B. Lee. I didn't have to go to Google for that. I'm a basketball fan. That's why I keep telling Travis, you keep talking as a debater. I'm a basketball fan. I got 5 more years on you. You started watching in 96. I started playing in 91. You're illiterate to half of the shit I know. And it proves every time you turn red in the face every time I say about Michael Jordan.
No, you usually don't have a ranking, right? Or don't have a GOAT, but you have Mike 23rd? Based on what?
On being an asshole. That's what. On being an asshole. He don't
have 1 through 22.
I don't have him. No, he wouldn't be in my top 5. I watched enough footage. I don't think he's that good. I don't think he's what. I don't care about the 6-0. I don't care about the MVPs. I care about what he did on the basketball court without the help, without the weak competition, without the expansion era.
One boy. We gonna have y'all come on the meet and greet later on tonight. You know, it's a funny thing I found out about you guys. Hey, Johnny, you support countering terrible logic with terrible logic, terrible labels. Be better. Wash bad takes with better ones. That's like them telling black folks, just let them do what they got to do. Be nonviolent. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. Don't ask us to be the righteous ones. Don't ask us to turn the cheek when for decades y'all been allowing these Zesty Jeffries to run rampant. Now that we're allowed to do it, now you have a problem with it. It's exactly what Malcolm X said. When you tell the KKK to put down their rifles and to put down their guns, then we'll tell black folks to stop doing it. You can't be mad if the Black Panther Party exists because the KKK exists. So don't be mad. Y'all want to call us zesty LeBron fans? Go ahead, be fine. We have no problems. We are comfortable being LeBron fans. We're not the people that sit around here and say, well, Michael Jordan's the GOAT, but I'm not a Michael Jordan fan. We don't do that. That sounds like that's what makes you even zesty. You just want to argue. Imagine that. You have no invested interest in the GOAT debate, but you want to be in the GOAT debate. That shows you how zesty you are. You want to argue with other men on social media. That's why you're zesty. LeBron fans are basketball fans. We like LeBron James, and we're gonna argue to the fullest for LeBron. And we're not gonna hesitate to do that. The same way you're gonna do it for Jordan. But at least we're smart. We know how to talk basketball. Juan Boy didn't make up Jordan's 9 for 35. That's real. Y'all made up LeBron James is the only player to choke in the NBA Finals. That's made up. Y'all made up that LeBron James failed more than anybody in NBA history. That's made up. Y'all made up the idea that there was never no GOAT that lost 6 times. That's made up. That's not real. That y'all can't keep accusing us of shit that we're not doing. That's the point. That's why I get upset. Because we're not doing what y'all do. We're better at it. We're just better at trolling. We're better at proving our points. We're just better at this than y'all. And it's not our fault that we're better at everything, including being fans of basketball. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to get up out of here, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are all GOAT James Kingdom members. I'm going to put the link up. Y'all will show up, and we'll have the Met Gala where we can all meet up, and y'all can argue about whatever y'all want to argue about and have a great conversation as GOAT James Kingdom members. But like I always told y'all, this is GOAT James Kingdom platform. This is the channel where you can come talk basketball and not be afraid to talk basketball. Don't be a Zesty Jeffrey, though, because you will get exposed, because that's all we do. So if you guys want to go ahead and support what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom, you can become a member of the channel. You can either be a member of the King's Guard. You can be a part of the Castle Knights or the Knights of GJK. Either one of these will be great for Brandon and I and what we do, and we're going to continue to show you guys why LeBron James is the GOAT. Like I said, we use stats, accolades, and achievements to prove LeBron James is the GOAT. And if you allow us to use our eye test and our subjectivity, we can prove it as well. So we're going to be back next Sunday with another great show. I want to thank all you gentlemen for showing up, everybody for being great sportsmen, for taking the time out to come on a Sunday afternoon and have a conversation with us. Y'all have a great Sunday afternoon. Peace and blessings.
If you're a basketball fan and you're tired of basketball shows that talk about fake narratives and using non-basketball terms like killer instinct, playoff translation, gravity, come to GOAT James Kingdom.
As you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
You got knocked the fuck out, bitch! Yeah!
Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom, where basketball lives forever. You get to enjoy BB and A Johnny talk basketball every Sunday noon Eastern time right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Support by subscribing, and also check out the membership at GOAT James Kingdom.